quote by Jane Goodall: "The indigenous people around the world, before they made a major decision, used to sit around and ask themselves, how does this decision affect our people 7 generations ahead?" On this note, we heartily welcome you all to the first day of the 14th International Conference organized by Kaash Foundation's Center for Academic and Professional Development in collaboration with All India Denotified and Nomadic Tribe Welfare Sangh Madhya Pradesh, University of Kashmir Srinagar, Jivaji Institute Gwalior Madhya Pradesh, St. Joseph's College Devagiri Kerala, and SSLN Government Pinchavali PG College Parashya Madhya Pradesh. Today, as we celebrate the International Day of the World's Indigenous People, we at Kaash Foundation are hopeful that this conference on Indigenous peoples, challenges of validation and inclusion will help us strive for a new social contract that ensures their inclusion into the mainstream society, yet at the same time upholding their distinct identity. Kaash Foundation began its journey on 3rd October 2019 and is the brainchild of Dr. Akash Jadhav, an eminent international scholar of history with more than 40 publications of books and research articles. He has been in active social service for more than 2 decades and is the recipient of 18 national and international awards. The recent one being Karamveer Chakra from I Congo International Confederation of NGOs affiliated to the United Nations. Since February 2020, Kaash Foundation and its allied academic wing, CAPD, Center for Academic and Professional Development, has successfully organized 13 international symposiums and conferences, 3 international faculty development programs, 1 International World Heritage Week, 1 Model UNESCO Youth Summit, 1 quiz competition on SAARC countries, and 1 2-day lecture series. In the pursuit of achieving academic excellence and a healthy environment, Kaash Foundation has collaborated with more than 15 international and 40 plus national institutes and also has been appreciated by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the United Nations Environment Programme, the World Heritage Center of UNESCO, Department of Tourism, Government of Maharashtra, Archaeological Survey of India, World Buddhist Mission Japan, and the Ministries of Culture and Ayush of the Government of India for its initiatives which aim in fulfilling the core values of inclusiveness, reciprocation, and building a sustainable society. With today's deliberations focusing on the varied challenges faced by the indigenous peoples across the globe, we are honored to have stalwarts and scholars presenting their perspectives on the various facets of their lives. With this, on behalf of Kaash Foundation, I once again welcome you all to the first day of the 14th International Conference on Indigenous Peoples, Challenges of Validation and Inclusion. Now, I would like to take you through the events for the day. We begin with the inauguration session, which will be followed by the keynote session. Then we have the plenary session 1, and after that, we have a technical sessions 1, 2, 3, and 4. We would be concluding our day by wonderful performances by the nomadic and denotified tribes from Shillong, Meghalaya, and Kerala. Now, I would like to go ahead with the inauguration of this 2-day conference. I would like to now call upon Dr. Akash Jadhav, founder trustee of Kaash Foundation, director of CAPD, and the chief architect of the 2-day conference to give an introduction to Kaash Foundation and the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Lipika. Thank you very much. At the outset, let me welcome all our collaborators and esteemed guests. The collaboration from All India Denotified and Nomadic Tribe Welfare Sangh. We are quite honored to have this entire group with us supporting on this UNESCO's World Indigenous Day. We are also equally expressing our gratitude to Kashmir University for collaborating and encouraging us constantly and asking us to in fact take up this issue even after the conference. Of course, we will try to work out something together. Special thanks to Professor Dr. Shabir, Dr. Shakil, and the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Kashmir University. We would also like to extend our thanks to Dr. Sisodia from Jivaji University, Gwalior, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shukla, for again encouraging us. Also, the staff and the principal of St. Joseph College, Dr. Premanand, Dr. Prashant, Dr. Thomas, for being with us throughout and also encouraging young research scholars to be part of this two-day international deliberation. Such. And lastly, a very interesting college, Penchwali College, a PG College of Parasia in Madhya Pradesh, in the Chhindwara district, which itself is located in a tribal belt. So even they had been kind enough to extend their support to us. Dr. Dhanaram and Dr. Chandalkar have been again there with us throughout to make this conference successful. To come to Kaash Foundation is a Mumbai-based charitable NGO, and it is in fact working on four verticals: E2 and H2, education, environment, health, and heritage. And our entire motto and purpose basically is to uh, become the catalyst to bring about some kind of a constructive change. As Vivekanand had said rightly once, awake, arise, and do not stop till the goal is reached. For us, the goal is to have a society which will not have any kind of a discrimination, a society which will help others to grow and will provide a very healthy environment, a heritage which will become an asset for the next generation to be protected for, and an environment which will be green enough for us to breathe freely and to have a very non-pollutant, less toxic kind of a ecosystem. So Kaash Foundation has a wonderful team of committee members, young brigade, who constantly and selflessly engage in activities which are at the ground level and also conducting right now the online webinars and online symposiums. So we extend a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of Kaash Foundation family for giving us this opportunity to add a small bit from our end to bring out the voice of the voiceless, to bring out uh, the entire issue and contention and challenges of the ones who are generally not heard or generally who are not accounted for. And I hope this conference and the deliberation in the due course will open up new chapters and new arenas for doing some kind of a visible groundwork. So once again, welcome to all of you. And once again, thanks to the collaborators for being there with us. Thank you very much. Over to you, Lipika.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Geeta Ajit, Joint Director, Education, Kaash Foundation, Coordinator for CAPD, and Editor in Chief for Kaash Connect, to give an introduction to CAPD and to give us the concept note. Over to you, Geeta ma'am.
Thank you, Lipika. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Lipika,
ma'am.
can you hear me? Thank you so much, Lipika. Yeah, thank you. Once again, a warm welcome to each and every one of you on this International Day of World's Indigenous People and to the 14th International Conference of Indigenous People Challenges to Validation and Inclusion. A little about CAPD. It was on 25th May 2020 that the Kaash Foundation launched a separate wing to bridge the gap between the academic instructions and industry requirement. This new wing, named CAPD or Center for Academic and Professional Development, was the brainchild of the founder, Dr. Kaash Jadhav, and it was created to find novel ways to ensure that education and career opportunities should be available to all those who seek it. The youth are the future of our nation, and giving them an opportunity towards a holistic development will not only enable them to overcome unemployability crisis, but it will also instill confidence to challenge the future. It is time for academicians and professionals to approach every problem and barrier with a rounded multidisciplinary approach. And only when there's a commitment from the youth and the governing bodies to work together shall we benefit, will it be beneficial to the whole global society. And only then can we find true peace and harmony in this world. Keeping in tune with this philosophy, we at CAPD believe in the motto, time to renew, reinvent, and reinvigorate is now. And now moving to our conference. It is said that the past is always present in the present. It is the past that paves the way to the present. But sadly, in this fast moving world of artificial intelligence and modern technology, we seem to have left behind the knowledge of the past as a forgotten epoch. It is to ensure that we not only remember the past, but also respect and learn from our ancestral knowledge that we are celebrating the World Indigenous Peoples Day. And it is important that we use this knowledge not just to leverage our present technology, but to learn and perfect from the knowledge of the past. And talking of Indigenous people, they are the practitioners of unique cultures which have harmonious connection with the society they live in, their ancestors, and the environment around them. Their belief systems, traditional knowledge, cultures, language, and ways of life have always been an invaluable resource for all mankind. But these cultures of these indigenous people are in stark contrast with the ones practiced by the dominant societies. And it is this cultural difference that has been the root cause of their discrimination and marginalization, where they have been facing extreme conflict and threat to the point of extinction. They have been displaced of their traditional land and livelihood, and their rights have been violated in almost all parts of the world. Today, the international community has recognized the special measures that are necessary to protect the rights of Indigenous people and respect their distinct way of life. The United Nations commemorates the International Day of World Indigenous People on 9th August every year. And this year the theme is Leaving No One Behind, Indigenous People and the Call for a New Social Contract. And through this conference, we seek to highlight the challenges faced by the Indigenous people as they try to find a place for themselves in the dominant society while retaining their culture, tradition, and way of life. So with this, I hope that all of you all enjoy, learn, and we learn to respect the past and connect it as we move into the future. So with that, I hand over to Lipika Podar and wish you all a very happy day and 2 very eventful days. Thank you, Lipika. Over to you. Lipika?
Thank you, ma'am. We were supposed to have Dr. Sangeeta Shukla, who's the Vice Chancellor of Jivaji Institute, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, but she would be joining us soon. So in the meanwhile, I would request Dr. Shakil Romshu, Dean of Kashmir University, to please give your opening remark. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. I congratulate the organizers of this very important international workshop on a theme which is of tremendous societal importance for having organized this conference, and also for inviting the University of Kashmir to be a partner in this very important event. So as you know, I was listening to Dr. Geeta Ajit, who was giving the brief overview of the theme of the conference, Indigenous Peoples' Challenges of Validation and Inclusion. I think, it is, every year, as Dr. Geeta was also saying, that the UN, 9th August is a day for, being celebrated as a day for the Indigenous people. So this year's theme is Leaving No One Behind, Indigenous Peoples, and the call for a new social contract. So I will, just briefly talk about the theme of the conference. And we know that, we have a large proportion of population globally and in our own country also, which we have designated as indigenous people, almost 6 to 7% of our people. But if we look at the larger ecosystem at a global level, I think at certain point of it is basically a concept of I'm not basically I'm a earth scientist by training, but when I look at the world, I just it is a society of societies. Or even when we look at the country, or when we look at our own states, when we look at different states also. So even within small geographies, we can see that we have a basically a large diversity of these societies. And some of these societies, as have evolved, have advanced, so-called advanced, and some of these societies, have become marginal. There is large inequalities, and as a result, we basically some of these indigenous, of which we also our ancestors were also at certain point in time apart, have remained, basically at a disadvantage as far as the modern development is concerned. And when we look at these indigenous communities all over the world, or at the national level also, there is a large diversity as far as cultures is concerned, as far as traditions are concerned, languages, or they have a very rich knowledge systems. And when we look around so we live on the mountains, we live on the Himalayas. The Jammu, Kashmir, and Ladakh is situated on the Himalayas. So around us, if we look into the Indian Himalayas, we see large number of these indigenous communities. And many of these communities, or many of these societies, when we see, are in some aspects more organized than us. Even when we talk about the self-governance, I think they have a very good system of self-governance. Even when it comes to the implementation of the legal frameworks also, I think they are able to manage themselves sometimes more better than so-called advanced societies. This is my view. But look, because of the this advancement that we are seeing in the field of science and technology, or the access to the opportunities that has become available, whether it is ICT, internet communication technology, or whether it is medical, or whether it is all the innovations and that we are seeing that have evolved in the last few decades. So these communities have not an equal access to these facilities. As a result, I feel that the inequalities have basically widened more and more. I think there's if you look at this, the UN theme that says that, basically there's a need for a new social contract. So I think it is because the inequalities, or the gap between the so-called advanced society and these indigenous societies is just widening and widening. I think so. There, in my opinion, there needs to be interventions at various levels. I think at the national level, we need to have a relook at many of the policies. We have certain policies, so-called discriminatory policies. I mean, in the term of reservations, in the term of this, so that they are, basically required. But I think we need to move beyond that. I mean, when it comes to the level playing access to these communities, I think we have to move more than what we have provisioned in our constitution. So whether it is the access to the these latest, if we really want to bring them at par with these so-called advanced societies, with so-called advanced communities, I think there is need for a paradigm shift at policy level, at the national level. So unless and until that is done, in my opinion, we will them advanced become more and more wide, that will put them at a disadvantage. I just want to just take you to the initiatives that are being done at the national level. Also, if you look at the National Education Policy 2020, I think the government is very aware. The society is very aware that we need to basically do something to bring down these inequalities, to uplift their socioeconomic strata. So as a result, if you look at the National Education Policy 2020, I think there is a tremendous emphasis on these indigenous cultures, languages, and how we can uplift them. I think that's a very important. I'm sure that if you want to bring any change in any aspect related to any aspect of the socio-economic of the people of this country, I think education is the best medium to bring that change. So with the emphasis having laid on promoting the indigenous cultures, promoting the indigenous languages, the translations, and every institute is supposed to have an institute for translation or center for translation, and most of that will go into these preserving these indigenous cultures and these languages. And just last word, I want to just talk about the University of Kashmir. Being the Dean for Research at the University of Kashmir, and overall representing my university at this international conference, I think University of Kashmir is a very old university. The very important center for learning and knowledge in the Jammu Kashmir and Ladakh region, almost 70 years old university, having come up in 1948, and we have about 55 departments and centers for research, and we have more than 200 programs in masters and PhD level. And the arts, language, and cultures is a very important aspect of our teaching as well as research. So at the University of Kashmir, you will see we have a separate faculty for arts and languages, but there are many other centers for research who are investigating, who are researching various aspects of the languages and cultures. And my colleague here, the Professor Ajaz, is basically from the Department of Linguistics, and that department is doing a wonderful job in preserving the indigenous languages and scripts, and also doing a lot of work on the translation. So I think with these words, I again wish a very productive conference, productive sessions, and all the themes, or all the technical sessions that we have here, 4 technical sessions. And I was looking at the titles that are being presented, that I'm sure the deliberations at these conferences will inform the national policy making, so that the gap between the disadvantaged and so-called developed societies are bridged, and in the long run we will have that these gaps are narrowed down. Thank you very much, everybody, for the attention.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Sangeeta Shukla, Vice Chancellor of School of Studies in Zoology, Jivaji Institute, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. Ma'am has done a specialization. Ma'am's area of specialization lies in toxicology, pharmacology, metabolism of drugs, and contraception. She has 27 years of experience in the field of research, teaching, and administration. She has been awarded gold medal by Stocks India for successfully organizing of International Conference on Toxicology, Toxicogenomics, and Occupational Health in 2007. She has also been awarded Teacher of the Year by Gwalior Development Authority in 2007 and Scientist of the Year by National Environmental Science Academy in 2005. She has 44 national and 53 international full-length research papers to her credit, along with being the author of 4 books. Ma'am, I would like you to share your wise words with us. Over to you.
Thank you so much. A very good morning to all of you. Distinguished guests, Professor Shakil from University of Kashmir, Srinagar, India, Dr. Sara from Northeastern University, USA, Dr. Sahu from Kerala, and Dr. Chandrasekhar from Madhya Pradesh, and Dr. Sisodia from Javaji University, Gwalior. Eminent personalities, speakers, scholars, researchers, and participants. I'm really thankful for this a very important day that you invited me for speaking a few words here. These 2 days, I believe, will be day of inspiration for all of us. Why this should be a day of inspiration for us? Because we are talking about Indigenous peoples, their challenges, validation, and inclusions. This is a very important aspect for the globe. See, who all are Indigenous people? Indigenous people are inheritors, practitioners of unique cultures. They relate, these people, they relate us with the environment, which is the most important for us in the present scenario. They have retained the social, cultural, economic, and political characteristics, and they are dominant societies where they live. So we need to protect them. We need to protect our culture. We need to protect their social values. India, if I talk about India, India is a home for about more than 700 indigenous groups with a population of more than 100 million spread, which are spread across the states and the territories. If we look at the census 2011, these indigenous people constitute the second largest tribal population of the world. If we think about Africa, अब्दुल कलाम जी ने एक बहुत अच्छी बात कही थी, the earth is the most powerful and the energetic planet. And we want to save this planet. How we can save this planet? We can save this planet only by contribution and each individual. हर individual के contribution से ही इस planet को हम लोग बचा सकते हैं. If we think of forest, which is the heart of these indigenous people, it is the heartbeat of the forest is indigenous. It is because of the indigenous people. If we want to conserve our animals, indigenous medicinal plants, we should talk about indigenous people. If we talk about World Wildlife Foundation, world resources every year, the planet says that more than 10,000 species of animals, they're getting extinct. So, हमें अगर इस ग्लोब को बचाना है, हमें इस प्लानिट को एनवायरनमेंट से बचाना है, हमें इस वाइल्ड लाइफ को बचाना है, तो हमें सबसे पहले इंडिजिनस पीपल के बारे में बात करनी होगी. So this seminar is very important, and I congratulate the organizers for organizing such wonderful conference seminar for 2 days. And I'm sure these 2 days, you will think differently. You will come out with various recommendations, which will help these people to grow more. In this international conference, I've gone through the papers. They're talking about future through indigenous agriculture, language and diversity. Then they're talking about coastal communities. They're talking about indigenous agriculture and relational research, traditional forest rights, and preserving the heritage. This is what we are going to discuss for next 2 days. I think the theme of this conference and the topics selected by the people here, they're very important in the present scenario. When we're talking about national education policy, हम नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की अगर बात करते हैं तो उसमें ये सारी चीजें काफी हद तक कवर की गई हैं. When we talk of languages, we talk of skills. These people are very important if you want to implement national education policy. So they are very important part of this national education policy, and the recommendations of these conferences will definitely will be taken forward by all of us so as how to implement this. If we connect scientists, researchers, and social organizations, societies, academicians, environmentalists, development partners, they should think together for the betterment of these indigenous people. We need to plan some very good thing for taking the knowledge from them and converting that knowledge in a translational research mode. And this thing will help our nation taking these things to the globe. I congratulate all the participants, delegates of the conference, and hope there will be a very fruitful discussion round through. And with this, I wish a grand success. We need to save nature. We need to save life. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Thank you so much for inviting me and giving me an opportunity for speaking few words. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you for your wise words. Ma'am, I would like you to stay back for some more time for the launch of our international journals. I would like to invite Dr. Kaash Jadhav, Editor-in-Chief of the International Journals, for the launch of our journals. And also, I would request for the sharing of the screen for the same. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Lipika. Thank you, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shukla. And thank you for being with us as the collaborating partner. Jivaji University has been always supporting us in the endeavors. And the instructions, the guidelines which you were talking about, in fact, is quite vital for all of us to impact follow. At Kaash Foundation under CAPD, Center for Academic and Professional Development, we also have inaugurated 2 international journals. Basically, the attempt of these journals is to encourage research across the streams. It is a double-blind peer review multidisciplinary journal. So I will be introducing the journal of International Journal of Emotions, Expressions and Dimensions. Can we have the journal on the screen, please? International Journal of Emotions, Expressions and Dimensions. So Dr. Shukla, we just request you to kindly announce the launching of issue 2, volume 1 of this journal.
So hearty congratulations for this very important journal. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I invite my editor of another journal. This is International Journal of Emotions, Expressions and Dimensions. If you can just scroll the screen a bit further. We have received forward from Dr. Valeria from Italy for this journal. And again, we have some very prominent scholars who have contributed in this journal. Thank you for announcing the launching of the second issue, Dr. Shukla. I invite my editor of another journal, International Journal of Concerns, Complexities and Dialogues, Professor Kavita, to kindly introduce the second journal.
Sir, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. Thank you so much, Dr. Jadhav, for giving me your invitation to inaugural, to request Dr. Shukla for launching the volume 1 issue 2 for our another international journal under Kaash Foundation, which is named as International Journal of Concerns, Complexity and Dialogues. May I request Dr. Shukla to kindly announce the launch of our second journal as well?
Again, a big congratulations for this International Journal of Concerns, Complexities and Dialogues.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So the specialty of this journal is same, which Dr. Jadhav has just mentioned for IJEED. For our volume 1 issue 2, we have also received the forward from the international acclaimed author and researchers. And apart from it, we have the contributions from the various perspectives in this journal. Thank you once again, ma'am, and thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Lipika. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And moving on, I would now like to invite the former Dean of Kashmir University, Professor Shabir Bhatt. Sir, please could you give a short opening remark? Over to you.
Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Sangeeta Shukla, Jivaji University, my other respected colleague, Dean Research University of Kashmir, Shakil Ramshu, other distinguished principals of the various prestigious academic institutions, participants and scholars, a very good morning to all of you. At the very outset, I must say it's indeed a great privilege and an honor for me to be a part of this two-day international conference on Indigenous people, challenges of validation and inclusion. On the day which is being commemorated by United Nations at International Day of World's Indigenous People. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Indigenous peoples primarily are inheritors and practitioners of unique cultures and the ways of relating to people and the environment. We have retained, or rather have been able to retain, their social, cultural, economic, political characteristics that are distinct from those of dominant societies in which they live. I will take a brief clue from the earlier experts who have presented their remarks while talking about the indigenous people, their cultural heritage. I strongly believe, as a student of management, that past has a huge relevance to the present. Today emanates from yesterday, regardless of the scientific developments in technology, in economy, advances in knowledge and information that seem to have bombarded us over a period of time. We hardly find an opportunity or hardly stop for a moment to think about the rights of these indigenous people. But I'm glad to see that there are certain organizations like Kaash Foundation, Center for Advanced and Professional Development. We have made it a, a point that to conduct seminars, workshops, and symposia almost every year and collaborate with academic institutions across the world. When I got a letter from Kaash Foundation for collaboration in today's event, honestly, I was deeply delighted to partner with the Center for Academic and Professional Development on the most significant theme. Because in today's world, all the academic institutions are mostly involved in webinars, which is certainly needed in webinars and in organizing seminars on technology, on science, on ecology. But how often we see organizations who are so deeply devoted and committed to a cause which is kind of neglected. We have seen over the years their rights have been exploited. We have seen over the years that very less attention has been paid to their values, to their jargons, to the culture they come from. But at the end of the day, the challenge that have been thrown even by the COVID-19 pandemic have made us to believe that somehow we need to reconnect with the past. We need to know where we come from, who we are. As a matter of fact, we are all primarily should be governed and connected with each other by humanity, the respect for each other, the respect for ecology, respect for the culture, respect for the beliefs, the belief systems that we have grown up with. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that the Kosh Foundation is so devoted and committed to the preserving the rights, preserving the heritage, preserving the culture by organizing these seminars. But apart from all these seminars, what's also important is to connect with the government agencies, because even as per the national education policy, which emphasizes on academic collaborations and partnerships, and I must tell you that Kashmir University is one of the, as you have heard, one of the largest universities in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, with a very full-fledged Department of Social Sciences, a Faculty of Social Sciences with more than 12 departments who are actively involved and committed to conducting research in various aspects of sociology, anthropology, philosophy across the country. And I would be delighted, while my other honorable vice chancellors and then the principals of the various colleges are listening to me, we will be delighted to collaborate, because this is one of the important factors of the architecture of the higher education, that all academic institutions, need to collaborate and partner with each other. I believe that no academic institution can grow in isolation, and universities, and the institutions of higher learning have a huge responsibility as a neutral ground for the exchange of ideas to provide uniquely appropriate setting for beginning this dialogue. Though the Kaash Foundation, the architect of the Kaash Foundation of Kaash Yadav has initiated this dialogue very quietly and brilliantly, but I think the Honorable Vice Chancellors who are listening to me at this moment need to take this step forward. And that would be, I would say, that would be the outcome of today's, 2 days international conference. And Kashmir University would be delighted to partner with other institutions of higher learning at the national and international level, because I see there are some of the speakers from other parts of the country as well, who would be delighted to collaborate in conducting research on the rights, culture, heritage of these indigenous people. And education, as we all know, is the most powerful tool. And with the help of the education, I believe that you can change the destiny of the people. And if you really want to contribute and do something, and in order to preserve the values and the culture and the heritage of the indigenous people, I think we need to work. And education, academic institution can play a big role in this sphere. And they can collaborate with the government as well, and then carve out certain policies so that their rights are protected. I'm glad that we have had an opportunity of interacting with various speakers here and listening to you on the most significant theme. And I hope that with collaborations from other institutions, of higher learning, we will be able to take the mission of Kaash Yadav forward. I know I was not scheduled to be a part of this inaugural function, but I'm glad that I got an opportunity and to speak to you, to share my perspective with all of you. There are other speakers who are lined up, but once again, I'm grateful and honored, and thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to be a part of this inaugural function. I see there are a lot of eminent and brilliant scholars who are lined up for the next 2 days, and the kind of the sessions, technical sessions that are lined up over the next 2 days. I'm sure number of various important, I would say, highlights, number of themes, number of objectives, of today's 2 days international workshop will be discussed and deliberated upon, and a concept paper recommendations will go to the government, and something concrete, we'll be able to see something concrete in the times to come. Thank you again, Mr. Kaash Yadav and the organizers of this committee for having me over and giving me an opportunity to be a part of this, great and brilliant 2 days international conference. Thanks all.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, moving ahead, I would like to invite Dr. Sabu K. Thomas, Principal of St. Joseph's College, Devagiri, Kerala. He has been a faculty of the Postgraduate and Research Department of Zoology, St. Joseph's College, Devagiri, Kozhikode from 1994. He has guided 15 PhD programs. He has completed 8 major research projects. He has 49 research publications in UGC Care listed international journals, and frequently serves as a resource person in large number of national meetings and training schools. Over to you, sir.
Good morning and warm greetings to all the esteemed participants in this program. And the most respected Dr. Sangeet Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Jivaji University, the Chief Guest, Professor Shakil Ramshu, then another key important speaker, Professor Shabir Bhatt, and most importantly, the Kaash Foundation, the team members of Kaash Foundation. I see the director, Dr. Agas Chadha, and the joint director, Dr. Geeta Achit, and other organizations who made this particular program possible on this specific day, that is the International Day of the World's Indigenous People. On this day, first of all, my thanks to all the organizers for providing this opportunity and for bringing up our institution. I would say our institution because in the southern tip of the Kerala and the northern region of Kerala, we have St. Joseph's College, Devagiri, and we are supporting the causes of indigenous people because we get a good number of indigenous people, indigenous students, and we know their plights also. So we try to help them in whatever facilities available in our institution. And on this particular day, it's a really happy occasion. Kaash Foundation has spared their valuable time and efforts to see that this topic is taken at a national level, because as a biology teacher, I used to take this topic, that's the plight of indigenous disappearing cultures and traditions of India and global level also. And there also I see the examples mostly from Andaman tribes, and then from people of South America, mostly international literature, and then Papua New Guinea. But when it comes to India, I feel that there are a number of indigenous people, indigenous communities yet to be known. And that is the question, who we are. We were also indigenous people at a time. Still we are, but we are fortunate enough to march forward with the kind of support, education, industry, technology that all could provide. And in Kerala, what we would say, we were lucky to be in the coastal belt. So that led to a lot of exposure to areas, foreign travelers and all, and then foreign merchants and all, foreign cultures, and that led to the development of this country. But there are interior of Kerala, that's the high ranges, there are lots of indigenous people, and their plight is a question mark, because as a person who taught evolution also for a long time, I was just recollecting what happened to Homo sapiens. When Homo sapiens came, the warm climate adapted Homo sapiens came, and they removed the Neanderthal men who were living in the colder part of the world, because with the warm climate in the African condition and all, long legs, faster movement. So we were a more strong predator than the little more clumsy, the Neanderthal men of the Palearctic region, that is the European belt and all. So ultimately that led to the extinction. So here now why I'm talking about this particular point. See the kind of scientific knowledge and wisdom, support we all get, the non-indigenous people we get, we do not know what may happen to these indigenous people living in the interior of the country unless the proper support is given. So I hope that with education, now education is possible with the arrival of all these internet facilities, and then arrival of solar panel electricity in remote corners of country and online facilities. So, and then the arrival of ecotourism. So often we see the success of Masai Mara people in Kenya, and they could come up because of the development of ecotourism and all. So the international tourism, it's a major destination. So the Maasai tribe, they are far ahead. So we hope that. I also hope that with all these technological advancement we have, with all these internet facilities, and we will be able to support the other indigenous communities. And in this kind of meeting, it gives a platform for people from different part of the country to represent. That's what I see in the brochure. There are a long list of presentations. So from each region, there will be a separate, there will be highlighting the plights of the indigenous people in the region. So their voices will be heard all over. And at Devi College also, it's in just Devi also, it's an opportunity for other people to understand there are world's indigenous people, they are existing, and it is our duty to support them. So with these few words, I am once again quite thankful to the Kaash Foundation Mumbai for taking the cause of this indigenous community and all the organizers. And then Professor Premanand from our English department, he was quite active in this program. Excuse me. Yeah, you are supporting this program and for providing a platform to the students of this college or the researchers of this region also to exposure to this program. So thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. P.R. Chandelkar, Principal, SSLN Government, Pechwali PG College, Parasha, Madhya Pradesh. Sir has around 33 years of teaching experience in zoology, undergraduate and postgraduate classes. His specialization lies in zoology, limnology, and ichthyology. He has 22 years of experience in the field of research. He has a number of research publications to his credit. He has authored books, namely Immunity, Ghav, a textbook of ethology and wildlife. Sir, I would like to hand over the proceedings to you. Please share your wise words.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you hear me, sir, madam?
Yes, sir. Please continue.
Uh, 14th International Conference on Indigenous People, Challenges and Inclusions. Respected Vice Chancellor of Jivaji University, Gwalior, Dr. Sangeeta Shukla ma'am, Chief Guest Professor Shakil A. Ramsu Saheb, dear renowned and all the very brilliant and laborious member who have been associated with today's conference, my dear colleagues, friends, and research scholars, a very good morning to all of you. Jai Bhim. Let me first wish you all happy International Day of the World's Indigenous People. The conference being held today to celebrate World Indigenous Day and to have a fruitful discourse on Indigenous people, challenges and inclusions. Indigenous peoples are also known as First Peoples, Aboriginal peoples, or Native peoples. In India, there is a specific term such as Adivasis. Indigenous people can be identified according to certain characteristics. Most importantly, they self-identified as indigenous people. There is a historical link with those who inhabited a country or region at the time when people of different cultures or ethnic origin arrived. They have a strong link to territories and surroundings, natural resources. They have distinct social, economic, and political systems. They have distinct language and culture and beliefs. They are marginalized and discriminated against by the state. They maintain and develop their ancestral environments and system as distinct peoples. Each of these characteristics may be more or less important depending on the situations. Indigenous peoples are inheritors and practitioner of unique culture and way of relating to people and the environments. They have retained social culture, economic and political characteristics that are distinct from those of the dominant society in which they live. Despite their cultural differences, indigenous peoples from around the world share common problems related to the protection of their rights as distinct peoples. Indigenous peoples make up about 6% of the world population, and the majority, about 70%, lie in the Asia Pacific region. They present as a rich diversity of cultures, languages, ways of life, and social and political systems. They also inherit a wealth of traditional knowledge in areas of biodiversity, healing practices, and sustainable land management. This reflects their close link to their ancestral lands, which form the basis of their identity and ways of life. Despite their unique diversity, indigenous peoples are often sadly excluded from development processes and opportunities by the failure to grant due consideration to their need and priorities. Moreover, development processes are sometimes the curse for indigenous communities, more often than not, causing the degradation of their traditional lands and ecosystem, are leading to displacement or involuntary resettlement from traditional lands. Consequently, indigenous peoples are 3 times more likely to live in extreme poverty compared to non-indigenous population. We see a majority of them living in remote and rural areas with very little access to services and civic amenities. They are subject to subjected to systematic discrimination and non-recognition of their rights. These factors result in a complex vulnerability, which often means that indigenous people find themselves living on the margins. The 2021 commemoration of the International Day of the World's Indigenous People focus on the theme leaving no one behind, indigenous peoples, and the call for a new social contract. In addition, and I think most important, this Kaash Foundation's conference will highlight the voice and perspective of indigenous peoples through the participation of indigenous community members, development practitioners, and learned speakers. मैं परासिया कॉलेज छिंदवाड़ा डिस्ट्रिक्ट मध्य प्रदेश में एज ए प्रिंसिपल हूँ। हमारा कॉलेज 1962 से है और छिंदवाड़ा बेसिकली जो क्षेत्र है और इसके साथ से जो जुड़े हुए क्षेत्र है बैतूल, बालाघाट, होशंगाबाद, सिवनी, ये सारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में एक स्पेशलाइज जो एरिया कहलाता है, गोंडवाना एरिया कहलाता है और आदिवासी प्रमुख एरिया है। इस आदिवासी प्रमुख एरिया में जहां आदिवासी जो आदिम निवास कर रहे हैं उनका निवास है, किंतु और वो वही निवास करते हैं जहां मैक्सिमम नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस है। उन नेचुरल रिसोर्सेस का जो मैक्सिमम एक्सप्लॉयटेशन है वह डेवलप्ड पर्सन या नॉन इंडिजिनियस पीपुल्स द्वारा किया जा रहा है, गवर्नमेंट्स द्वारा किया जा रहा है, किंतु वहां के जो जल जंगल जमीन जिसके होना चाहिए वो जल जंगल जमीन का केवल वह तब जब तक रहता है तब तक वह अपना समझता है, किंतु जितनी भी योजनाएं या डेवलपमेंट की जो स्टेजेस आती है, डेवलपमेंट्स जो होते हैं, उन डेवलपमेंट के समय उनको सबसे पहले यदि किसी पे मार पड़ती है या किसी पे ये होता है तो वह इंडिजिनस पीपुल पर, उस आदिवासी व्यक्तियों पर ही होता है। जहां कहीं डैम हो, रोड्स बने कुछ, तो वहां से उनको हटाया जाता है, किंतु रिहेबिलिटेशन प्रोसेस बहुत पुअर है। उनके रिहेबिलिटेशन के लिए कोई सोचता नहीं है, केवल कागजों में ही रिहेबिलिटेशन प्रोसेस रह जाती है। इससे और पुअर वो होते जाते हैं। दूसरी चीज ये है कि आदिवासी जो व्यक्ति होता है वो अपने जंगल की सुरक्षा बहुत अच्छे से करता है, वह बायोडाइवर्सिटी को सेव करता है, वह वहाँ की मेडिसिनल चीजों को सेव करता है। हमारे क्षेत्र में एक पातालकोट करके प्लेस है जो लगभग 100 मीटर खाई में है, नीचे गड्ढे में है, और वहां आने जाने का कोई रास्ता अब तक नहीं था, अभी बने हैं। वहां के व्यक्ति केवल कोदो कुटकी खा करके अपना जीवन यापन करते थे और मेडिसिनल वैल्यू की सारी चीजें, जड़ कंद मूल वो खाते हैं। तो इस प्रकार जो हमारे इंडिजिनस पीपुल है, न केवल मध्य प्रदेश में बल्कि पूरे दुनिया में भी देखे जाए तो वह जो मेडिसिनल वैल्यू की चीजें है या ऐसी चीजें जो एंसेस्ट्रल रूप से वो लगातार यूज करते आ रहे हैं, उन चीजों को भी उनके माध्यम से सीखने की जरूरत है, समझने की जरूरत है, उनको एक्सप्लोर करने की जरूरत है। उनका एक्सप्लोर होना बहुत आवश्यक है, क्योंकि आज की स्थिति में भी देखे जाए तो जो ट्राइबल पीपुल्स है वह 50 ईयर बैक है, जो हमारा डेवलपमेंट है उससे 50 ईयर बैक है। यदि जो दिखता है और जो वास्तव में होता है उसमें बहुत डिफरेंस है। एक सामान्य एग्जांपल आज अपन ये देखना चाहे कि मध्य प्रदेश में जो छतरपुर जगह है, उस छतरपुर जगह में बक्सवाहा करके एक जंगल है। उस बक्सवाहा में को अभी डायमंड के लिए पूरे जंगल को समाप्त करने की स्थिति में है। यदि जंगल समाप्त होता है तो न केवल वहां के एनिमल्स, सारे माइक्रो ऑर्गेनिज्म से लेकर सारे ऑर्गेनिज्म भी समाप्त होंगे, बल्कि वहां के जो ट्राइबल कास्ट है, ट्राइबल लोग जो है, इंडिजिनस पीपल है, वो भी वहां से हटा दिए जाएंगे। उन साथ में वहां पर जो एंसेस्टर लोगों ने अपने पेंटिंग्स की है और जो उस जंगल को अभी तक बचाया हुआ है और ये सब चीजें करके रखी है, वो सारी चीजें नष्ट होगी। तो इस हमारा जो इकोनॉमिक सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की हम जहां बात करते हैं, तो सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में सबका विकास सबका साथ होना चाहिए, लेकिन आज तक की स्थिति में न केवल भारत बल्कि विश्व में भी ये स्थिति है कि ट्राइबल्स जो है या आदिवासी है या इंडिजिनस पीपुल्स है, उनके ऊपर बहुत ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। विशेष तौर पे एजुकेशन पर ध्यान देने की जरूरत है। एजुकेशन में हमारे यहाँ मिड टर्म मील के माध्यम से उनको भोजन की व्यवस्था की कि जिससे स्कूल में आए, लेकिन स्कूलों की दशा और दिशा में न टीचर्स न बिल्डिंग ढंग से और व्यवस्था जो है वो सारी चल रही है। तो ऐसी स्थिति में एजुकेशन की नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के बारे में जिस प्रकार से हमारे चीफ गेस्ट महोदय ने कहा, तो वो चीज होना चाहिए और एजुकेशन ही एकमात्र ऐसा जरिया है जो उनके विकास के द्वार खोल सकती है। हमारा जो ये फाउंडेशन ने आज ये बहुत बड़ा कार्य किया है कि सब लोगों को जोड़ करके हेलो
sir, can we have your concluding remarks?
Yes,
Keynote
yes, yes,
speaker
yes,
is waiting.
yes, sir. In closing, I strongly encourage everybody to join this conference and later develop research projects that directly target to involve indigenous community to maximize their benefits. We also need to encourage our research scholars to work with indigenous communities, as this will allow a more inclusive development outcomes to defeat the lingering poverty and inequality. I hope this international conference will unlock many more opportunities for indigenous peoples and will take a broad perspective on these issues, covering a range of challenges that hamper indigenous peoples, inclusive in the development process. थैंक यू ऑल आप, और मुझे जो मौका दिया गया उसके लिए धन्यवाद। अवकाश यादव जी को भी बहुत बहुत थैंक यू, और हमारे महाविद्यालय को एज ए को पार्टनर बना करके इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का मैं उसके लिए खास फाउंडेशन को थैंक यू देता है। थैंक यू। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, आपके शब्दों से हमें बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला है। I would like to thank all our speakers, Dr. Sangeeta Shukla, Professor Shakil Romshu, Professor Dr. Sabu K. Thomas, Dr. P.R. Chandelkar, and Professor Bhatt. With this, we come to the end of our first segment, which was the inauguration. For all the viewers who have joined us now, we are amidst the first day of the 14th International Conference organized by Kaash Foundation's Center for Academic and Professional Development in collaboration with All India Denotified and Nomadic Tribe Welfare Sangh Madhya Pradesh, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, Jivaji Institute Gwalior, St. Joseph's College Devagiri, and SSLN Government Page Valley PG College Parasha. I would like to thank all our collaborators for unconditionally supporting us and encouraging us through this event, and we look forward to future collaborations also. And now I would like to move into our second segment for the day, which is the keynote session. I would like to invite Dr. Akash Jadhav, founder trustee, Kaash Foundation, and the director of CAPD, to introduce and invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Kemal Cheb. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Lipika. Thank you very much. And once again, thank you to all our eminent speakers for the inaugural session. Very often we meet people by chance, and very often we have to meet certain people by destiny. So here we would like to introduce Dr. Kemal, who we met because it was destined as a meeting, and of course, eminent scholar. Dr. Kemal has been associated with he has also been instrumental in encouraging young scholars to present research papers by organizing a series of international conferences. He is also the director of Masters International Research and Development Center. He has received his BA in economics, master's degree in theory of public finance. His thesis was on sustainability of public debt, and his PhD degree is in theory of public finance as such. He has publications in various national and international journals, and his focus is primarily on debt crisis, tourism, corruption, pertaining to the government policies. Today, he has joined us all the way from Istanbul, Turkey, and will be giving us his keynote address on government policies and actions for indigenous people, a case study of Maori in New Zealand. So, Dr. Kemal, on behalf of Kaash Foundation and all the collaborators, we welcome you for this keynote session. The floor is yours for next 25 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Kaash Yadav. You hear me, right?
Yes, loud and clear it is.
Okay, now I'm sharing my document.
Yes, it is visible.
You see my screen, right?
Yes.
Usually use Zoom in Turkey in our classes or organizations. It's my first time using WebEx. It's also my first experience. Dear colleagues, I am Kemal Cebeci. Lipika was so tired while pronouncing my surname. It's Cebeci in Turkish. Usually in abroad, people say Sebesi. I am working as lecturer at Marmara University in Turkey. My main field area is economics and public finance. First of all, I want to thank you, my friend Dr. Avkat Shadav, for giving me this opportunity about contributing this nice and beneficial organization. And I am trying to follow the organizations, events, and other actions of Kaash Foundations. I'm very proud about this organization, and I will be happy in the future also now if I can contribute this organization. And also thank you to other contributors and participants. When Kaash inviting me this organization, honestly, I wasn't sure because I've never had any research about indigenous people. Then I remember I was in New Zealand on 2012, and I feel very hot and close about Maori culture and also New Zealand. Then I thought I can speak something about Maori culture or New Zealand, and I feel good, honestly. I feel comfortable about talking in this organization. Today, I'm sure all participants have experience about indigenous people. They made research about this topic. For that reason, today, I won't focus so scientific topics. I want to talk about New Zealand, Maori culture, and I will try to introduce something about New Zealand and Maori culture. My presentation title is Government Policies and Actions for Indigenous People, Case of Maori, New Zealand. First of all, you saw some pictures at the top of my cover page, first slide. On the left, you see a black leaf, and there's a flag in the near of this, and at the right side you see New Zealand flag and the map of the New Zealand. The flag you see with black and red color is local flag of the Maori people, and the white or silver leaf over the black background. This is the logo of New Zealand rugby team. They call themselves All Blacks, and their jersey is always black with black short and black jersey. The color, black color, is very important for New Zealand people, New Zealanders, and in the culture of New Zealand. There is a leaf on the black flag, All Blacks. It's called as silver fern. The silver fern, and the name of it in Maori language, Ponga in Te Reo Maori, is a species of tree fern only found in New Zealand. They also called silver fern in New Zealand. The underside of the fronds are usually white, in some cases at the northern side. Sometimes actually silver, accepted as it reflects moonlight and making them useful aids to navigation bush pathways at night. This is the one of the symbol that represents New Zealand. Also, I didn't put in my presentation, and also kiwi, the juice, fruit, sorry, not juice, the fruit kiwi, and also bird kiwi. One of the other symbols represents New Zealand. New Zealand, as you know, is an island country in southern Pacific Ocean. This is I always say this is end of the world, end of the earth, the most southern and maybe also the eastern side of the world. There are two islands in New Zealand. One is North Island and the other is South Island.
Sir, can you please put your PTT on slideshow mode so that the audience can also see it?
Excuse me?
Can you put your PTT on slideshow mode so that the audience can see it?
You see now?
Thank you.
It's okay. GDP of New Zealand is about $200 billion, and per capita is about $40,000. There are 4 big cities in New Zealand. 2 of them are in the North Island, and 2 of them are in South Island. The capital city of New Zealand is Wellington, and the biggest cities and most crowded cities, Auckland, and the Christchurch and the Dunedin are the cities of the South Island, biggest cities of the South Island. In the left picture, you see Wellington, and the right picture, it's Auckland. About 16-17% of the national population of New Zealand is Maori ethnic population. The total population in New Zealand is about 5 million. About the gender, the Maori population looks 50-50, 400 and 400 males, 400. There are some little bit also higher. Females and males. The median age for Maori males and females were 25 and 27. When we contrast these ages with the general New Zealander, they have younger population in contrast to general New Zealander. The biggest part of the population is the European population, about 70% of all New Zealand population. And here in these slides, I want to give some general information about indigenous people. I'm sure you have some researches or you read something about this related with the topic of the organization. There are between 370 and 500 million indigenous people all over the world. It's about 5% of total world population. They are living in 90 countries with the World Bank data. Indigenous peoples have some problems like marginalization, extreme poverty, some human rights problems, or something like that. With the World Bank statistics data, 15% of the indigenous peoples are extremely poor condition, living in poor condition. We can see some acts or policies or meetings or some legal documents about indigenous peoples under United Nations, World Bank, UNESCO, or in other international or global organizations. These are listed on this slide: Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, American Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, Tribal Peoples Convention on 1991, United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues, Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous People, and also other one under the United Nations. Today, my main working area is public finance. So I want to try to, how can I combine the topic of public finance or government policy with the indigenous people? For that reason, I shaped my presentation in my mind. I can think social state or welfare state, called also welfare state, and the other side, indigenous people. When we think about social state, what we can do about indigenous people? Social policy, social goals or social state is particularly concerned with social services and the welfare state. To especially focus on reducing inequalities, more broader range, accessing to services and support between social groups defined by socioeconomic status, race, ethnicity, migration status, gender, sexual orientation, disability, age, or in between other countries. Social policy has some different dimensions. I wanted to put them on my slide also. These are social inequality, income and wealth, social stratification, class, social status, power, social divisions, gender, and social policy. Maybe more current issue, feminist perspectives on social policy, gender and development, economic development, race and social policy. It's also social policy on reducing inequality or income distribution, social division of welfare, and the last one is the strategy of equality. And also on the slide, we can see some other topics, issues about social policy and social needs. Social policy focus on or can be observed in some main headings, main topics, such as social administration. There are also some subtitles. Also social needs about risk and vulnerability, social exclusion, needs of the old age people, needs of the children, mental illness or other issues also. And also they have some views about social administration, such as service delivery or public services. Also focus on poverty and well-being. On the other side, culture is important about social government, social policy. And the last one is policies on environment. And all these main titles have some sub-issues and subtitles, poverty and well-being, such as needs raised on globalization, agriculture and food security, improvement of indigenous people, and other indicators related with indigenous people. Also, we can see some subtitles, some subtopics under the culture, such as land, language, identity, indigenous languages, social institutions, culture, traditional knowledge, tourism, mass tourism, maybe the problems related with the mass tourisms, so on. And also, last title is environment. Related topics are land dispossession, protected areas related with indigenous population, the forest issues, climate change, and indigenous people, biological diversity, sustainable development, and such topics. Now, I want to give some short information about Maori people, Maori population. The Maori are the indigenous Polynesian people of mainland New Zealand. This population and also this society, this culture is one of the main part of life in New Zealand and influencing everything from cuisine to customs and language and other topics. They came New Zealand more than 1,000 years ago from their mythical Polynesian homeland of Hawaii. Today accepted one of 7 New Zealanders identified as Maori. Their history, language, traditions are very important in New Zealand. It's possible to see some symbols, some monuments, some icons, or some dress, or some foods from the cuisine of Maori. You can, it's possible to see in many cities some cultural things about Maori people, Maori society. Then at the 18th century, the arrivals of the Europeans in New Zealand brought enormous change in the Maori culture, Maori people. They gradually adapted to many aspects of European society or European cultures. Maori and Europeans were largely amicable, and with the signing of the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840, the two cultures coexisted. Rising tensions over disputed land sales sorry, led the conflicted maybe after 20 years at 1860s. Social upheaval and epidemics of introduced disease took a devastating toll on the Maori population. Then the population fell dramatically. When we talk about today about some problems in Maori population, you can see with the red color on my slide. According to the research on 2006, based on research 2006, Maori have a much higher rates of suicide in most age groups. Maori males aged 15 to 24, for example, in 2001 had a 34% higher suicide rate than non-Maori part of the New Zealanders. They have also some income problems. They have lower income. We can say that they usually employed in more with the lower wages or non-desirable jobs. In contrast to European ethnicity of New Zealand, we can say the general situation or lifestyle of Maori people can be accepted non-comfortable than the European part of the New Zealanders. I know I have limited time. I need to manage it. There are some agreements between Maori and European New Zealanders, or some legal steps about the rights of the Maori people in New Zealand. The first one is, as I mentioned in my previous slides, the Treaty of Waitangi. This document accepted as the New Zealand's founding document. This made between British Crown and about 540 Maori rangataria. Rangataria means chiefs in Maori language. It has been called the promise of two peoples to take the best possible care of each other. The Treaty of Waitangi is New Zealand's own unique statement of human rights. By the years, Maori people faced some problems about income, land, forest, employment, human rights, freedom of speech, or had some political problem about political participations. With time, we can see many agreements between New Zealand authorities, the European part of the New Zealand, and with the Maori people. These are New Zealand Bill of Rights Act on 1990, Human Rights Act 1993, and Privacy Act 1993. We can see more documents, but I didn't want to put all of them in my presentation today. As I mentioned at the beginning, I want to focus the other side of the topic. We can see here some ongoing issues concerning with Maori people or problems of Maori population in New Zealand. These are human rights of the Maori people, Maori population, Maori society. And the other one is right to health. Other one is right to protection and remedies against acts of racial discrimination. The right to liberty and security of person, right to freedom from discrimination. This is one of the important problem. And I remember also crime rates are also higher in Maori population. The right to educate housing, and the other one is also participating the education activities, the right to education. At the end of my speech, my presentation, I want to underline another issue, the multiculturalism policy index. Multiculturalism policy index is a research project that aims to monitor the evaluation of multiculturalism policies in 21 Western democracies. The project is designed to provide information about multiculturalism policies in a standardized format. The project provides us an index in the point of time. It was 3 times, then there's a new index for the last time range. 1980, 2000, 2010, and 2020 for 3 types of minorities. One index relating to immigrant groups, one relating to historic national minorities, and one relating to indigenous people. There are 8 issues under the Multiculturalism Policy Index. These are recognition of land rights. Second one is self-government rights. Third one, upholding historic treaties or signing new treaties. Fourth one is recognition of cultural rights about language, maybe hunting, fishing, or religion, related with the religion. Fifth one, recognition of customary law, guarantees of representation or consolidation in the central government. Seventh one is constitutional or legislative affirmation of the distinct status of indigenous people. And the last one is support or ratification for international instruments on indigenous rights. We can see these index for the whole period for all 21 countries. But I want to focus on New Zealand, especially on New Zealand. Scores are 0, 0.5, or 1. There are 3 scores. 0 means no, 1 means yes, 0.5, especially partially. The level of partial can be changed related with the topic, according to topic. These are the scores of the New Zealand about multiculturalism policy index. The recognition of land rights, if in 1980 it was 0.5, then after this period for all three index for 3 times, always this was 1. So it means yes. It means recognition of land rights are guaranteed in New Zealand. The second one, recognition of self-government rights. The scores are always 0.5. That means partially but limited to community by laws. Upholding historic treaties and or signing new treaties, always 1. This means yes, this means good, okay. Recognition of cultural rights, language, hunting, fishing, religion. Also, about this title, New Zealand has a positive score always for time period. For time period, it's always 1. Recognition of customary law, it's also 1. Yes. Guarantees of representation, also positive in New Zealand. Constitutional or legislative affirmation of the distinct status of indigenous people, also positive, yes. Support ratification of international instruments on indigenous rights, partial. This score can be accepted love or can be accepted as negative for New Zealand. Affirmative action, partially but very limited. Also, this score can be accepted not sufficient for New Zealand. And the total scores are 6 for 1980, for the 2007, 2010, 7.5, 2020, 7.5. These scores are accepted higher score in contrast to other part of the world. Also, we can see Australia, Canada, Canada, and New Zealand. We can say these are the best countries about if we think under multiculturalism policy index. At the end of my speech, I want to say some sentence also. New Zealand is very multicultural and multi-ethnic country. We can see some Asian people, European people in New Zealand, also Maori people in New Zealand. Also, we can see population, some society groups from Middle East, Muslim population also in New Zealand. It looks like a United Nations and freedom of speech, freedom, rights, human rights, in all these topics. New Zealand is a very developed country, but still Maori society has some problems about income level, about job seeking, about unemployment, and also I mentioned in one of my slides, crime rates and suicide rates relatively high in contrast to other part of the New Zealand society. Thank you to all participants and Dr. Jadav again for giving me this opportunity for my speech on New Zealand and Maori culture. Thank you. Yes, floor is yours, Kaash.
Thank you, Kemal. Thank you very much. if I could request you to stop sharing the screen. That was
Is there any question from the audience?
Yes, we'll try to take them up. If you could stop sharing the screen so we can have the full screen for the session.
Okay.
And Dr. Kemal from Istanbul, Turkey, who gave us wonderful insight on government policies and actions for indigenous people. It was a case study of Maori, New Zealand, where he gave us ample of statistics to ponder upon, and also he gave a lot of comparative data to us. Where, in fact, when he went on to mention that the Maori community, in fact, is now today the single largest, or rather the largest minority in New Zealand with 16.7% as such. You also highlighted about the recognition of rights of indigenous people as such through various international bodies. What, in fact, was the highlight of your entire deliberation was the social policy which you were talking about, which actually aims at to identify and find ways of reducing inequalities in access to service and support between social groups. The entire highlight also on the rights and guarantees through various organizations, institutions, as well as through constitutional or legislative affirmations. Dr. Kemal, you are indeed quite correct in stating that this is an effort which really requires sustainability as well as it requires a collective effort. And only then we'll be able to safeguard the rights of the indigenous community. So thank you for being our keynote speaker and for giving the direction to this two-day international conference, which will be focusing on the indigenous peoples and community as such. Thank you, Dr. Kemal. Over to you, Lipika.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of our second segment. Now, we would move into the third segment, which is our first plenary session. It will be chaired by Dr. Pratibha Rani Karmakar. Dr. Pratibha is an associate professor and former director at the Institute of Modern Languages of Jagannath University, Dhaka, Bangladesh. She completed BA Honours in English and MA in Applied Linguistics and English Language Teaching from the Department of English of the University of Dhaka. Subsequently, she was awarded MPhil in Comparative Linguistics from the Department of English, University of Dhaka. In March 2019, she successfully received PhD in English language teaching from India. Her basic areas of interest include language, dialect, and heritage, understanding social linguistics and discourse analysis, and English language teaching. Recently, she, along with her foreign English language teaching experts, has authored a book titled Introduction to Interdisciplinary Research from Bangladesh. She has so far successfully credited more than a dozen peer reviewed research articles to her name. Moreover, she writes on different aspects of English language education on national dailies on regular basis. Above all, she is a dedicated English language academician in Bangladesh. Ma'am, you have 1 hour to conduct the plenary session. Over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Okay. I'm very delighted to know that Kaash Foundation's Center for Academic and Professional Development, along with few other esteemed institutes, is organizing 14th International Conference on Indigenous Peoples' Challenges of Validation and Inclusion. I'm really blessed today to be here with all of you. As for myself, you already know that my name is Pratibharani Karmakar and I did my MPhil in Comparative Linguistics. While doing so, I visited few areas of hill tracts. What attracted me most that there are lots of things to learn from the life of indigenous people. At first, I would like to pay homage to Kaash Foundation for organizing such an excellent webinar to celebrate the Indigenous Day. And we need to really preserve the culture, traditions that's prestigious not for today, but also for tomorrow. From my background, you know that I would like to say what I know. My topic of presentation is language and diversity as an important reflection of history, life, and heritage. Learning a new language is like having new eyes. And according to Bernard Spolsky, language is inherently involved in socialization. The social group whose language you speak is an important identity group for you. There are other markers of ethnic identity, such as food or clothing or religion, but language has a special role in part because it organizes thought and in part it establishes social relations. For social relations, we need to study history because history tells a lot about our society, changes and modification, remodification. Surprisingly, we also experience modification in part of languages, but there are similarities, assimilation in the phonetic properties. As though in Bangladesh, Bangla is the standard language, we are also learning English as priority. But why not the dialects? Have we ever thoughts about the feelings and emotions as well as something good in the hidden beauties of the dialects? I have discovered few things for just I'll say in short because we have limitation of time. Sorry for that. The hidden beauties of ethnic languages as well as dialects remain unnoticed most of the time. The natural sources, beauties, we think that they come from supernatural power, but we need to explore it. Bangla is the standard language, but in Bangla even we see that it's the daughter of Sanskrit, Prakrit, and it's well known for the complexities, divergences, sweetness, as well as redundancy also. Because in Bangla, there's lots of words for one single word, but in English it's one. So I have studied that it's changing from old English, middle English, and new modern English. Because in old English we have to know the literature. Literature is an important part, another important part of understanding all these changes. And as I have told that language is an important part to know the lifestyle of people. Even I have got some connection with the heritage because I have my parents. I love to say the words of my parents because I love my parents. When I go to my hometown, I love to speak in the language of my hometown. When I mixed with the people of hill tracts, I have seen that they love to spend some time with their through their cultural works just to remove the just to remove the overloadness or the boredom. They have frustration. They're not getting every time the flow to explore and express. It's really pathos that when you will not get everybody just to say that what's inside of your mind, the deep sad feelings, you will feel lonely. We have to stand by them and let them realize that in this world we all are united because you are like my brother and sister. The other thing is that I have discovered that there's this that I have already told. It's called heritage. We love to speak the language of our parents sometime, just for the relaxation or for some other reasons, socialization. In Old Bengali, the major text in the period include Jorjapod, devotional songs. The emergence of pronouns ami, tumi are noticed here. In Middle Bengali, the first structural work of Bangla dialects was done by Portuguese priest. Yes, Manuel. Manuel Dasumsang, he loved the Bengali dialect. During this time, we got several dialects in literary works like Chondidas's Sri Krishna Kirtan, a masterpiece of writing. And in this work, we will get the Alali language. Surprisingly, in some parts of Bangladesh, we will get this Alali language. Alali means adorable. What is very lovely to me. The other thing is that in dialect, I have got that there are some influence of foreign language also. During British period, those hill tracts areas, coastal areas, they got the influence of other languages in their own. till now they are following. It's like ants. They're following the tracks. But the beauty is, what is in that? There are lots of literature, standard phonetic properties that's hidden till now. Because most of the researchers, while doing research, at the mid of their research, just stop understanding and doing research because they don't get any interest, even the feedback from the country, from the society, from their job sectors, even fellow researchers, even from those with whom they are working. The first suggestion is that know their language first, respect their culture first, and then go with them. You will find the immense beauties hidden there. Because there is something, just I'll end it. Aspiration, allophonic change, nasalization, vowel length, all is there between the dialect of Barishan and some parts of Chittagong, some parts of Madhupur vowel. So in just all these parts, we have seen that there's a relation between family, love, and ethnic environment, as well as nature, as well as heritage. Now, I would like to conclude and know more from you. At first, I'd like to invite our today's resource persons from whom we will be more enriched. First, may I know that Professor Adha Bharati Saxena is here. Professor Adha Bharati Saxena is a dynamic and resourceful person. She is a professor of the Department of History and Dean Faculty of Arts in the MS University of Baroda. She is an ardent scholar with master's, MPhil, and PhD degree in history. She has contributed in the field of urban and maritime studies.
Prativa,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Adya Bhati is trying to connect with us. She has not yet connected.
Okay.
She's facing some technical issue.
Okay.
We may move on with Dr. Arvind Tiwari, please.
Okay, then I'm going. Dr. Arvind Tiwari, Dean School of Law, Rights and Constitutional Governance and Chairperson, Center for Policy Studies and Public Security. For his immense contribution in the field of academic excellence, he has been awarded with the highest award in the field of criminology in India. I am so happy to invite you, sir, with your paper, Tribal Justice System and Alternative Dispute. Thank you, sir. The floor is open to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much, and namaskar, and good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank Kaash Foundation and also my friend Dr. Akash Jadhav for giving me this opportunity. You know that like in India, we say the Adivasi. They are the original inhabitant of this country. But somehow the policies and programs which have been there during British period were so repressing that they were pushed to the jungles, and rather they were also thrown out from the jungles, and they were declared even the nomadic tribes, and they have been deprived of several rights. So now I thought that I will speak on the tribal justice system and ADR, alternative dispute resolution system, and what is the synergy and challenges and the way forward. I would like to begin with a quote with a report, 80th report of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Synergy between Tribal Justice System and Regular Justice System of the country, 2016, which says that the scheduled tribe, means Adivasi, in India, according to 2011 census, they constitute about 8.7% of the total population. And they inhabit in around 15% of the geographical area. Now, total recognized tribes listed in first schedule is around 698. And out of these 698, 31 tribes have more than 5 lakhs of population. Now, I'm quoting from this report. Now, when we think of the justice system in general and the tribal customary justice, there are several similarities as well as also there are some differences. Now, What are the major problems in our regular justice system? Regular justice system, there is a huge pendency of cases. More than 4 crore cases are pending in different courts, from subordinate court to the highest court, apex court. And people are the litigants, the accused, the offenders, the victims, and their families, and the country as a whole and nation as a whole is suffering because of this. And this is impediment, one of the impediments in the developmental process and depriving the rights of the people, those who are held up in the prisons or those who have come up in the cycle of this criminal justice system. So if you'll see that the tribal customary laws, if you'll see broadly, see these many of them are unwritten laws. And also these are being followed. So we have the fifth schedule and sixth schedule according to the constitution, and they are giving certain rights to the customary panchayats in those areas, particularly in central India, fifth schedule and sixth schedule northeastern states. Now, this also gives a very good kind of a framework which we have to learn, and that has to be incorporated in our justice system, that there is no delay in the tribal customary justice, which is the major impediment in our justice. And number two is that the victims of crime, they are having rights and their rights are being respected through different and broadly feast and fine. These are the two kind of punishment, and besides other which are awarded by unwritten customary courts. So when we are comparing and thinking to bring synergy between these two justice systems, each one of the systems is having some strength and some weaknesses. Now, strength in terms of strength, the tribal justice system, for example, is having minimum procedure and it's cost effective to ensure timely justice. Number one. Like if we'll see our regular justice system, it is quite expensive and quite cumbersome in terms of rules, regulations, and even the laws. If we are the educated person, it is very difficult to understand advocate. So in that way, the procedurally, the tribal justice system is more user friendly, you can say, and also having very less and complicated processes. These customary panchayats, particularly in the village level, they are headed by the tribal chief and assisted by the village elders, those who are having respect in the community. And in presence of these, they are giving the justice. So this is another strength that now in our system feels in the cases are hostile, and if there is no fair investigation, then the acquittal rate is very high, and the whole trial, fair trial, we all have these concepts in our justice system, but there are several challenges and issues concerning. And then their judgment, like our judgments are written judgments. Many times now, slowly it is coming that the judgment should come either in the national level, but there the oral pronouncement. So pronouncement are not any kind of written kind of judgments and all. These are the oral. Then the differential punishment, that perhaps is a challenge. That for the like in our law, written laws, adversarial system of justice, which we follow in our country, is based on, you see, the due process. And the laws are written. But in the tribal justice system, there is a differential punishment, and sometimes because that could be one of the gray areas. And also the gender perspective. We have to see the system from the gender lens. Although in general the tribal system and the tribal community, the women are quite empowered. But in terms of there are some challenges like witchcraft and some kind of this religion and cultural kind of taboos, which we have to see that the women, as you know, we all are aware that according to international human rights law and human rights framework in the country, we have protection for everybody, and particularly the Constitution of India provides special provisions for the scheduled caste. We have the National Commission for Scheduled Caste, which has the constitutional mandate. We have the National Human Rights Commission at the national level, state commissions at the state level, and other commissions, women commissions and child rights commissions, all those which are also addressing problems relating to the Adivasi or the tribal population. So the tribal justice system is
May I request
quite
you, sir,
involved.
to go to the
Yes.
concluding remarks? It's going on so interestingly, but
I was, Professor, I was given 15 minutes time.
Okay,
I
okay.
don't know if you want me to conclude, I will conclude. I have no problem.
No,
But
no,
I
no,
was
you can
told by
continue.
the organizers to speak on 15 minutes. So if you are asking me, I will wind up in 2 sentences. That's all.
No, no, no,
No
no, no.
problem.
You carry on. You carry on. It's going on interestingly. You carry on.
Yeah. Thank you. Because you see, I cleared with this thing about I'm very particular for timings.
Yes,
So
yes, you have.
I asked the Professor Jadhav that what is the time allotted for me. He said that
Dr.
60
Tiwari,
minutes.
Dr.
Just
Tiwari,
to remind you.
please continue. We are live on YouTube. Please continue.
Okay, thank you. So this the strength of the tribal justice system and our regular justice system both have its merits, and particularly, you know, the ADR system, which has been recognized in our law, that how we can also minimize the pendency of the cases and alternate dispute resolution, how we can have, because you see, you know, around, if we calculate the accused, their families, victims, witnesses, and overall, it is around more than 20% of the population, those who are in this process somewhere, in some way or other way, directly or indirectly, and which is hampering their economic, social, and cultural, as well as the political and civil and political rights. So in that way, now ADR, which has been introduced mostly in the civil dispute method, and also like lok adalats, village panchayat court. So these are gram nyalaya, which are called. The Constitution is giving the mandate for that, and gram nyalaya as an act of 2008 has been enacted to take up the minor kind of issues. Particularly, I would like to inform the audience that the civil disputes in our country are so delayed. Several times, the matter is filed by one generation, and the decision would be heard by the next generation. So because of this delay, this ADR system through Lok Adalats, because the Legal Services Authorities Act 1987 has the provision for the Lok Adalat, and because paucity of time, I am not going in detail. But this, what I would like to tell, that we have to see that how the discrimination against the tribal people, because that is Jan Jungle Jami, that is their right. See, they are the original inhabitant, but since British time period, they have been branded like there is a of Habitual Offenders Act, some state, including in Maharashtra. Although the National Human Rights Commission has set up a committee under Mahasulta Devi ji, that has also recommended that these laws should be scrapped, because, but still that this is on the legal statute, and many times several tribal people, they may be innocent also, majority of them, they are being rounded up by the police and they are being processed through criminal justice system. So we have to see that how we can take the good practices from the tribal justice system where victims are giving the compensation, where adequate care is being taken for the victims, and also where there is no much procedure, and the justice delivery is given on the faster mode, fast track. So therefore, we can bring some kind of synergy to ADR, Lok Adalat, Gram Nyayalaya, and through other initiative by the criminal justice system. I cannot elaborate much on that because I will look some other opportunity. But I would like to conclude my discourse saying this, that there is a need to bring the synergy, and also like we have the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment, where Panchayati Raj institutions have been given constitutional status. They have other powers. So if these kind of mechanisms like Panchayat court and also Lok Adalats, if these are being extended and these are being you see properly utilized, the Gram Nyayalayas and the academicians and scholars and students, those who are attending this conference, I would urge to them that please do conduct the empirical studies to see the efficacy of these mechanisms, and also also undertake the comparative study so that we can draw the best practices from both the systems, and we can see how we can bring the synergy, and also we can indicate what are the challenges, and finally we can come out with a robust kind of the way forward, whether through legal reforms or amendment in any law or any rules or procedures, or otherwise we can also see that how we can bring you see you see these focal areas in our academics. That's all. Thank you very much. Now I will end up. Thank you, Chair, for giving me this opportunity, and thanks to the organizers for giving me this opportunity, as well as all the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your insightful presentation. Now, I would like to request, is there Professor Adha Bharati Saxena on the screen? Our today's another speaker, Arjuman Ara, is an assistant professor of ELT in the English and Foreign Languages University of Shillong campus. She is a versatile genius. Her writings have been published from India and abroad on literature, film, culture, studies, as well as I'm so happy to know that one of her translation books are available in Bangladesh. Now, ma'am, I would like to invite you to say something on the topic. Yes. The floor is up to yours. You have time, 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible enough.
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Am I audible enough?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, my thanks to Professor Jadhav, my friend Professor T.K. Ram, and also Kaash Foundation that you have given me an opportunity to be with all the dignitaries here. It is really indeed a pleasing experience for me to listen to such wonderful people. My topic is regarding how indigeneity is shown in a sort of folk epic, which is of the Khasi people, who are the local tribal people here in Meghalaya. So this narrative is called the Golden Vine, and it is a very important narrative of the Khasi people here, with their indigeneity and their ethnicity. So Desmond Karboplang, he is one of the very famous folklorists here in this region, and he is also internationally famous. He has documented and translated and collected all these narratives from all around the state of Meghalaya and published it in the book called The Khasi Folk Songs and Tales, which is published in 2006 by the reputed organization Sahitya Academy. And it is also translated into Hindi by A.R. Tripathi. Now, The golden vine has the element of what I can say the epic of growth. And there are a lot of scattered narratives which are weaved around one single hero or the chief character, Hanitrip, who is also a man as well as who also represents the clan. So you cannot really say that it is a single number or a plural number strictly. Here there are different legends and myths which are centered around this single hero, quote and unquote, in a loose synthesis showing a centripetal motion of narrativity. Now, the features which are shown in this narrative, which constitute the indigeneity and the ethnic identity of the Khasis, I'd focus on that. The first such feature is the orality. One of the famous poets of this region, Kintam Singh Nongkintri, said that we are storytelling people. So the Khasi identity has the basic claim on storytelling as a marker of their identity. So the narrative of the Golden Vine is also an example of the rich culture of the Khasis. Ariane mentions, I start with the quote, the Khasis had the habit of recording events or conveying ideas by allegorically weaving around them. And these were associated with hills, mountains, rivers, waterfalls, flowers, and they come down to posterity in the form of legends and folklores. But these legends and folklores were invariably open to discussions to suit different circumstances, motivations, and the narrator's fancy over the years. As a central feature in a remarkable manner through the conversational tone by employing sort of exploratory style of the narration of narrative stage. The narrative is performed by a priest called Lingo and Donbok, another fellow, who assists the Lingo. Occasionally, Donbok takes over from Lingo and the narration continues. The story starts with the request to tell the story of the 16 hearts which originally constituted the Khasi community. So I quote from the text, I was asking how, yes, Lingo, 16 hearts, please tell us about it. Yes, about the 9 of 7, let them speak. Quiet, you others. So the audience listen and participate in the narration through queries, comments, exclamations, and so on. The reaction of the audience, such as exclamation, question, pauses with silence, etc., they are also well recorded in this book. The speaker sound is not missed by the collector, and it is a sort of unique style that actually visualizes the oral performance in front of us when we read text. Generally, it is unique in the Khasi cultural and belief system, which is represented through an event in the Golden Vine. It is said that after the end of Shatya Yug, or the era of truth, when man and animal are supposed to divide the property on earth among them, the word in everything, the word asks them to come to a council after 7 days. Animals go after 7 days, but go after 9 days. Animals who go in advance, they have the maximum share of physical strength when approach. But man goes after 9 days, there is very little strength left. So the word blessed man is saying, I quote, I shall the power of wisdom, and you, and only you, will keep the word, the power of speech. So the skill, wisdom, and power of speech or word makes human existence unique in the Khasi belief system and also places human being in the animal. The next feature is getting genesis. Unlike many epics, the Golden Vine is not strictly about the tale of a single hero I have mentioned before. The story rather is the tale of the whole community. The theme starts with the divine origin of the Khasis, and according to the Khasi, the Khasis were born and they were divided into 16 groups or hearts before coming down to the earth. Out of those 16 hearts, 7 were sent to the earth, who were collectively known as Hanitrip or Hanitrip. Thus, Hanitrip signifies a connection between the metaphysical world above and the physical world below. Word is considered to be divine. And then in the beginning, the priest, the Lingdo, when he narrates, he says about the origin that, I quote, at that time, there, the word God, created Karameu, and from it, the sun, mother sun, the moon, nature, air, water, fire. Fire, yes. A marriage took place with Urenku among the waters of gold and silver, and the marriage was consummated, and 2 children were born, soil and stone. Ramo as an earth is soil, and Rankyu is dry land. Ramo gave birth to other elements of nature like grass, bamboo, herbs, and so on. At first, the world lived with the 16 chosen children in the sky. However, following a request of Karamo, the world calls the first council and sends 7 hearts to go down, I quote from the text, and inhabit the skin of earth and rule and govern, and to use the golden ladder to visit their kin in the sky. So the 7 hearts came down the ladder and descended upon Lum Shopatnang. This place, Shopatnang, still is adjacent to Shillong, and people can still visit there, which is known to be the navel of the earth to the people in Shillong. In the Khasi belief and culture, U Hanitrep also connotes the chief of the 7 hearts. So he is also called the chief of every creation, who represents mankind as a single entity. U Hanitrep can be considered the epic hero as he represents the clan and the mankind. Here we can note that, I quote from Professor Esther Sem, that Khasi religion is clan-based, Kaniam Kur, and the clan elder is the mediator between his clan and God. So Hanitrep also can be seen as a mediator between the clan and the God. U Hanitrep, as a representation of the divine, is an example of nobility and humility, and he decides to distribute all the wealth of the earth to all the 30 kinds of beasts and animals for their well-being who were there in the beginning. Now, U Hanitrep also undertakes the noble service of saving the world from a giant and ever-growing tree called Dengi, which was trying to cover the whole world with its growth. So Dengi also covers the sun with its spread and threatens human habitat on earth. U Hanitrep, along with others in the community, fells the tree with the help of a bird. The bird, Fred, which is like a sparrow, gave suggestions and helped U Hanitrep to save the earth and its inhabitants. This noble deed of being the guardian and caretaker of the community on the earth also forms the core narrative of this oral epic. The other stories are also there about how the sun was hiding in a cave and how the cock took the responsibility to bring back the sun from her hiding, and how the golden ladder connecting the heaven and the earth was cut, severing the connection. Now, interestingly, in this narrative, we also see there's a sort of innerward relationship between man, animal, and nature. So in the Golden Vine, non-human characters are personified and humanized very often. Here, thunder and earthquake are brothers. The sun is female, while the less bright moon is male, and they are siblings. And this very well reminds us one of the stories of the Greek pantheon, about the story of the Apollo and Diana being siblings. Animals and other objects of nature are often seen taking part in human actions. And here the cock helps in bringing back the sun, and also helps the inhabitants of the earth from suffering due to darkness. And similarly, there's a monkey who also helps in burning the corpse of Karemu with the fire that it carries secretly from Ubishkaram. Now, this incident is sort of, you can say, it reminds one way the Greek myths, the other way also our Hindu traditional belief, where Bishkaram or Vishwakarma as a god is seen to be one of the important gods. So the bird, Fred, he helps Hanitrep with her wise suggestions. So in this way, man and animal, they have a sort of interdependent relationship. Now, creatures like snake and crow are seen as evil spirits in Khasi society. I think it is also prevalent in many other societies. Now, this finds a sort of justification in the narrative. The serpent, I quote from the text, is a great representative of the 30 beasts and animals. But during the distribution of the wealth by Hanitrep, I quote again, the serpent who had been bearing in him the seed of animosity for man replied, "My food will be of humankind, my earning will be of wealth." And his word lived. The tiger similarly also works upon his animosity towards human being by healing the giant tree when people are trying to fell it. whenever people try to fell the tree, they cut part of it. The tiger used to lick it, and
Would you please go to
the cut part used to be killed. Yeah, I'm going towards that. So this text also shows that man is given more power than the animals through the skills and wisdom that justifies man's supremacy over animals. However, the divinity man and animals are bound to each other in a sort of interdependent relationship, and their language is mutually understood by each other. There is also a sort of analogous representation of the traditional beliefs in the depiction of the snake and crow. And then there are also incidents about animals which show how things have happened. For example, the bull was slapped by God by the deity for failing his duty for not informing things properly to man. Therefore, the bull has less teeth. So I read from the text that the command heard this and slapped the bull so hard, slight, that some of his teeth fell off. The lingdo and the Sauple imitating the slap and gaping widely to show only gums. Both men are over 80 years. That is how Karmaplang tries to represent the oral narrative. Now we can say that there's a lot of fluidity in this narrative and it differs from version to version. It also displays the belief, myths, and customs and the shared knowledge of the community about the world in and around the Khasi tribal life. Ecological factors, natural and supernatural events, myths and modernity, all are weaved into this oral narrative. This oral, we can say that this is an oral epic also. The epic thus displays the creative imagination of the Khasi mind and also displays the indigenous belief system and their worldview. I would like to end here. Thank you so much for giving me the time and the opportunity. I hope if there's any question or anything, maybe it can be communicated to me through email. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you immensely. As if I was there in the imagination, in reality. Now, I'd like to request Dr. Abokash Jadhav and say something about him. Dr. Abokash Jadhav is a well-known international scholar. Dr. Jadhav is the head and associate professor of Department of History at St. Xavier's College, as the founder trustee of Kaash Foundation and director of Center for Academic and Professional Development. He has been playing a pivotal role in preserving heritage, environment, human rights, social works. He was also awarded with the Rex Fellowship Karmabir Chakra by International Federation of NGOs. May I request you, sir, to present your paper? The floor is up to yours.
Thank you, Dr. Pratibha, Honorable Chair. Am I clearly audible and visible?
Yes, you are audible and visible.
Thank you very much. The title of my paper is Twisting Kaleidoscope of Indigenous Communities, Challenges, Sustainability. Now, the minute I say kaleidoscope, we all know about kaleidoscope. The minute we twist it, we get to see different shades, different colors, different geometrical figures as such. But the minute we try to twist this kaleidoscope, when we have indigenous people here, what do we see is displacement. We see trauma. We see poverty. We see the entire pain and agony of them getting uprooted, for that matter. In fact, I had a very elaborate paper, but then since we have a very tight time constraint, and I don't want to delay the technical session after this, so I would try to be as short as possible. The entire diversity of indigenous people, if you go to see, is basically their identity. This is what, in fact, they feel is their soul all about. Their very existence, their very essence is due to this intact nature and their commitment and dedication towards retaining their traditional knowledge, retaining their entire lifestyle, retaining their ethos, norms, their cultural practices. In fact, I have been working with some of the indigenous communities, and this is one of my area of passion where I like to go interact with them. We have a principal from Bench Valley College, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, from Parasia district. I happened to visit their college some time back, and the minute I got to know Patalkot is near, I went down to meet the Bharia tribe. And the Bharia tribe, in fact, is a tribe known to exist, in fact, on record for more than 500 years. And the way he rightly said, they still are quite far away from the shades of development. While interacting with them, I got to know that these Bharia tribe members, in fact, have a lot of traditional knowledge with them, and especially in terms of medicines. And then they went on to show me various herbal plants, various medicinal plants. The way they were explained to me, in fact, and the way they were connecting it to our contemporary diseases and issues was quite startling. मैं उनके साथ में सीधा जमीन पर बैठ के जब बातें करने लगा तो उनको भी थोड़ा सा अजीब लगा, उनको लगा कि आपको ये सब क्यों जानना है। तो मैंने उनको ये पूछा कि आपको कैसे पता है सारी चीजों के बारे में। तो उन्होंने कहा देखिए हमारे रोजमर्रा की चीजें, these are part of our daily routine life. And when I asked them, is it in document available? Is it penned down anywhere? They said no, but this is part of our culture, which we pass on to our next generation as such. The point of reference here is that these are people who, in fact, have been the backbone of our existence, our identity, and in fact, to a great extent, they have managed to create harmony in our society as such. I have statistics with me that from 1947 to 2000, 60 million people in India were displaced due to various reasons, due to the construction of dams, highways, super highways, for that matter, or creating corridors, sanctuaries, as such. And out of 60 million people, 25 million people were the indigenous people. The marginalized, I would say the sub-marginalized, who do not really have much of a voice as. And these reasons, in fact, were given as reasons for development. So what are the major challenges, basically, when we look at what are the factors that promote their displacement or the entire issue of the sustainability? First and foremost is the governmental policies. The entire policy of inclusion is on various occasions on the paper. To give you a small example, in my vicinity, a few years back, suddenly I saw a group of people. They started, their small shanties on the corners of the road. And I heard them speak Marathi, but then the dialect was quite different. It was not the regular Marathi which we speak. I went up to them and I said, Marathi bolta hai kutun alag. So they started telling me they have moved from the border region and they were the Fase Pardhis, the Pardhis. Third day, a policeman comes up and starts thrashing them, beating them. And then they started picking up all the men and started dumping them in the van. I went and I said, what happened suddenly? You just, in a very arbitrary, random way. And I was given the statement, Sahib, tumhala mahiti nahi hai. You don't know. These are Pardhis. They are criminal tribes. And I was speechless. I said, how do you know they are criminals? But when I started checking, I found 1870 Indian Evidence Act still mentions many of these tribes as the criminal tribes in India. And the stigma is attached to them. Fase Pardhi is one such tribe. Now, these are not destitutes. They are not homeless. These are nomads. These are people who are, in fact, in the moving part. They move from one segment to other. So when we look at the entire challenge, the government policies, in fact, many times, which is still far away from understanding the social impact analysis of the projects they launch at the cost of the indigenous people. As when I was reading about the entire Narmada Bachao Andolan, or the entire issue of the dam construction as such, the data which in fact came out was because of course, I am not advocating this, the project should not be there, development project should be there, but there should be some social impact analysis. There should be some vector analysis for that matter. What data I got was 55,000 families were displaced when you construct a dam. Of course, dam is for larger interest, but you should also have a policy of rehabilitation. You need to treat them with dignity. You need to treat them with honor, because as you know, it is always the marginalized who are asked to sacrifice. And that is the irony here. Okay, another area of challenge is non-inclusion or open hearing. Okay, before you launch a project or before you inaugurate some of these, policies of development as such, there is a complete absence of the audit of collateral damage. There is even absence of an audit or a complete census of their existence. How many of them survive? What exactly is that they are facing the issues and challenges? We don't talk about that. Moreover, the other problem is we do not have a strong representation from their end. For example, if you look at the issues of Nandigram or Singur for that matter, these entire aspects are highlighted quite well. Another area, very quickly, is the application of the old yardstick which we have of what we look at progress and development for that matter. Few years back, I went to Andaman Nicobar, and there is a lab in at Port Blair, which is basically studying the genetic order of the Homo sapiens. And then we were told that we have a centennial tribe here, and the government has come down quite strictly that the tourists would not interact with them. We have allowed them to retain their identity. They don't like to come back in the mainstream, for that matter. They are quite happy with the way they are, as such. What do we lose when we don't take them into consideration or we don't safeguard them? We lose, in fact, the culture, the intangible heritage, which will not be revived again for that matter. Since most of them are the primary stakeholders of the forest, and as we know that they pass on this entire responsibility from generation to the next generation, we might lose out the forest cover. They indirectly watch our forest. And in their absence, when we displace them from the forest, of course, the forest is an open arena for anyone to engage in deforestation. We also may lose, or are losing rather, our natural assets in the forms of flora and fauna, because these are again the ones who were protecting the flora and fauna all these years. We also may lose the entire oral history and the traditional knowledge which they have with them and which we have not been able to tap. And the minute we try to bring them into mainstream, they will not be able to remember as such. Moreover, we are also going to lose out, or we are going to push them to lose their livelihood as such of these communities who use bare minimum, okay, for their survival, for the resources. There is a complete absence of greed as such. Sometime back, I was at Chandrapur, which is supposed to be an Naxalite belt, Gadchuri and Chandrapur. And the minute I was interacting with the members of the panchayat there, and they said, "Chala गाँव गाँव चलो खाना अपन बेटा गाँव करना बेटा come and visit the farm." गाँव के लोगों से भी आप आके बात कीजिए मिलिए तो मैं गया तो one of the guy very senior person asked me कुठून आला रे बाबा from where did you come? So I said I have come from Mumbai. Very senior person, and he looked at me. He said, "अच्छा तुम्ही आकला थे. You are the one." I said, "What happened?" He said, "तुम्ही लोग वीज चोरता. You guys steal our electricity." And when I try to track it, I got to know that the entire generation of electricity happens there. And he said, we have load shedding of 18 hours sometimes, and whereas you get complete electricity for the city as such. Now, the approach which they have towards us is, of course, also very different. The impact it will have, in short, and my conclusion, impact which will have in the longer run, if at all we don't safeguard their rights, of course, it will lead to the issues of contention, issues of conflict. It might lead to a bipolar society. It may lead to some kind of a civil war also, if at all we don't allow them to survive and sustain what they have, the meager source as such. We might also have the loss of our ecology, the environment as such, if at all we don't safeguard their rights. Permanent elimination of the rich intangible heritage, and moreover, irreparable loss of our diverse notations. Finally, I feel the social disharmony, which will in fact come up quite strongly. My presentation, in fact, ends with a question: profit versus sustainability, or profit versus survival of the indigenous community. We need to take the sides. We need to speak for them. And we need to tell them that you're not alone in this entire struggle. We are there with you and will support and will give you solidarity, but an external solidarity will not interfere in the way you have been living all these years. So we need to respect them, we need to honor them, and we need to treat them with the dignity which they deserve, for that matter. Thank you very much. I rest my paper here. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you once again for your wonderful presentation. It's true, we need to preserve, we need to respect. Just I'd like to conclude with you that we should have government policies to uphold the dialect culture of indigenous people, and we will never from today we will not lose any traditional knowledge, and we losing of traditional knowledge and losing of the culture, tangible and intangible properties is losing of our identity. So it was really an excellent, insightful theme presentation. I'd like to hear more from you. And Ma'am Anjumanara Ma'am, she really took me some time for the time being to the literary part of the society as depicted in the narration on Greek myths and Vishwakarma. We really, in Bangladesh, we adore this god because adoring this god means welcoming properties at home. So there's the divinity meets between man and nature, and of course there's lots of examples of physics, metaphysics, and it was really interesting. Lots of things to learn from you. And Dr. Aravind Tiwari, it was insightful session. I'm sorry that I had to interrupt you because you are the first presenters, and it was based on comparative system between judgments of our tribal groups and ours, and we have lots to know. And after COVID-19, do we have any plan for the indigenous people and to regenerate the minds of the youths of that society to stop crimes and to counsel them and to invest more money to them? Just the end of my remarks. And try to save environment, try to save their culture, language. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for chairing the plenary session, Dr. Pratibha. And now we come to the end of the plenary session. Now we move into the technical session 1. It will be chaired by Dr. Prashant VG from the Department of English, R. Shankar Memorial, SNDP Yogam College, Kerala. And our moderator will be Dr. Anamika Purohit, team member Kaash Foundation, and the editor of IJEED. Over to you, Dr. Anamika.
A very good afternoon. I welcome you all to the first technical session of the 14th International Conference on Indigenous Peoples, Challenges of Validation and Inclusion. Before I introduce our Honorable Chairperson, just a few reminders for our paper presenters. Since we have a lot of papers to be presented in this particular session, I request you to keep the presentation restricted to 4 minutes, along with 1 minute of conclusion. So at the end of the 4th minute, I will give a warning so that you can conclude your presentation in the 5th minute, after which the chairperson is free to give his views or concluding remarks, or if he prefers, he may give the concluding remarks at the end of all the presentations. May I introduce our chairperson for the technical session, Dr. Prashant VG from the Department of English, R. Shankar Memorial, SNDP Yogam College, Kerala. I invite you, sir, for making your opening remarks. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anamika Purohit. I think I was a keen observer and listener to this program right from morning, and I think I would just take off from where Dr. Kaash has left off. As a person living in the coastal area of Kerala, I've been closely associated with the indigenous community in Wayanad. In fact, I have a few friends there, and perhaps for information, one of the first graduates from this community happened to be my intimate friend. So I happened to visit in his place. They still live a life which is in very close proximity with nature. Though government is spending crores of rupees, I don't know how much it has been reached to the actual needy people. And talking as being an academician, I would also like to tell you, inform all the presenters that still, until my time of study, that is in 80s and 90s, we were quite canonical. We never allowed any other voice other than the so-called stereotyped or maybe the privileged class. So there is a time when we have to shift the focus to the voices of the marginalized. Kaash was actually narrating some of the personal incidents. Even I felt similar to that, because their voices had never been actually brought into the academic discourse. So this is the right kind of a step that our foundation, is actually, Kaash Foundation is actually moving with. And we are very happy as the members of St. Joseph's College, Devagiri, to associate with you on this wonderful 2-day international seminar. So without wasting much of time, let me just go to the presenters. I think I have 10 presentations with me, and I'll make the comment after each presentation. Maybe I'll just take 30 seconds to make a comment, and conclusion will be done at the end of all the 10 sessions. And once again, I welcome all the participants and presenters especially, and I wish them all the best. Thank you.
Sir, I'm sorry to interrupt. May I request all the participants to keep their cameras switched off until it's time for them to present? Thank you. Honorable Chairperson, sir, you may begin with the...
Yeah, sure. Shall we begin the session? Anamika?
Yes, please, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes,
So I invite Vidya Vishwanathan to make the first presentation. Vidya, you can unmute yourself and yeah. Right. You can start, Vidya.
Yes, sir, am I visible?
Yeah,
audible?
yeah, sure. You are visible and audible.
How about the slides, sir?
Yeah, it's visible. We can make it full screen.
Okay. Yes. Respected Chairperson, Dr. V.G. Prashant, Head and Associate Professor of English at SNDP College, Kerala. Moderator, Dr. Anamika Purohit, Foundations. Participants and guests present here. Good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, let me express my gratitude to the organizers of this 14th International Conference on Indigenous Peoples, Challenges of Validation and Inclusion, for having given me this opportunity to be a part of this wonderful intellectual feast. Thank you. My paper. The paper is titled as Delineation of the Untouchable Women in Narendra Jadav's text, A Memoir. In this work, the author, as I have mentioned, is Narendra Damodar Jadav, who is an Indian economist, journalist, public policy expert, professor, writer in English, Marathi, and Hindi. He is an expert on Sahib Ambedkar and his teachings, as well as a member of the Rajya Sabha. And moreover, he is also the winner of 67 national and international awards. He has got 4 honorary D.Litt degrees, over 300 research papers. I have chosen this work for the study, that is a memoir, which was first published in 1993 in Marathi language as Amcha Bap and Ami, which can be translated as Our Father and Us. Translated later on into many European languages and has turned out to be one of the bestsellers among the Dalit writers. This book is unique because it does not just tell a story, it is a family narrative. It does not just tell us about the defeat and sufferings faced by the untouchables, the so-called untouchables or the Dalits. It narrates an experience of survival and dignity. It illustrates the success story of a Dalit family belonging to the Mahar community without overlooking the miseries faced by them. The entire text is divided into 4 parts. Up against bondage. Second part, to freedom. Third one, struggles. And the last one is making of the second generation. So here in the first section, up against bondage, we have the central character Damu, who is actually Jadav's father. It is an autobiographical or a narrative kind of a work. So we have this writer's how he protests against all inhuman activities or all inhuman practices that are being forced on Dalits. In the second, he moves away, that is towards freedom. He moves away from his village to a city for to be away from the kind of caste discrimination that he is subject to in the village. And then as the story moves, as the narrative proceeds, we find that he following the words of Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar, who has touched the lives of millions of Dalits, one among them being the writer's father, that is Damu. He was inspired by the wordings, especially there are 3 words that echoes throughout this memoir, that is educate, and agitate. So they realize the importance of education, realize the need to stay together and to fight for a common cause. And realizing this, the second generation, that is the children of Damu and his wife Sonu, are educated and they become successful in life. So from being an untouchable, belonging to the so-called Mahar community of the untouchables, there is a reawakening and empowerment that this family experiences. And as desired, they get what is called as dignity of life to experience in society. So this work portrays the reality and authentic experience of the untouchables from a Dalit perspective. As I've said, we have
Professor Vidya, you have 1 minute to conclude. Make your concluding remarks.
Yes. So, yeah. Okay. Thank you. So I was referring to women characters in this matter. So we find that they are far removed from the mainstream society. They are sidelined because of their caste as well as because of their gender. But they do not understand that they are being suppressed or they are being victimized. They are innocent people who are silent victims of social injustice. But we have this character Sonu, who through the wordings of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, with the help of her husband and the support she gets from very few people, she overcomes all her prejudices and breaks the caste bondages and becomes a successful woman in gaining dignity in life and passing on this dignity to her children as well. So more than a personal account, this family narrative depicts the Dalit consciousness and examines the issues faced by them in society. With that, I conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vidya. I think I'll make the comments at the end because that in that way, I think we can save time. We are actually on schedule, so I don't want to delay further. So without much ado, let me invite the next speaker. Thank you, Vidya, for a wonderful presentation. And now I invite Nija R., Assistant Professor of English in Government College, Kasaragod, to come up with a presentation.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Make your presentation.
Warm good afternoon to one and all. Respected Chairperson Dr. Prashant sir, Department of English, SNDP Yogam College, Kerala, and the moderator Dr. Anamika Purohit, and all the presenters who are ready to present. And I heartily thank the Kaash Foundation, who had selected me for a presentation in the 14th International Conference on Indigenous People. So without wasting my time, I enter into the presentation. My paper is Environment and Indigenous People, a post-colonial eco-critical study of the novels Potiki and Kochereti. So the 2 novels which I selected presents how the indigenous people got affected by the capitalism, globalization, etc., and how these people got dispossessed from their land, and how they try to overcome all these hurdles which thrust upon them, and how they overcome all these hurdles, and how they were able to survive in their home land. So the first novel which I selected is Portuguese by Patricia Grace. She is a New Zealand writer. She presents to us the life of the Maori community in which she was born, a part of Maori community in New Zealand. So she has a personal knowledge of what all happened to her community as a result of this kind of globalization, capitalism, etc. And then a second novel which I selected is Kocharethi by Narayan, which is the first tribal novel in Malayalam literature. In this novel too, we could see how these developments in the name of progress and development, how it affected the people of Malayariar community in Kerala. So both these novels try to present how the culture, the knowledge they have, all these got dispossessed as a result of the capitalism, colonial destruction, colonial development, etc. And we could see in both novels how these people try to overcome this destruction. We could see in the novel Portuguese how the Maori people, the capitalists, they tried to set fire on these people's land. They deliberately they created flood to dispossess these people from their native land. All these things they have done in order to construct a resort in their area, in their native land. So these people try to avoid all these things by protesting or by preventing their hereditary, their traditional culture. But in the novel, unlike in the novel Portuguese, we could see in Kochereti, there's a transformation, a cultural transformation we could see in Kochereti, where the characters, especially Parvati, she towards the end, we could see she getting changed to the modern developments. But the main protagonist of the novel, Kunnipilla, and his wife and her husband, Kochiraman, they actually returned to their homeland. They couldn't even stay at the city where all kinds of facilities are provided to them. But they could not stand there as they are a part of the land in which they are born and brought up. So again, in Portuguese, we could see this kind of return to their homeland, where Roy Mata, the character, one of the narrator of the novel, she had to spend a lot of time outside the Maori land for some kind of education, but she was yearning to return back to her homeland. All these things we could see.
1 minute to go. Professor Nija, 1 minute to go.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll conclude the whole thing. So both the novels, Portuguese and the Kochereti, we could see how the people got dispossessed as a result of colonialism, globalization, etc., and how these indigenous people try to overcome all these things, all these things which are done over to them in the name of progress and development. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Nija. That was an excellent presentation on two novels, Potiki and Kochereti. In fact, I first read Kochereti some time back. And it was really definitely interesting. I mean, a novel which brings in the marginalized voices. So thank you that you have chosen this particular novel. Thank you very much. So next I invite Chinmay Nanda, Assistant Professor from KIIT Deemed University, Odisha, to make the presentation. Chinmay, you are welcome.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. Sir, my voice is audible, right?
Yeah, your voice is audible. You can continue.
I will not be able to present my PPT because my laptop is not working, but I can just summarize.
Yeah, doesn't matter. You just narrate in 5 minutes.
Okay, sir, no problem. Because I'm using through my phone, so that's why I just thought of it.
It's okay. You're perfectly audible. You can continue.
Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. My paper is on patriarchal matriarchy and the Naga woman in Eastern Karays, a terrible matriarchy. So I've just picked up one novel and I will be discussing the hegemonic structure and operation and how it has particularly affected the Naga women's lives. Objective: exploring the various layers of hegemonic elements in today's terrible matriarchy. Basically the key role played by a matriarch grandmother, as well as economic dependence, which turns out to be another factor in actually gracing the suppression of the Naga women. Other socio-political context of Nagaland also supported this very agenda. The idea of matriarchy upholding the crucial agenda of patriarchy, and this is the eldest lady in the household who is a kind of instrumentalist in furthering the hegemonic structure or a systematic oppression. Now, the grandmother's preference of male heir makes this agenda loud and clear. The choice of the girl's name is also quite suggestive. So there is a little girl, the granddaughter, and the grandmother herself, she has chosen the name Dailiano, which is quite suggestive of the meaning referring to subjugation and bondage. In her word, I have taken it from the text itself. I really do not approve of girls getting educated. It only makes them get fancy notions about themselves and they forget their place in the family. So this very utterance is indicative of, she does not support women's education, the girls' education. On the other hand, she was more fond of boys in the family. Now, what are the backdrop in this particular cycle? Along with Dailiano, there are other women characters too who have undergone suffering due to the patriarchal structure of Angami society of Naga, and like Nyuko, Nisano, Bano. These are the other women characters alongside Dailiano who had to undergone suppression only because they belong to the second sex. The number of women's submissive position on the patriarchy is no less than a testimony of Naga patriarchal social fabric. Only male offspring can inherit the property, due to which women's suffering is multiplied. Like Nyuko, though unmarried, yet she is left with no property of her own. She has to survive on the mercy of her brother, Sizo. One more character, Bano serves the purpose of her old age company, Vivano's old age company, yet she is not allowed to inherit the house after Vivano's death, though Vivano desires for her stay. And it was Vivano's son who captures the house, and even the matriarch's last wish find no place in this entire discourse. So in the scheme of patriarchy, the agent too is not valued as she is a woman. Now, other socio-political and economic conditions also I have tried to incorporate. So very briefly, let me mention, the post-Japanese Naga war situation is no different for the women lot. So it basically added to the fuel. And during the 1940s, the Naga people had to undergo suffering due to the foreign armed forces. Along with that, in 1970s and 80s, they had to encounter the Indian armed forces and some other native military oppression too. So this added to their wound, we can say, to a little more extent. So basically,
Okay, number 1 minute to go.
Okay, ma'am, I'll stick to that. So basically, the Naga women had to endure the penury of being female as well as the Indo-Naga conflict. At the end of it, there is a ray of hope for a change, what Kire has not forgotten to mention. So despite the gloomy ambience pertaining to gender concern, there's a hope to indicating a much needed social change. And it is not that the matriarch, she had been trying to support and she could actually uphold the idea, rather she became a victim of the whole structure. So this patriarchal matriarch was ultimately victimized, and it was already too late when she was guilt stricken. And Dailiano has shown the courage not to accept injustice, whereas Vivano ends up repenting in the deathbed. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Chinmay. That was a new presentation for all of us, because we are not familiar with this particular author or the text. So thank you for bringing out this particular very distant voice from Nagaland, because an area which has not been widely popular, or maybe we have very little information. Especially I'm from the southern tip of India, so we have very little information on what is actually happening there, especially the marginalized. So thank you for selecting this particular writer. Thank you.
Thank you.
So next I invite Alira Haider Raza. Is assistant professor, CDC department, Parul University, Vadodara, Gujarat. Yeah, you just texted that there is a error in your spelling. Yeah, which will definitely rectify. Yeah, you can just submit that as a email to the authorities. So welcome. Start your presentation. You're not audible. Please unmute. Button on the last row, left, where it is unmute. You would find a button unmute with a picture of microphone.
Ma'am, could you try disconnecting your headphones and directly speaking into your device?
Still not audible. Dr. Anamika, can we go to the next speaker and maybe come back if she has rectified the error?
Yes, sir. I think we could do that, keeping in mind the time limit.
So, just be there in the group and just we'll give you another chance if time permits next. So next I invite Anjan Saikia, if I remember, I'm not very sure of my pronunciation. Anyway, assistant professor, Department of English, Kamogan College, Assam. Anjan, are you here? I don't find Anjan. Anamika, I think the person is missing, right? We go to the next person.
Yes,
then.
I think we can move on to the next.
Yeah, Dr. Rachel John, assistant professor, Department of English at Joseph's College, David. Rachel. Rachel, can you hear me? Rachel. All right. So if Rachel comes, I think we can give her a chance.
Prashant, I'm very much here.
Yeah. Come on. Now we can make the presentation, Rachel.
Yes, sir. I wanted to share a slide, sir.
Yeah, sure.
I'm unable to write at the moment, sir.
Okay. Rachel, it's okay. If you cannot share, it's okay. You can just read out because we need to finish on time.
Sure. Yeah, warm wishes from all of us here at David. There is only the history of Europeans in Africa. The rest is darkness, said Alan Trevor. Alan Trevor was referring to the European sensibility towards Africa, either ignorant of the apparent reality or refused to accept that the Dark Continent had a history of its own. The literary tradition of Africa stretches back into times immemorial, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o, the Kenyan writer, is much concerned with the working of his community, Gikuyu community, and he created an awareness amongst them on their social status. Ngugi was committed to expose to the world the experiences and trauma of Gikuyu community under the colonials. And his writings focused on educating and raising the consciousness of his people. The River Between is a novel which I have taken for discussion. It's a short novel that picturizes faction on either side of the river Honia between two ridges, Kamna and Makuyu. Kamna strictly followed Gikuyu tradition and rituals. Makuyu community slowly accepted westernization. The Gikuyus fought against European colonialism. Well, the Gikuyus and the Africans, they have fought for their freedom. They have fought for their freedom that Gikuyu people gather, as the Gikuyu people and the movement gathered momentum, it developed into guerrilla warfare. The Gikuyu tribesmen who fought in the forest were true freedom fighters. But the real discussion is on clitoridectomy. It deals with the pivotal moment in the history of Kenya, the Kenyan circumcision debate. Circumcision and polygamy were highly practiced among people, and the author highlights the importance of such practices. Well, each tribal group has a distinctive unit, and so were Gikuyus. The missionaries who came to Africa had cultural superiority, and they despised Africans as savages, as their custom were also considered to be unpolished or unrefined for an educated community. The colonial administration were striking at the very roots of the European life. The whole of Kenya was swept over by the growing cultural nationalism. And it was felt that Gikuyu and colonial patriarchy tried to silence women and deprive them of their bodily pleasures. But as Brendan Nicholas rightly says, circumcision was central to the social organization. Women never looked at it as an act of suppression. Rather, it helped them to initiate the resistance movement. And here comes the central character, Muthoni. Muthoni and her family accepted Christianity, but she wanted to uphold her custom and tradition. Muthoni, the younger of the two daughters of Joshua, is a revolutionary who wanted to be both a Christian and circumcised. She says, father
Dr.
and
John,
mother...
1 minute remains.
Yes, father and mother are circumcised. Are they not Christians? Circumcision did not prevent them from being Christians. However, it is beautiful, so beautiful to be initiated into womanhood. Muthoni's determination to get circumcised was so strong, but unfortunately, she succumbs to death. Ngugi skillfully portrays the effect of deculturalization and circumstances under which women resisted the domination of colonizers. For African women were victims of exploitation, both by the colonizers and men in their own society. But let us not forget that Ngugi's women fought for their freedom in their own way and were guardians of the tribe. Muthoni was so strong in her conviction and her determination to achieve complete fulfillment was strong enough that her longing to be a woman was accomplished, though she met death. Every community has a voice. Every community has a tradition. It is every community has to uphold their tradition. To understand the present, you must know the past. To know where you are, you must know where you come from. And let us not forget that every community has a history of its own. Thank you. Thank you all
Thank
for
you.
listening to me.
Yeah. Thank you, Rachel. Rachel has left at a place where she reminded that one has to be aware of the roots. And two very important factors that is brought in were, one is how these communities were represented, and also the question of women. That also was taken up by the earlier speaker, Chinmayi. And now we are, I think, coming closer to the major issues, one of representation, another of marginalization, and the question of how women both are represented and also how they are further marginalized or doubly marginalized. And the very purpose of the seminar or international conference is getting properly addressed. Coming to the next speaker, thank you, Rachel, for a wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
And Jahira Hussain, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of English, Surendranath College, Kolkata. I invite Jahira to make the presentation. Rachel, you can close your window. Rachel, you can stop your sharing. Jahira, are you here? Yeah, I don't find her among us. Maybe if she comes, I think we can. Yeah, maybe going back to Alira, here. Aza, are you audible now? Why don't you try now? Still not audible. Try again. Yeah, some sounds coming. Try again. Yeah, we will come back to you, right? Get yourself properly connected. We'll be back with you after the next person. Jada is not here. Dr. Sudarshan Sahu. Dr. Sudarshan Sahu. No, not to be found. Dr. Divya. Dr. Divya. Yeah, Divya is here. Divya, Higher Secondary Education, Department of Education, Kerala. Divya, can you hear me? Can you just unmute and make your presentation? Divya, are you there?
Dr. Divya, can you hear us?
Right. Let me go to the next person. If Divya responds, I think we'll give her a chance after this. Dr. Ruchi Tomar.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Divya, fine. Ruchi Tomar, you are here. Yeah. Ruchi Tomar, Academician, Department of English, Lucknow. Welcome, Ruchi.
Thank you.
Make your presentation.
Okay. A very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Dr. Ruchi Tomar. I'm here to present a paper titled Unheard Voices, Unspeakable Truth, Contextualizing Northeast Literature from the Periphery. The northeastern region of India encompasses diverse tribal communities of linguistic, cultural, ethnic, social, and territorial identities. But this region often looked upon with extremism, ethnic violence, and insurgency by the west part of India. M.S. Prabhakar said, I quote here, Lack of cultural understanding coupled by superimposition of their own constructed ideas about the Northeast people result in suppression and distortion of truth or ground realities. Hardly there is any visible effort either to change the undesirable situation in the region or methods in depicting the identity of the Northeast people. These images soon been ingrained into the consciousness of the mainstream Indian citizens. I unquote here. The history of northeastern part of India is summed up of marginalization and silenced voices. Although the picture has changed a little bit in the present day with considerable number of its works being read, translated and studied, but somehow gained a little exposure than other literary studies. Northeastern people have always been subsided by others. Thus, in order to be assimilated into the Indian brethren, they have taken refuge in the literature to articulate their sensibilities and try to transcend their narrowness of ethnicity so as to find enough exposure. Through literature, Northeast people transform their marginalization into fabricating and textualizing their thoughts, reclaiming their untold experiences, appreciating their cultures, and consolidating their ethnic and cultural identities. In one way, writings of Northeast can be seen to be analogous to Bill Ashcroft text, Empire Writes Back, in a sense that they want to decolonize themselves from the mainland, which perceives their land as a place of terrorism, violence, and assume their sovereignty over them. By using their narratives, writings, oral tales, folklore, and so on to re-represent themselves, thereby challenging the mainstream discourses and subverting their dominance effectively. Therefore, the writers of Northeast through literature desire to reconstruct their fragmented cultural identity, which would further reinforce their connection with the mainland. Their literature consists of the freshness and old age-rooted traditions, shared history and cultural memory. The depiction of past finds its space perfectly in Mamak Dai's novel, The Legend of Pansam. The novel discussed the richness, diversity, rootedness of Adi culture and gave a distinct color to the narrative structure of the novel as well. Dai made a remarkable effort in eradicating the evils, stereotypical figures like backwardness, uncivilized culture of Northeast. Instead of encapsulating the troubled climate of Arunachal Pradesh, she delineated her narrative towards the unexplored and understated areas like flora and fauna, folktales, beliefs, myth, oral traditions, since generations. The narratives of Northeast include an interdisciplinary attention towards discussing the social, political, economic, cultural, historical, and ideological facet of indigenous experiences. To conclude, the representation and appropriation of voice and breakdown of silence is very difficult for Northeastern writers. I would like to end up with my presentation with Niranjan Chakma, a Tripura poet whose name of the poem is Words Will Be Uttered Boldly, which was translated by Rita Chakma. I would like to quote a few lines here. Because they are displaced from their homeland by the intruders, but someday their unspoken words will be uttered boldly. Even I would like to give one more example from a girl from Nagaland who found her best weapon to fight against the racial comment thrown upon the Northeast people by others by writing slam poetry. Slam poetry is a kind of performance poetry that combines the element of performance, writing, and audience participation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Ruji Thomas. That was a excellent presentation, and it is a time now. We are being bilingual. We can all speak our native language as well as English. I think it is our responsibility to bring in all these voices, either in the form of a volume of literature translated from local regional languages, where these writers will never be heard outside their context. So I think any initiative, even Kaash Foundation can perhaps think of an initiative where we can just get a few poetry and fiction, even short stories being translated to mainstream so that we hear the voices in a language that we know. But it may not be easily possible for us to learn the language of the tribes and read it in the original language. But I think majority of these literature will be oral. They don't have a cultural, the kind of written medium even to publish. So that is, you're throwing light into that particular area. Thank you for the presentation.
Welcome.
Yeah. And Haider Raza, Alira, are you? You just tried and I heard your voice. Can you just try once again? Alira, Haider Raza, your voice only be here. Is,
now, sir?
it is blurred. Yeah, we can't hear you properly. There is a lot of noise and disturbance. Yeah, don't try to switch on the video. Just stick with the audio. But there are a lot of noises coming up.
Is it fine now, sir?
Yeah, can you just try again? Yeah. Have you lost the connection? Yeah, anyway, Dr. Divya is around, or can you hear me, Dr. Divya? Alira Haider, can you just, yeah, I think your audibility, connectivity is very poor, maybe. We hear a lot of disturbing noises rather than your voice. So, Dr. Anamika, can we wind up, or is there any other presenter we just left? Is there anybody
Yes, sir,
who has not presented? I think we have done with almost all.
Yeah. Yes, sir. You could make your concluding remarks.
Yeah, Dr. Divya, can you hear the Dr. Divya? Are you there? Yeah. So to make the conclusion, I'm extremely happy to be associated with this particular wonderful program, where we are actually trying to bring in voices from the remote corners who or which would otherwise remain unheard. And being the first technical session, almost all areas like representation of marginalized cultures, the question of the women in that particular community.
Am I audible, sir, now?
Yeah, you are now audible, Divya. Yeah.
Now audible?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Just on time. Just
Thank
on
you.
time. Yeah.
Yes. Sir, I would like to share my PPT.
Sure. You can go ahead. All right. Now Divya will present the paper.
Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it is visible, but I see your dasra. Yeah, now it's come. We can start.
Okay. I think it's visible, sir.
It's visible. We can start now.
Okay, sir. Okay. So the topic of my presentation is Diasporic Conscience, a reading of the Mistress of Spices, Chitra Divakarani's novel. It's a diasporic novel. So let me discuss some key points related to this diasporic literature. Diaspora refers the community of dislocated people, and the people move from their homeland from one place to another, and they wander one place to another. It may be due to some social, political, or economic reasons. The term diaspora, it comes from the Greek language, which means scatter or dispersion of a group of people from one place to another. In cultural sense, it is a cultural movement of people who have lost their homeland and they reposition themselves in another place. In diaspora, these migrant people live in between two cultures in alien land. The first one is their native culture, and the second one is their adopted culture. Immigrants, when they migrate to the alien land to live there happily, they migrate to the alien land to live there happily. But they struggle a lot for their survival. And at the same time, they are struggling to live in between these two cultures. So they have the feeling of nostalgia. So South Asian diaspora writers draw their attention to some basic features are there, including cultural conflicts, assimilation, east-west encounter, displacement, fragmentation, their feelings of nostalgia, rootlessness, and they are struggling to live there. The novel Mr. Spices, as a film, it is directed by Paul Maeda. It is released in the year 2005. And the same story, it is based on the same novel, and Mr. Spices, which is written by Chitra Divakaruni. And the film stars Aishwarya Rai. As an historic female writer, Divakaruni's female characters are struggling to find their own identity in the alien land. So Devakaruni focuses on the feelings of isolation from the homeland, the problems of exile, dislocation, mental depression, changes of human psyche, family relationships, socio-economic and political aspects, and some patriarchal issues. She also explores bond between man and woman inside the family, and at the same time, psychological traumas and the main issues related to the loveless marriages. Her male characters are always self-centered people, they're materialistic people, and some are mechanical and egoistic, and some are ignorant, narrow-minded, and uncultured people. In the particular novel, The Mist of Spices, the protagonist of the story is Chilo. She's a woman with magical powers. As a woman with magical powers, she does not have any familiar relationship. She lives in West Auckland, and her main duty is selling spices to the people in America. Her regular visitors are Indian immigrants, and she offers spices to cure their stress. So there comes the problem of assimilating into American culture. When she starts her love relationship with Ravan, he is a man with a different culture and self-identity. The second female character, her name is
Dr. Divya, you have 1 minute to go.
Yes, typical Indian woman. She has also faced so many patriarchal problems, and she is also the victim of cultural apathy and male domination. And the last character is Diksha. Her life is also constrained to the shackles of kitchen life, and it is something like a prison for her. So there is no individual happiness in her family, and she is also a struggling character to carry out her role in the family responsibilities and individual happiness. So the identity crisis enforced her also to adapt this American culture. So I conclude my paper. So women characters, especially in the writings of Chitra Divakaruni, they face torture, frustration, and they are all denied their freedom. So most important thing for them to do, so they should come out from this frustrated life. So they share common experience and faith in the alien land. They are the victims of male domination and cultural traumas. So they should create their own identity and achieve their dreams in the patriarchal society. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Over to our chairperson.
Am I audible, ma'am? It's finished.
Yes.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you're audible now. You're audible. Please make the conclusion.
Sir, I already concluded my paper.
Yeah, okay, fine. Maybe I just lost my connectivity. Yeah, thank you. Anyway, that was an excellent presentation. Being from Kerala, you understand that, of course, every house you have at least one Keralite being either located in Middle East or maybe in Europe or America, right? So we understand the situation better. So coming, Dr. Anamika, shall I make the conclusion? Yeah, this is my second conclusion anyway. Yeah.
Perhaps we could ask Dr. Gaza if she has resumed.
Yeah, right. Okay. All right. Thank you. Haider Reza, are you able to connect now? Aliha Haider Reza, are you able to hear me? Yeah, I think she cannot. That was very unfortunate. Yeah.
Yes, sir. You can go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So I was just talking about how the situation, the first technical session, we were talking about the representation, how the voices were muted, how we have not paid much attention. They are the original title owners of the land in majority of places, but how they have been displaced, how we were adopting a canonical perspective where we only include the voices of the privileged. And all these issues are addressed one by one in a paper presentation session, which has almost addressed the different categories of all these that I've already stated. So it is a good beginning, I expect, and definitely we can go ahead with the other sessions. And towards the end, by the time we come to the end of the session tomorrow, we definitely will have addressed all these issues, and we are extremely happy to associate with Kaash Foundation for this particular venture. And I especially put on record my sincere thanks to the organizers for providing me this opportunity to chair the session. And I once again congratulate all the presenters, and also especially moderator Dr. Namika Purohit for her specific and timely intervention that has made this session go very smooth. Thank you.
On behalf of Kaash Foundation, I'd like to thank our Honorable Chairperson, Dr. Prashant Viji, for chairing the session wonderfully and providing the much needed comments, which is enough food for thought. And I would also like to thank all our presenters. Since we are falling short of time, I would like to request our next moderator, Ms. Pamela Dhonde, to take over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anamika ma'am. It is a request to all the paper presenters of the first technical session to kindly leave the meeting so that we can admit the participants for the paper presenters for the second technical session. Good afternoon to one and all. This is Pamela Dhonde, core committee member of Kaash Foundation, and today I'll be the moderator for the second technical session. We have with us today Dr. Javed Aziz Bhatt, who is a faculty member of the Department of Linguistics at the University of Kashmir. Dr. Javed, we are really thankful to you for having accepted our invitation to chair the second technical session. And I would invite you to kindly give a short opening remark. However, before that, it is a request to all the participants to kindly keep your audios and videos off throughout the duration of the technical session. Only switch them on when you're called to present your paper. You will be given 5 minutes to present your paper, and you will be given a reminder to start concluding your presentation after 4 minutes. And finally, once your 5-minute time is up. Dr. Javed Bhatt, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela ma'am, for the introduction. It is a real honor to be here this afternoon. I extend my warm appreciation to the Kaash Foundation for collaborating with some eminent institutions of the country, including the University of Kashmir, for organizing this vital event on this day, which is celebrated globally as the International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. I take this opportunity to thank the organizers, especially the Kaash Foundation, and for giving me this opportunity to chair a session and be a part of this vital event. Since we are constrained by time, as mentioned by you in your remarks, without taking much of time, let us directly start the proceedings of the session. We have 10 presentations in the session, and keeping the time constraint in consideration, every presenter shall finish their presentation well within the stipulated time, that is 5 minutes. So directly now calling upon the first presenter for the session, that is Amala Kavya from National Institute of Technology, Tiruchirappalli. The title of her paper is Song of Resistance from Water, Nagaland. Amala Kavya. If Amala Kavya is there, let her respond. Otherwise, we'll move to the next speaker for the session.
No, sir, I don't think she's not here.
So, shall I move to the next speaker then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, then moving to Maria Joseph from National Institute of Technology, Tirupalli again. The title of the paper is Can the Adivasi Woman Speak? Examining subalternity and double marginalization of Adivasi women in select stories of Masveta Devi and Hansda Suenda Shekhar. Maria Joseph. Is Maria Joseph with us?
No, sir, I don't think she's with us. We can go with our next presenter, Anne Maria Davis.
Okay. Till they join us, let's move to the next speaker. It is Anne Maria Davis, research scholar at Chris Deemed to be University, Bangalore. And the title of the paper is Landscaping the Indigenous Consciousness in Northeast Literature, a reading of the select works of Janice Parriott and Janvi Barua. Anne Maria Davis.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Welcome. And you can make your presentation.
Yeah. I'm sharing my screen.
Sure.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. So good afternoon. I'm very grateful for the Kaash Foundation to give me an opportunity to present my paper. So the title of my paper is Landscaping the Indigenous Consciousness in Northeast Literature, a reading of the selected works of Janvi Barua and Janice Parriott. So why Northeast literature is so significant in the area of Indigenous studies is because it belongs to the category of Old World literature or the tribal literature. And in mainstream India, we know Northeast states are so different in its racial, linguistic, or other peculiar features because of their different political identity. So because of all these reasons, the Northeast Indian literature or Northeast literature is having a significant role in Indigenous literature. And another point is they are away from the mainstream Indian literature also. For 2.5 decades, their literature is getting the attention of the mainstream India or outside India. But before till that date, they were literally marginalized people. Not even their stories are not being heard in Indian mainstream at all. So, and they are very rich in the presence of oral tradition and rich cultural practices. And Northeast is a post-colonial construction formulated by Indian Union. Its base is geography, and nothing like today's Northeast existed until the partition. It only came about with the formation of East Pakistan, now Bangladesh. So being a cluster of tribal communities, the Naga literature or the Northeast literature always reflect the deep and strong relation with nature and their writings. So for this paper, I have taken 2 writers for my study. The first one is Janvi Barua. She is basically from Assam. Now she is settled in Bangalore. And she is a doctor by profession, but now she is writing so much. Also, she is known as a writer. And she had 3 works. The first one is Next Door. It's a short story collection, which was published in 2008. The second one is novel. That is her first novel, that is Rebirth, published in 2018. The third work is the novel Undertow, that is published in 2020, very recently. And my another writer is Janice Parriott. So for this paper, I have selected the latest novel from her, that is Undertow. That is a story of a protagonist lawyer, a 25-year-old woman. She is going back to Assam in search of her roots. So by being a by being a family in Bangalore, how they are looking at all their indigenous cultures in Assam or in Northeast, and all those inside-outside relationship is being portrayed in the novel in a very fabulous way. So in this novel, we can see three generations of people. The first one is Usha and Torin Goswami. They are the grandparents of Loya, and Rukmini and Alex are the parents of Loya and Loya. So what happened is, Rukmini was the daughter of Usha and Toran. She was a medical student in Guwahati University, and she married a person from outside. And Alex, he is from Kerala, and from there they are starting a new kind of lifestyle which is not familiar to the indigenous culture of Assam or the indigenous Northeast culture. And many problems are coming into Rukmini's life, being an outsider in Bangalore or being an insider for Assam. So much cultural practices and cultural relationships are being portrayed. And Loya, as the daughter of Rukmini, is going back to the Assam culture in search of what she really belongs to and all. So the characters of Usha and Rukmini exist parallel to the Assamese culture or the alien Bangladeshi culture. And from the novel, we can see there are a lot of descriptions about the Assami cuisine, Assami the way of dressing, their tribal languages, the river Brahmaputra. All those indigenous elements are vividly portrayed in the novel in a such a way. So, for a reader, as I am an outsider for the Northeast culture, what we can understand is how much these people or the writers are cling on to their own culture, or they are actually kind of deconstructing their identities, which is given by the colonial or post-colonial construction, and they are trying to say who they are through
Ma'am,
their
you have
stories.
1 minute to conclude your presentation.
Okay. So Janice Parriott is my second author. She's also she's from Meghalaya. She is now settled in Bangalore. She also has three works. In her works also, she is portraying the cultural difference of being in a multinational, multi-city, or what makes her different from the Meghalaya culture. So for this paper, I'm using an article from Max Jeans. He is telling what is the agency of English which is giving for this Northeast writers to telling their stories or telling their indigenous cultures to the whole world. And in one of the paper by Shankar Bishwas, he is also talking about how their culture and their particular indigenous identity is being so much important for them. Even they are still away from the mainstream in the literature or from mainstream of in every part of India. So through my paper, what I have to say is the landscaping of their indigenous culture is pretty much we can see the influence of their indigenous culture in most of every Northeast writings. So, and it is not in the case of Janvi Barwa or Janice Parriott. All the Northeast writers are writing writing their own history from their indigenous culture. They are really recreating another parallel histories for their indigeneity, or they are celebrating their indigeneity in a land of mixed cultures. So that's my paper. Thank you.
Thank you for making this wonderful presentation.
Thank you, sir.
It actually painted the picture of Northeast through the literature, through the selected works that you had worked upon. Now, moving to the next presenter, I would again call upon Amla Kavi if she has joined.
No, sir, she hasn't yet.
Okay. Maria Joseph.
No, sir, she also hasn't.
Okay.
We could move on to the next speaker, Mr. Giri.
Okay, Gavni Giri is a research scholar at the Dravidian University, Andhra Pradesh. And the title of the paper is Conceptualizing Literary Philosophies Through Dada and Surrealism. Gavni Giri. You are not audible, sir.
Sir, you're still not audible. Could you remove your earphones and try, sir?
Still not audible.
No, sir, you're not.
Pamela ma'am, could we move to the next speaker
Yes.
till the problem
Yes,
gets fixed?
sir. Yes, sir. We can move to the next speaker.
Okay, okay. In
We
the
could
meantime,
move
maybe
to.
the problem.
Yes.
Okay.
We could move to Jishnia Gopinath. Jishina Gopinath, sorry.
Okay, the fifth was present or the sixth in the schedule. That is Jishna Gopinath. Okay, research scholar at the University of Calicut. The title of the paper is Backdrop as a Space for Cultural Confrontation. Reading as Harish Misha.
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are very much audible.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. Respected Chairperson Javi sir, Moderator Pamela ma'am. I am Jishna Gopinath, a research scholar in Calicut University. Today I am going to present a paper on S. Harish Misha, the Indigenous Cultural Representations in S. Harish Misha. Okay. Is my slides are visible or not?
Yes, it is visible. It is visible.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Backdrop as a space for cultural confrontation. Reading as Harish Misha. That's my paper. And this is S. Harish. He is a contemporary Malayalam writer, an acclaimed writer, we should say, winner of Sahitya Academy Award. And this is the cover page of Mustache or Misha, the translated version of the novel. Mustache is a contemporary Malayalam novel which was published in 2018 and translated into English by Jayashree Kalakil in 2020. And it has won the JCB International Literary Prize also in the same year. And if you see this cover page, you can see the fact that there's a connection with this mustache and the organisms, the plants, all those things. So it's all about Misha and its related things. It was a very controversial novel in Malayalam literature for the depiction of the feminine gender. But I'm not going to touch upon all those controversial aspects, but my paper will focus on the indigenous cultural representations in this novel, that is Misha by S. Harish. The novel takes place in a region in Kerala called Kuttanadu. Kuttanadu is a place in Alappuzha, in Kerala. Misha, S. Harish's debut novel, takes place in the land and water of Kuttanadu. The place Kuttanadu is known as the rice bowl of Kerala, a land of picturesque beauty. This is a place where farming below sea level is practiced. That's a speciality of Kuttanadu. Just like the country Holland, the farming agricultural practice is below sea level farming. People of Kuttanadu lives an amphibian kind of life, that is a life both in land and water. The novel takes place during the end of 19th and beginning of 20th century. Actually, this is a very significant age in the socio-political history of Kerala. Kerala was witnessing drastic changes during those ages, both in social and cultural milieu. But still, the plight of the lower caste community or the indigenous communities were pathetic, with very many inequalities in different fields due to the atrocities like untouchability, unapproachability, caste-based social stratification, etc. Kuttanadu was a representative arena of all these atrocities. So here you can see an aerial view of Kuttanadu, and you can see how the land and water is inseparably bound. And here the novel, the story of the novel, Misha, takes place. Misha presents the life of characters who belong to different communities and caste groups. Vavachan, he is the protagonist of the novel. He is the son of two characters named Pavian and Chilla. And this is the
Ma'am, you
family.
have 1 minute to conclude.
Okay. Vavachan is a man of Punjapulaya community, and after playing the role of a policeman with huge mustache, he becomes a nightmare for the village. People of all communities develop a kind of fear and terror in the mustache or Misha. He refuses to shave off the mustache, which was banned among the lower caste communities like Nair, Menor, Mapila, Pilla, Syrian Christian, etc. It's a confused coexistence of different communities. Vavachan leaves the village and wanders through acts employed by different dominant communities along with the help of ruling officials to end the Misha era. Ruling officials who were actually supposed to conserve the rights of the indigenous communities were hunting all these people. There is also a reference to domination of...
Sorry to interrupt. Time is up.
Okay, thank you.
To plan their presentations according to the time they have been allotted, that is 5 minutes. So right now, without going for the introductions, if the presentations are bigger enough, then go to the main sections only. I urge all the participants, all the presenters to plan their presentations according to the time. Now,
Sir, we could see if Mr. Gavani Giri is able to speak.
Sir, am I audible right now? Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, you are very much audible.
Okay, sir. Thank you. So now
you can make your presentation.
Sir, distinguished the dignitaries of the esteemed Kaash Foundation Mumbai and the eminent professors in the field and dear research scholar, dear participant, very good afternoon, one and all. Today I want to present a paper conceptualizing literary philosophies through Dada and surrealism. This paper is mainly focused on key ideas of 19th century avant-garde movement. Literary artists like Dada and surrealism. Dada is a short-lived movement as well as a visual one, and there were independent groups in Zurich and New York, Berlin and Paris. Dada, a movement in art and literature found in 1960 in Zurich and more or less simultaneously in New York. The Dada artists consist of artists who rejected the logic and reason and aestheticism of the modern capitalist society. Instead of expressing nonsense, irrationality and anti-bourgeois protests in their works, the art of the movement spanned visual and literary and sound poetry, cut-up writing and sculpture. Dada artists very known for their use of ready-made objects or everyday objects that could be bought and presented with a little manipulation of the artist, for instance, fountain and urinal. Surrealism as a movement in visual art and literature flourished in Europe between World War I. According to the major spokesman of the movement, the poet and the critic Andrew Britton, who published a Surrealist Manifesto in 1924, Surrealism was a means of reuniting conscious and unconscious realms of experience so completely that the world of dream, fantasy would be joined to the everyday rational world in absolute reality. Surreality, drawing heavily on theories adapted Sigmund Freud, Britain, the conscious, unconscious as the wellspring of the imagination. Surrealism's major achievement, however, were in the field of painting resembled a vast storehouse full of astonishing heads to represented artistic creativity, heavily influenced by the psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud. They came to see the reason as a god bearing entry to the storehouse. They adapted various techniques to unlock unconscious automatic writing is perhaps most famous to their techniques of avoiding conscious uncontrolled artistic process. These aboriginal artworks also include sculpture, rock and box painting, basket and beadworks can be found different parts of Australia, and many of them earn livelihood by selling these artworks. They had songs almost each and every occasion of personal and social life, songs for hunting, for funeral and ancestors, myths and legends, seasons, animals, and all things, situations of which they had encountered with everyday life. The music and dance are also believed that it belongs to dreaming, and it is based on the history of
their land and creation of it. With these songs and preach their culture, their laws, and even how to find food is also being told by these songs. The Aboriginals had invented and developed many kind of unique musical instruments such as the didgordo, bulror, and the gum leaf. Among these, didgordo is the most well-known instrument. The indigenous art forms give us not only the history of the primary people of the earth, but also lives of the struggle for survival of the artist trading patterns of that time too. Engraving or painting on the caves of or stones of the earliest form of the indigenous people. Papunya Tola or a Papunya art is the style of Western art. This style was meant for draw a human body on the ground. There are 4 primary aboriginal colors which depicts the great existence of aboriginal life. Yellow is for sun, brown is for soil, red is for desert, white is the sky and clouds. The art form is also as old as the rock engravings, but it got a wide recognition in 1971 as a local school teacher, Jeffrey Burden, gave inspiration to some men to paint a black school wall, gave a modern equipment for painting. Apart from these art styles, Aboriginal people a large number of different styles as a box painting, stone arrangement, wood carving, weaving, and many more. Like other art forms, Aboriginal literature also derived from the storytelling, which we normally folk literature. Dream is the time of unique feature for the Aboriginal Australian and literature. This concept of Aboriginal belief and spiritual existence, which has never been easy to understand for non-Aboriginal people. According to the Aboriginals, the whole universe was created by the spirits of the ancestors during the dream time.
Sir, so sorry to interrupt you. You have 1 minute to conclude.
So I will conclude now. Now, in these days, a greater part of the universe started to take interest in Aboriginal literature. Critics also take this writing very seriously. These native writers and earned considerable attention from the world. In 1975, World Council of Indigenous People formed. This incident marked the beginning of the cultural transaction between the indigenous culture with the world, but also paved the way for the declaration of the year indigenous people by the United Nations in the year 1993. But these are the few incidents occurred in the history of Aborigines. Without knowing this, our knowledge about themselves remains unfulfilled. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation, elaborating on 2 important theoretical perspectives of surrealism. And we move to the next speaker, that is Neetu Sharma, PhD scholar, Department of Political Science, University of Jammu. Is Neetu Sharma with us?
Yes, sir, she is there.
Okay. So I call upon Neetu Sharma to present paper.
Yes, sir, I'm ready to present my paper.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good afternoon to the chairperson, Javed sir, respected man, and the other colleagues who are listening to me. So today the topic of my paper is accommodating tribal demands in Northeast India under the Indian Constitution and analysis of 6th schedule. Sir, am I audible to all?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible. You can
Thank you. Okay. So tribals. So today in my today's paper, I'll take the tribals issue. Tribals of especially the Northeast India. Actually, the tribals are the important part or the communities of the Indian population, as we all know that. And the tribals of Northeast have a different history from the mainland India. The people of the mainland India actually. And the 6th schedule that I have taken for this paper is because it is so important part of our Indian constitution that address the demands of an important community of the Indian population. So, firstly, I will brought a little bit light on the northeastern people or the tribes of the Northeast India. As we all know that the tribes of Northeast India have a different culture, history, languages. They are really different from the mainland India. So, And the next thing is that the type of life, the way of living, the political setup they are living with in the present as well as in the history, that is all different from the mainland. Actually, then if I brought light on the history of the Northeast people or the tribes of Northeast India, I have what have been what have been found that the tribes of Northeast people had their own political system actually. In the past, they were having a chiefmanship structure. They were having the village system, but it was controlled by the chiefs actually. And those chiefs were autocratic in nature. Autocratic, but yes, they were having the rights. They were performing the functions and other things. But those chiefs were actually the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary in themselves. So, and what is important is that they were having the village system were having their own customary laws, customary rights. According to them, they were running their village system and were running their life. So next part is when the Britishers came. So when the Britishers came, what they realized that these people have their own living system, the style of living, their culture, their political system. So they should not interfere in their traditional life system. So what they did that they did not directly control them. They controlled them indirectly. Indirectly means matlab they were having the chief commissioners and they were providing the inner line permit system. So inner line permit system means nobody can enter in their territory without a license. Firstly, they have to take the license for entering in their territory, then they can enter. So this type of administrative system was brought by the Britishers in the Northeast. So what it reflects that the tribals from the beginning were excluded. Yes, they were excluded earlier also, but when the Britishers came, they introduced the inner light system. Yes, inner light system was introduced by the Britishers for the protection of the tribal culture. But yes, their vested interest was to serve their economic purpose, the tea plantation and all that actually. But what happened there was they were excluded by the Britishers that they were not able to become the part of the constitutional reforms. No constitutional reform was
I'm sorry
introduced
to
there.
interrupt. You have 1 minute left.
1 minute left. Okay. Oh, so sorry. So my purpose was that the sixth schedule that was introduced in the Indian Constitution. So what are the gaps and what are the shortcomings in the in the sixth schedule that the needs and the demands of the people of the tribals have not fulfilled. So what have been seen that there are many issues in the sixth schedule, or there are many functional and structural problems in the sixth schedule that is creating hurdles in meeting the demands of the tribals. So it is what has been found that the authority of the state should take the important steps to reduce to resolve those hurdles that are creating problems in the functioning of the sixth schedule. Many hurdles like they don't have the financial access, the provisions that are provided in the sixth schedule that are not adequate to fulfill the needs of those people, even those provisions that are provided in the sixth schedule that are not implemented properly. And the second is the state governments are not operating with the autonomous district councils, and they are interfering in the functioning or the administration of the autonomous district councils. So these are the type of problems and the challenges that the tribals of Northeast India are facing. Yes, they have the autonomous district councils. They have the special powers. They have the autonomy to control their regions.
Time is up. Sorry.
Okay, sir. Okay, so that was all about the sixth schedule. Thank you to all of you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So it talked about the challenge faced by the tribals of Northeast. It was a wonderful presentation.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So we move to the next speaker for the session.
Yes, sir.
It is Neha N.S., Ample Scholar at the Institute of English, Kerala University. Neha N.S. Is Neha with us?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. Sir, can I unmute my video throughout my presentation because I have joined through my phone and it would be difficult to place it properly. Like if I'm connecting with the headset.
So go with the way you feel, as per
Okay.
your convenience. There is no problem. And if you keep your video off, we don't have a problem.
Okay. So, good afternoon, all. The paper which I am going to present here is titled as Cultural and Linguistic Imperialism in Sitsi Dangaramke's Nervous Conditions. As we all know, post-colonial studies have expanded its attention to various aspects, including the forms of imperialism, such as cultural as well as linguistic. It forced the local indigenous people to forget their native traditions and to learn unfamiliar language and customs. Sitse Dangaremka is a Zimbabwean novelist, playwright, and filmmaker. Nervous Conditions is her debut novel, which was the first to be published in English by a Zimbabwean woman. So this paper tries to look into the post-colonial conditions reflected in the novel by focusing on the cultural and linguistic imperialism. It was Edward Said who widely discussed the idea of cultural imperialism, the overwhelming power of Western consumer products, the way of thinking, and defining the market. Everything has been affected by the Western culture where the local cultural forms have been erased. And this process is actually called cultural imperialism. For example, the adoption of novel as a form of writing by non-European writers itself is an instance of the domination of Western culture. The native forms of storytelling like the kada, the kissa, the folk art, everything were forgotten. So cultural imperialism removed the kind of native ways of thinking about the world, and a lot of tribes began to lose their young men to Western ways of thinking instead of folk songs, local myths, etc. And the idea of linguistic imperialism is largely discussed by Robert Philipson. It is the imposition of one language on speakers of other language. It is also known as linguistic nationalism, linguistic dominance, and language imperialism due to the specific strategies of language use. For example, English during the colonial period or today on the internet or as a global language for trade and communication, local languages are given less recognition and it started to wipe out them. The power of English over the native language can be seen as a mode of linguistic imperialism. So the novel Nervous Condition tells the story of Tambu, who struggles to be educated and she starts to living in the post-colonial Zimbabwe. So her father arranges the facilities of education only to her brother, and she has an uncle who had educated himself and moved to England with his family, and his children had almost forgot the tradition of their African culture, and they started to behave more like Englishers. So her uncle takes Tambo's brother with him to England, where he can be educated under the missionary school. But he forgot the interest of Tambu as a girl to be educated. So in between, her brother dies, and she gets an opportunity to get educated. And thereafter, she starts learning English and slowly started to be in a conflict with these two cultures. So she witnesses that her cousin has not been accepted by her white classmates, who starts to rumor about her. And at the end of the novel, one can see her cousin is suffering by anorexia and believes that she has been trapped by the Englishness. So this novel actually depicts the Shona people, a Bantu ethnic group native to Zimbabwe. They use the language Shona and considered largely as a declining tribe. And it has been noted that through Christian missionaries and urbanization, the tribal institutions of Shona people started to weaken. And in this novel, one can see how the glimpses of colonization have affected the Shona people to forget their own culture. So when Tambu's brother Namo went to England to study in a missionary school, he almost forgot his native language and started to behave differently from the rest of the people. So he even starts to disrespect his own traditions. And another example is the character of Nyasha. As I already told, she is the cousin of the female protagonist. So who also forgot their African culture and struggling to be accepted by the white classmates. She warns Tambu that if she wants to be accepted in the new European culture, she should give up her Africanness to embrace white culture.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. You have 1 minute left.
Okay. So, and also, finally, she struggles with anorexia, an eating disorder, which is not usually associated with African countries. And Tambu's mother considers Englishness as an explanation of Nyasha's dangerous eating disorder, like treating Anglicization as a disease. So Nyasha gives this like in one of the part we can see the female protagonist is actually believing that Christianity is the evidence of the nature of progress from Shona traditions is actually being savage. So throughout the novel, one can see that how the natives are struggling with their post-colonial mind, which is in conflict. It basically shows how the language, the traditions, and the customs of natives have been destructed by the colonialism. And even though the country is politically free from colonization, it is still struggling and being controlled by controlled culturally and linguistically. So I would like to conclude my paper. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Neha, for your presentation. So we move to the next speaker for the session, that is Parvati Das, who is MPhil scholar in the Institute of English, University of Kerala. Parvati Das.
Hi, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. My paper is titled Performing Masculinity at the Margins, Nuances of Sexual Exploitation and Vibridam by Raju. Forward with my paper. So, sexual exploitation of Adivasi women in Kerala is a much discussed topic. It indicates how they are the victims of triple oppression caused by class, caste, and gender. For instance, scholars like J. Devika and Shobha Arun in their works have discussed the violence towards Adivasi women by connecting it with structures of capital and development policies in Kerala. So we could say that lack of education and restrictive access to resources accelerated the issues faced by Adivasi women in a heteronormative, sexually dimorphic society that is rooted in patriarchy. But my question is, what happens to a man who is not masculine enough for others in the structure? So the paper engages in a detailed analysis of sexual exploitation faced by Raju in a heteronormative patriarchal society. The text, which can be considered as the first intersex life writing in Kerala, explores how Raju, an Adivasi person with an intersex embodiment, is perceived and treated as a gendered being in the cultural context of Kerala. So I would like to say that even before everyone knew his intersex embodiment, many in society sexually abused Raju. The ways in which Raju, a man who is not masculine enough in the eyes of others, were treated by society become an extension of how a patriarchal society treats Adivasi women. The paper would like to argue that sexual abuse endured by Raju was a control mechanism instituted by a heteronormative patriarchal society to punish and reform men who are not masculine enough. This in turn reflects how femininity, here Adivasi woman, is seen as an object to be abused and controlled. Thus, femininity rather than female embodiment is punished. This is my major argument. Pierre Bourdieu's concept of symbolic violence and misrecognition, along with theoretical ideas of hypermasculinity, is employed to explore it further. As aforementioned, the exploitation of Adivasi women has been a subject of discussion numerous times. Nevertheless, most of these discussions are rooted in the conventional understanding of womanhood and femininity. It intrinsically ties femininity and female embodiment, which often leads to the synonymous use of woman, female, and femininity. So, is the traditional understanding of who or what a woman is enough to understand abuses faced by them in the tribal community? This is where the memoir becomes relevant because it sheds a different light on how Adivasi people are sexually abused, not just Adivasi women. A brief outlook into Raju's life will shed light on how and why Raju, a self-determined, cisgendered man, was susceptible to sexual exploitation. Raju belonged to the Aranadan tribal community in Thikadi tribal settlement, located deep inside the Nilambur Valley forest, Malappuram, Kerala. He did menial jobs in a hotel in Nilambur and collected wood from forest to meet daily expenses. Poor and uneducated, he endured discriminatory practices because of his tribal identity. The memoir reveals his plight of living in a heteronormative society that privileges binaries alone. His intersex popularity deemed him unfit to be a complete man and woman in the society in which he lived. Things became worse for him when he began to menstruate at the age of 18. It accelerated his existing woes because he was a man with a uterus in a heteronormative society. Society considered... Hello? Okay. Society considered his sex embodiment gendered being as a transgression of normative sex gender binaries, which made his body as something to be pathologized, mocked, and curiously probed. The memo discloses that, as I have already mentioned, even before Raju's intersex embodiment was revealed to everyone, he was victim of frequent exploitations. So the question is, why is a man subject to all these violations, which we usually, when we discuss about sexual exploitation, we already talk about women in generally. So I would like to argue that Raju's demeanors regarded him as not masculine enough. He was less than a man in other eyes. The patriarchal society he lived considered his feminine nature to be expended of violence, which included sexual violence also. Along with his atypical gender performance, his socio-economic and cultural position as an Adivasi person made him an easy prey to violence perpetrated by the dominant people in the society. Thus, I would like to argue that rather than female embodiment, femininity is the victim of sexual exploitation. If Raju was a masculine man, he wouldn't have been subjected to the kind of exploitation he endured. Such revisionist tendencies required to understand the nuances of physical violence and sexual exploitation in Adivasi communities in Kerala. Hence, easy compartmentalization of men as perpetrators of violence and women as victims is not adequate. The memo reinstates that self-determination as a man is inadequate for the society to acknowledge one's masculinity. Raju's performance of his gendered self as a man falls short of the expectations set by the hegemonic powers of the patriarchal society, whose definition of masculinity often borders on hypermasculinity. So his plight worsened after the first sex racism surgery. In the memoir, we can see that he endured sexual exploitation during 3 phases in his life. First, during while he was a man in his own eyes and also in the eyes of others, and the second phase happened when his intersexuality was known to everyone, and thirdly, after the first female sex racism surgery. So we can see that all these 3 phases, femininity is the common reason, or femininity is the reason why he was subjected to all these sexual exploitations. In the first 2 instances, we can see that he was still a man. Then how come he was subjected to all these exploitations? And in the third phase, he
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt. Can you start concluding?
Okay. So in the third instance, we can see that he was subjected to all those violations because of his female embodiment, even though it was surgically constructed. So here, I would like to say that when we talk about sexual exploitations, or we cannot just talk about sexual exploitation of women with a conventional understanding of what or who a woman is. So we need a revisionist approach to address the violence experienced by weaker sections in the society, which include not just Adivasi women, but also Adivasi men like Raju. It indicates no matter what body you have, femininity is always subjected to the tyranny of patriarchal ideology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We move to the last presentation of the session. It is Rabia Ahmed, PhD scholar in Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. She would be talking on indigenous identity in Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things. Rabia Ahmed.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
And is my screen visible? Please let me know.
Yes, we are able to see you, ma'am.
Okay. Very good afternoon to all of you. So the topic I'm going to speak about today is indigenous identity in Arundhati Roy's The God of Small Things. The God of Small Things by Arundhati Roy has been defined by Salma Rushdie as a novel that has been written artistically well. It's a very ambitious novel and the style is quite personal. And by using her ambition and personal style, Roy challenges indigenous issues and hybridity effortlessly. And through these 2 subjects, we are acquainted with the themes of identity, culture, human relationship.
Rabia, there is some issue, I guess, in the connectivity. We are not hearing you.
Rabia ma'am, can you speak again?
Am I audible?
Yes,
Pamela ma'am, is she audible to you?
Yes, sir. She's audible clearly.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ma'am, you can continue.
Okay. This paper argues that the God of Small Things exchanges questions and experiments with identity through symbols that signify identity, language, politics, culture, and human relationships. So the God of Small Things portrayed the life of Indian society. The setting of the story takes place in Kerala. And the main characters in this novel are Esther and Rahel. They are twins, and their grandfather belongs to a wealthy land-owning Syrian Christian family of Imram, that's a town in Kerala. The characters in this novel are divided into two social classes, that is upper class and lower class. And the characters who form the upper class are Chapu, Baby Kochama, Papachi, and Mamachi, and the lower class people are Esther, Rahil, Amu, and Velutha. Actually, Esther, Rahil, and Amu are higher class people, but due to some problems, their social class is changed and they become the lower social class people. The term hybridity that's prevalent in the novel is not a new concept, although it's a term that's widely used by recent colonial and post-colonial theorists like Gayatri Chakravarti Spivak and Homike Baba. In the novel, The God of Small Things, Roy experiments with different types of hybridity as she presents hybridity along with the form of language, race, religion, politics, and culture. Roy's experiment with language is mostly done through the main characters, that's the twins, Esther and Rahel. The narrative places them in a Malayalam-speaking society, but their education is in preparation of turning them into hybrids. They are reading Shakespeare and Kipling at the age of 6, and they are taught to speak perfect English by their family. I'm quoting these lines from the text. That whole week, Baby Kochama eavesdropped relentlessly on the twins' private conversations, and whenever she caught them speaking in Malayalam, she levied a small fine on them, which was deducted at source from their pocket money. English, I will always speak in English 100 times each. Since the twins are trained to use English properly and in its purest form without code switching or code mixing, however, they manage to hybridize the language by generating their own form of English. And one such example of the twins reading backwards is, I read, the red sign on the red and the white arm said stop in white. Rahil said, a yellow hoarding said be Indian in red. And these are the lines actually they are speaking backwards. It's actually, if we speak in English, these are be Indian by Indian. So Roy plays with the language and breaks language rules. And most of our experiments in the language are done by the twins as they read and speak backwards and coin words together to form new words. It's clear that Arundhati Roy inquires identity and negotiates with it, and in her negotiations, she takes her writing a step further. She does not only hybridize her language, but also attempts to indigenize her narrative as well. According to Sinha, I quote, indigenization would imply the way in which an element is so transformed as to make it nature or suited to the region, to the soil or the spatial features of the environment or the socio-cultural setting, unquote. Since the format and the language Roy has used to write are foreign, so in order to make it local, she interlaces English with Malayalam words. She presents indigenous elements of the language in the names that she uses. For instance, Mamachi for grandmother, Papachi for grandfather, and Amu for grandmother. And other words like Ayukashtam and Sundari Kuti, these are the only Malayalam words that has been used in the text. The history of the Malayalam language hints at the author's use of two languages in the novel, and by using both English and Malayalam, Roy demonstrates that what her narrative tongue has been doing for thousands of years, that's synchronizing with other languages without losing its own influence. The effect of combining a bit of Malayalam in the English text is something that even Roy cannot sufficiently characterize. I quote Roy, all I can say about that is language is the skin on my thought. My language is something that I find hard to analyze and dissect. It's the way I think I have to answer the questions about it. Although the author gives no explanation for her stylistic choices anywhere, the reader must accept that each capitalized, misspelled, or italicized word conveys meaning for the character. The setting of the novel also adds to its indigenous characteristics. Is set in Imanam, that's a town in the state of Kerala in India. The novel can be read
I'm
as
sorry to interrupt. You have 1 minute left.
Okay, so I move quickly to the conclusion part. So I'm concluding my presentation. The novel interlaces the themes of identity successfully within greater subjects, that is hybridity and indigenous issues. It's a post-colonial novel that debates the identity and local of a hybrid post-colonial society that is indigenous to its environment. It negotiates and experiments with identity through symbols that signify identity, language, culture, politics, and human relationship. Thank you.
Thank you for this excellent presentation, Rabia. I think we are not left with any presentation now because 3 or 4 presenters were absent. So they haven't joined. So I think we should conclude it.
Yes, sir, you can give your concluding remarks.
So before we conclude, I once again congratulate all the presenters for their wonderful presentations, which were all in sync with the theme. I take the opportunity to thank Kaash Foundation and especially Pamela ma'am for making this session very smooth. Without Pamela madam, this session would not have gone this smooth. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for beautifully and wonderfully and meticulously chairing the technical session, the second technical session for the day. And also, we would like to thank all our paper presenters for presenting different facets and various facets of the lives of our indigenous communities. Without wasting much time, we would go on to the next technical session, that is the third technical session. And I would invite our moderator for the third technical session, Dr. Kiran Sawant, who is the editorial board member of Kaash Foundation's International Journal of Concerns, Complexities and Dialogues. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Pamela. Thank you, Dr. Pamela, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
I hope I am audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I welcome on 14th International Conference on Indigenous People Challenges of Validation and Inclusion. Santosh Rathod, sir, could you please mute yourself? Santosh Rathod, sir. Santosh Rathod, sir, could you mute yourself?
Sir, you may go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So on 14th International Conference on Indigenous People, Challenges of Validation and Inclusion, on behalf of Kaash Foundation, CAPD, that is Center of Academic and Professional Development, in collaboration with University of Kashmir, Shivaji University of Gwalior, that is Madhya Pradesh, St. Joseph College from Kerala, and SSLN Government, Penchuvali PG College from Madhya Pradesh. Sir, on behalf of all this, I would welcome everyone on the third technical session. And I would request here the chairperson, Dr. Shanti Dev Sisodia, who is from the Department of AIHC and Archaeology, Shivaji University from Gwalior, to take the chair and lead the technical session number 3. Thank you. Over to you, sir, Shanti Dev Sisodia.
Okay. Good afternoon to all.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon to all.
Very good afternoon.
Are you audible?
Yes, sir. You are very much audible.
Okay. So now started the presentation here.
Yes.
First presenter is Akhila Parvati, MP Research Scholar, Department of Anthropology, Central University of Odisha. So please present the paper. Hello.
I think Anthra is not to be seen. Anthra.
Akhila Parvati.
Yeah, Akhila Parvati is there.
Yes. Present here.
Miss Akhila Parvati. Miss Akhila Parvati, are you there? Akhila Parvati. I think she is not audible, I think. Or perhaps not able to reach.
Okay.
Can we have another round by that time?
Next speaker presenter is Mrs. Bhuma.
Yeah, I'm present, sir.
Yes. You will start.
Yeah, I want to present the screen.
Yes.
Yeah, 1 minute, sir.
Hello.
I'm unable to present the screen, but I'll present the papers, sir. And good afternoon, all. This is Bhuma, research scholar, Tyagaraja College, Madurai. My paper is all about the hero Shiva of Amir Shiva trilogy. Shiva trilogy is the revisitation of Shiva Purana, a much celebrated Indian religious text. Shiva, the protagonist of the trilogy, is a tribe. The critical analysis adapted in yes anthropological approach, especially in Jungian perspective. Anthropology is the field of, it deals also with the field of religion in the ethnographies and theories that deal with the social and institutionalized forms of religion. Jung lived as part of the indigenous people who lived in Amazon forest and studied their behavioral patterns and their social structures. Hence, I thought it would be appropriate to adapt his theory, which connects human traits as archetypes. Indigeneity is the undercurrent of our unconscious memory. Hence, hence the hero becomes the archetypal hero, and the people on whom we can model upon. And the main focus is on the Guna tribes, and the fiction begins over there in the hills of Himalayas, and the tribes are perpetually disturbed by Pakritis, the other tribes. Hence, these people live in the fauna and flora of Mansarovar Lake, and their good living conditions is getting affected by Pakritis, and the time has come for them to relocate from Tibet to yet another land. And their leader Shiva is very much ready, and they travel down to Meluha, which is present day Kashmir, and they come down here, and here the transformation from a tribe to Nilkant occurs, and he becomes a savior. And he comes. This is quite paradoxical. We call these indigenous people as uncivilized, but we got a leader from this uncivilized group to the so-called civilized people and remove them from their predicaments. And this is the crux of my paper. And also, this fiction, Shiva trilogy, tells us about how the hero emerges, or the process of individuation, how he becomes a much celebrated hero, yet a novice and innocent tribe, and who cannot tolerate the evil that is predominant in the society. At the beginning level, he couldn't even find out or identify or distinguish between what is good and bad. Once he realizes it is nothing but human folly. And these Guna tribes, they travel along with their leader, and when they come down, the pain of relocation, it afflicts the readers also. And in one point of time, all of us become tribes, and we go in search of our identities, psychological. Yes, excuse me, sir. And we go in search of our identity elsewhere. And finally, the hero gets back to his heaven, having paid the cost for his search, and that is when he loses his lady love, and he gets back to the he gets back to Tibet. And this
Sorry
is
to interrupt
the
you.
story.
Sorry to interrupt.
The,
It's last 1 minute. You'll have to conclude.
Okay.
5 minutes.
yes, sir, I'll conclude. The evolution of a tribe to be a civilized, the so-called civilized, but the pain that the hero undergoes. Though he is a much celebrated hero, the Nilkant and everything, but the psychological turmoil as a tribe that is well explicit in the narration. Thank you so much for the opportunity given.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Again, I call Akhila here. Present here. Hello. Hello.
She is there, but I don't think so. We are able to connect to her. We can go for a next participant.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Next presenter, Christina Mary Georgie, Research Scholar, Institute of English, University of Kerala, Trivandrum. Present here. Hello.
I don't think so. She is also present over here. We can go for a next presenter, sir.
Next. Devsri, next presenter. Devsri here.
Devsri also not to be seen, sir. We can go for the next one.
Next, Pooja Sunil.
Akhila is not able to connect, it seems. Akhila has sent the message. Yeah.
Pooja Sunil, connect here.
Pooja is also not to be seen, sir.
Radhika Krishnan. Radhika.
Radhika is also not to be seen. Is not able to connect with us.
सावंत जी, मुझे लगता है कि इनको सबको पहले कनेक्ट करें, अगर हैं तो, नहीं तो
would be better. Yes, sir, that is better.
है ना? I see in the screen second जो next speaker है not connected, है ना?
Yes, sir.
उससे अच्छा है कि आप इनको कनेक्ट करिए पहले, फिर तब आगे बढ़े ना. कोई भी जो नेक्स्ट जितने भी स्पीकर है ही नहीं इसमें कनेक्ट.
जी सर, 1 मिनट.
हाँ, आप पहले कनेक्ट करिए इनको, तब तो आगे बढ़े, है ना?
I think we can go the list wise, because the people from all over country, they are trying to join with us, so there might be issue with a technical glitch. So whatever we have connected, we'll go the list wise, sir. I think that would be better.
Okay.
All the names, and if
So,
they're not there,
so next speaker कॉल करें अपन नेक्स्ट स्पीकर को.
जी सर, हाँ. I think as
Yes.
a same person we can call the name and you may take a call.
Resma PK, MPhil scholar, Institute of English, University of.
Yes, sir.
Present here?
Yes, I am here.
Okay. Yes, you will start.
Okay, sir. I have a presentation. 1 second.
Total 5 minutes time is given. After 4 minutes, I will be giving the warning, and you may conclude in the last minute. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I can't present.
Yeah. The slide is visible.
Okay. Good afternoon, all. So my paper is titled "In Tune with the Nature: Portrayal of Indigenous People in Select Movies." So as we all know, indigenous people and their association with nature is an ever-discussing topic all over the world, and they play a crucial role in protecting the environment. Their innocent love and respect in association with the mother nature helps the existence of the future generation. Living in a busy world where people run for their material benefits, they often forget about the mother nature, and it is where the importance of the indigenous people pops up. Media helps us to understand more about the life and culture of the indigenous people and attracts us to mimic their ways of life. So the role of both visual and print media in propagating the message is really important. And I'll be analyzing the portrayal of two different indigenous groups in select movies named Pocahontas and Moana. So Pocahontas gives a vivid portrayal of the Native Americans, and Moana elaborates on the life and culture of the Polynesian tribes. And in the paper, I'll be also analyzing how the select movies provides a message of conservation of the nature and the indigenous people's fathomless love for nature. Their benefits never explodes. Through this paper, I'm trying to state the role and importance of indigenous people in keeping the nature fresh and alive, and the high moral values intended by Disney through their movies for kids and adults alike. The once fern-covered world is now suffocating with plastic blankets, and our biodiversity is declining at a rapid rate. But this rate is lower in areas owned exclusively by indigenous people. Indigenous tribal leaders have rightly pointed this out, especially Chief Seattle through his sharp words, I quote, "The earth does not belong us, we belong to the earth," unquote. So mediums like films, newspaper articles tried to tackle the issue. Disney movies played a very important role for the same cause, and they had created and creating varied solution for the problem by presenting the issues in front of the kids, the promise of future. So about Pocahontas, Pocahontas is a 1995 American animated musical romantic drama, and it portrays a fictionalized account of the titular heroine's historical encounter with Englishman John Smith and the Jamestown settlers that arrived from the Virginia Company. The film transports the audience to the New World to discover the Native Americans practicing the ancient ways of farming, hunting, and fishing. Pocahontas and her forest friends, Miko, a raccoon, and Flit, a hummingbird, visit with Grandmother Willow, a wise and mythical spirit presiding in an ancient tree, for insight into Pocahontas' future. Disney beautifully portrays the indigenous people's association and connection with the Mother Earth through this movie. And Grandmother Willow is a sentient weeping willow tree that serves as an advisor to Pocahontas. She is depicted as being an ancient and wise figure. She can be comical at times, as in her words. Being a willow tree, many other animals make their homes in her branches. And while the other tribesmen and women were meeting en masse, Pocahontas' happy place was on top of a cliff, which she eventually leaped off, breathing in the lush landscape while leaves swirled around her. This shows the intimate relationship between Pocahontas and Mother Nature. She and her father regarded the river as a living creature, and she preferred the acoustics from her canoe. While she had major life questions, she went to her tree friend first. The respect showed by the indigenous people in the movie to the nature is extraordinary. They care for them, consider nature, resources, and known humans as part of their family, while the colonialist ruthlessly cuts down trees and other resources only to find the gold. The role of indigenous people in the movie is really important. The movie depicts the spiritual connection between the tribes and the nature. And the second movie, Moana, is an American-based animated film, and the film unravels how Moana, despite all odds, saved her village and her people. The movie also underscores indigenous people's fathomless love for nature, their
Last 1
commitment
minute, ma'am.
and
Sorry
sacrifice.
to disturb. Last 1 minute.
Yes, sure. For the cause of nature. And she belongs to the Motunui tribe in Polynesia. Like her people, she has a fascination for sea and voyaging. And in fact, Moana is the Polynesian word for ocean, and emphasizing her destiny as a voyager. As Moana accepts her role as future chief, she struggles to protect her island as the coconuts die and the fish vanish. Finally, she accepts that as chosen one, she will have to quest to save them all. Since its first debut film, Snow White and Seven Dwarfs in 1937, Disney has made itself almost synonymous with contemporary understandings and experiences of childhood. As storytellers, Disney always made its way towards progressive and inclusive themes. In both the films, we could see the fathomless love of indigenous people to the Mother Earth. Moana and Pocahontas helps to increase awareness on a culture and community that is slowly disappearing.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, presenter is Sana Altaf.
Sir, you can give a, sorry to interrupt you, sir. You can give the remarks maybe after the finish of the paper, or else you can give at the end of the all the papers. It's up to you.
After the session is conclude all the papers.
Sure.
Maybe.
Yes, sir. Sure. No problem. Thank you.
Next speaker is Sana Altaf.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I'll just share my screen for a second. So is my slide visible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Esteemed chairperson, respected moderator, and dear fellow participants, a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Sana Altaf, and I'm a senior research fellow at the Department of English, University of Kashmir. The paper that I'll be presenting today is entitled Unraveling the Aboriginal Truth, Alexis Wright's Carpentaria. The term indigenous, as we all know, is derived from the Latin words indigena, which means sprung from the land or native, and genus, which implies to be born from. Jose Martinez Cobo, in his study, offered a working definition according to which indigenous people are those which, having a historical continuity with pre-invasion and pre-colonial societies that developed on their territories, consider themselves distinct from other sectors of the society not prevailing on those territories or parts of them, and are determined to preserve, develop, and transmit to future generations their ancestral territories and their ethnic identity. In the Australian context, the term indigenous is used to refer collectively to the Aboriginal Australians and Torres Strait Islanders. As per the claims of the Australian government, these are the oldest living cultures in the world, dating about 50,000 to 65,000 years. The process of British colonization, however, that began in 1788 had a devastating influence on the indigenous population of Australia. As the British journalist Edward Wilson wrote, in less than 20 years, we Britishers nearly swept indigenous Australians off the face of the earth and consigned whole tribes to the agonies of an excruciating death. We made them outcasts on their own land and rapidly consigned them to entire annihilation. The colonial narratives were flooded with the portrayal of indigenous Australians as stereotypically uncivilized Stone Age people living a barbaric life with no cultural legacy or identity of their own. Anita Hess, in her essay on being invisible, asserts that what is missing from the Australian story is the first Australians. This worldview, however, was challenged by indigenous writers who reimagined powerful counter-narratives in which the Aboriginals are portrayed as active participants in the making of the country's history. According to the noted Aboriginal writer Mudruru, indigenous literature began as a cry from the heart directed at the invaders of our land. It's a cry for justice and fit a deal, a cry for understanding and an asking to be understood. One of the most prominent indigenous writers of Australia is Alexis Wright, a land rights activist from the Warngi Nation. Her novel Carpentaria is the first novel by an Aboriginal writer to win Australia's Miles Franklin Award in the year 2007. Through this novel, Wright wanted to highlight the ravages wrought by colonization on the Aboriginal people of Australia. She wanted to celebrate her ancestral lands and honor Indigenous sovereignty and culture. She also wanted to put forth an authentic Aboriginal voice and felt that literature, the work of fiction, was the best way to tell that truth. Carpentaria achieves its success through a marvelous intertwining of Aboriginal stories and spiritual beliefs of the Warngi Nation. The novel is a product of Wright's disillusionment with the process of reconciliation, which she felt was an empty slogan that did nothing for the Indigenous people of Australia. At one point, she writes that there is no healing road of reconciliation for many thousands of Aboriginal people who are still on the road of genocide at the hand of Australian government. Wright delineates the abysmal conditions, a human dumping ground, as she says, in which the Aboriginal people are forced to live. Her cynicism is evident when she says that a fish lives far better off than a dry old blackfella from Desperance. She shows how racial discrimination is an indispensable part of the lived experience for the Aboriginals of Desperance or Pricklebush. When Gaudie, a white man, is murdered, the blame is immediately put on 3 little Aboriginal boys who are then tortured mercilessly and who eventually die. The prevailing law in Desperance is eye for an eye, a black for a white. Kevin Phantom becomes a victim of this counter-violence that is inflicted on him by a group of young boys wearing white hoods as a retribution for Gaudie's murder. Through this novel, Wright attempts to critically engage with and deconstruct the white cultural representations of indigeneity. The novel opens with the sentence, "A nation chants, but we know your story already," which sardonically points to how colonial discourse has effaced the history of Aboriginal presence in Australia and has seized the consciousness of Aboriginal people. Wright subverts the colonial story of origin, according to which the Aboriginal was not really part of the town at all and was dumped here by the pastoralist, by presenting the Aboriginal story of the ancestral serpent that came down from the stars, laden with its own creative enormity, and created the rivers of the Gulf of Carpentaria. The Pricklebush people are shown to have a spiritual connection with land and nature and the mystical ability to interact with them. They believe that the ground underneath them is a living entity that could breathe and groan and gave them old clan folk real power. At the end of the novel, we find that Desperance is obliterated by a violent cyclone that destroys everything man had ever done. This catastrophic requiem is emblematic of the gods moving the country and refashioning the Gulf into something more of their own making.
Sorry to interrupt, last 1 minute.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Once the cyclone is over, Normal Phantom arrives in Desperance along with his grandson Bala and plans to rebuild a new home on the same piece of land where his ancestors lived. This action implies the Aboriginals claiming back their own land. The novel can therefore be read as a part of a larger holistic project to decolonize the Indigenous and Western mind and world by rewriting the Australian experience from an Indigenous point of view. Wright wants to send out a message to Aboriginals to strengthen their tribal affiliations and organize themselves into a pan-Aboriginal movement. Such an integrated movement, she believes, will bolster the struggle of Aboriginal communities and place them in a better position to negotiate with their respective governments for their community and their rights. Thank you so much. I hope I have been able to put across my ideas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. It's a good paper. Next speaker is Sangeeta A.S. Present here.
Sangeeta, are you there?
Am I audible?
Yes, Sangeeta.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
She is there, but.
Hello?
Yes, बोलें.
बोलिए.
Start your presentation.
Hello? Okay.
Hello.
So
Yes,
good
please
afternoon,
go
one and
ahead.
all. So my paper is titled Lives versus Media, Aboriginal Racial Biopolitics and Media World. The arrival of colonizers in Australia marked a great change in their lives and identity. Distorted narratives created by the colonial rulers represented the Aboriginal identity, and it was they who decided what should be written and how should be perceived throughout the world. The racial indifference created the borders and boundaries of indifference within the people. According to Michel Foucault, what in fact is racism? It is primarily a way of introducing a break into the domain of life that is under power's control. The break between what must live and what must die. Through his theory, in which he presents a genealogy of the modern liberal state through a radical retelling of history, the concept of race has become generally known. Foucault criticizes traditional forms of sovereignty, which are based on shaky historical claims to power and follows the evolution of a counter-historical discourse. And that demands state power should be viewed as a perpetual racial struggle within society. It is a state that allows its residents to prosper by protecting the population's biological and racial purity. As Michel Dillon pointed out, race is one of the markers that biopolitically adjudicates. Therefore, racism allows the state to continue to exercise its sovereign right to kill in an era of biopower. Thus, biopolitics is the exertion of state control over the functions and processes of life. The lives of Aboriginal community in Australia is analyzed and understood through this kind of segregation. Exploration of racial discourses regarding the portrayal of Aboriginal community in media is very significant, as it is also a discourse that problematizes and investigates the issue of identity as well as the question of power and marginalization. Emergence of media have changed some social norms, but the racial indifference and inequality remains the same still to date. Framing is a popular media strategy for influencing how you organize, interpret, and communicate about reality. Media's failure to give Aboriginal people character and personality is perhaps the most damaging to their image. Aboriginal people are nearly always cast in supporting roles or consigned to background, and they are rarely given the opportunity to speak or express their humanity. Cultural appropriation occurs when features of one culture are acquired by individuals of another culture, and it can be problematic in a variety of ways, particularly when a dominant culture adopts a minority culture. When it comes to native people, the dominant culture adopts. When it comes to native people, the dominant white settler society has had complete control over the narrative that is told about them. The simplifying of characters or the glorification of fictitious tropes are not the only ways in which Aboriginal people have been stereotyped in media. Selecting which story is to convey is a prevalent strategy of deception. Many of the communication campaigns featuring Aboriginal characters are set in the late 1800s and early 1900s, as though Aboriginal inhabitants did not exist before or during that period. This short time span also has an impact on society's perception of Aboriginal people as non-existent in the world. The Racial Discrimination Act of 1975 in Australia safeguards everyone against racial discrimination. However, little is done online or in media to enforce racial discrimination under this provision. According to 1987 Royal Commission in Aboriginal Deaths in Custody, racism, stereotyping of Aboriginal peoples, and erroneous media reportage has a terrible impact on the lives of Aboriginal people. Because of the interconnection that media affords, racism and stereotyping of Aboriginal people are prevalent in media, and this has a significant impact on Aboriginal people's ability to achieve social and economic development in the digital era.
Last 1
The
minute.
media's racism continues to okay, sir.
Please
The
conclude.
media's racism continues to have a negative influence on Aboriginal people. They have lost their land, have separated from their culture, and many communities have suffered from poverty and industrial pollution as a result of colonization. Racism can sometimes be fatal and also damages relationships and cause social conflict. It has a negative impact on our society's quality of life. However, it is disconcerting that the media is either oblivious of or unconcerned about the history and nature of colonialism and racism. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A good paper. And next, Manish Khare. Manish Khare. Hello. Present here.
He's not present, I think. Manish is not present.
Not present. Next is Beena A.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Veena
Yes.
is there. Yes.
There. Okay. Start your presentation.
Yes, sir. Sir, is the screen visible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, very much.
Okay. So good afternoon, all. Indeed, it's my greatest pleasure to be here in this international conference. So today I will be discussing on the topic, the struggle for the survival, indigenous life and culture portrayed in the selected movies. Indigenous people are also known as the first people or the aboriginal people are culturally distinct ethnic groups who are native to a place which has been colonized and settled by another ethnic group. In cultural studies, indigenous communities have always honored with special attention as a perennial area of research with novel insights being excavated every time. Whatever the technology has changed the world to a postmodern time, there still persists the soul and matter of uniqueness of their origin in indigenous community. However, the expansion of the human quest and power, these cultures have started to encounter greater threats and become more or less engendered groups. They not only lack recognition over their lands, territories, and natural resources, but also are the last to receive public investments in basic services and infrastructure. Mel Gibson's Apocalypto is one such movie that discussed the Mayan culture in its truest sense and winded up with the note of colonial inclusion. Though there are many movies that discuss this striving, I will be focusing on Rolf Leahy's 2013 drama, Australian drama, Charlie's Country, and Ciro Guerra's 2015 Colombian movie, Embrace the Serpent.
Charlie's Country is a lamentation of the loss of the Aboriginal culture of Australia and the toils underwent by the protagonist to preserve it from the clutches of contagious technology. In this movie, Dee here chronicles the downward spiral of a guy who has become a refugee in his own homeland. David Gulpil, who himself is an Aboriginal, plays the role of protagonist Charlie, who lives in a hut supplied by the government and feels the pangs of injustice in fits and starts. Throughout the film, signs of greater control and authority can be seen, and Dehere and Gilpin investigate the ramification of the intervention as well as the broader colonial problems. At the end of the movie, Charlie agrees to pass on the traditional dance forms from his generation to the young Aboriginal boys, fearing the loss of their cultural identity. The movie investigates whether Indigenous Australians, such as Charlie, can preserve their traditional way of life inside their nation today and live happily on their own terms. The next, the next movie I have taken is The Embrace the Serpent by Ciro Guerra, is yet another sensuous and palpable film, which is the first Colombian film about indigenous people and to feature indigenous actors. It subverts the colonialist adventure narrative by presenting the experience of a white man on Amazon land through the eyes of the people he exploits rather than his own. The movie depicts the tale of an Amazonian shaman who offers to help a sick German ethnographer to find a solution for his ailment on a hunt for the Yakruna, a fictional plant believed locally to have healing qualities. Along the trip, the group witnesses the devastation focused by the capitalism and colonialism. At many times, the protagonist directly blames the white invaders for their inability to coexist with the nature. One day they will finish all the food in the jungle, he says. In contrast, we witness his controlled relationship with the earth through a series of self-imposed limitations, such as not chopping trees at the roots and consuming meat and fish only at a particular time of the year, without disturbing the earth's natural cycle. The title may allude to the suffocating venomous clutch of Western culture, sucking the life out of the indigenous culture it claims to have discovered. But the eponymous serpent could just as easily represent the Amazon, snaking the way through the dense rainforest, giving life to everything it touches. Guerra made conscious decision to listen to the indigenous people in their own words, rather than via white imperialist anthropologists. Though both these movies portray the striving of the indigenous communities for their survival and existence from the clutches of imperialism, this is still relevant in the current scenario too, but in the form of neo-colonial powers in the guise of technology and so-called civilized lifestyle. And thus, these are in short the depiction of the marginalized communities who continue to struggle for their very existence and the preservation of their own culture and manipulated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Samadji?
Yeah, can we call the names once, those who are not?
Yes, जो remaining जो रह गए उनको एक बार देखें.
Yes, sir.
I call remaining participants. Akhila Parvati.
Akhila Parvati.
Not here.
Akhila is there. Akhila Parvati. 1 minute, I'll check.
Krishna Mary Georgie.
Akhila Parvati is there. She's not able to connect, but it seems that is what she has SMS in the chat box.
Not here, Anna?
Yeah, she's there here, but she's not able to connect, sir. I think we can go for the next one.
Next one, Devishree. Devishree. Is it here?
No, she's not there. Devishree is not there.
Pooja Sunil.
Pooja is also not there.
Radhika.
No, not there.
Radhika.
No, Radhika is also not to be seen. Not there, sir. we go for the next.
Manish Khari.
Manish is also not there.
I think all presenter present the paper है ना? इस सेशन की जो भी है सभी ने कर दिया है. So now I conclude this session.
I request you, sir. I request sir to conclude this session with I would like to quote here that though consciousness of our mind have the power to change our planet and ourselves, it is time we need the wisdom of ancient indigenous people and channel our consciousness and spirit of us to tend the garden and not the destroy this planet. That is what the Bruce Lipton has said. Okay, and we all educated people, we all know that education is a universal human rights, which is essential, which is very much required for bridging the gaps of human well-being, equity, and opportunity. So with this note, I would request Dr. Shanti Devi Sisodia sir to please conclude the session and give your concluding remarks.
Thank you, Sawan जी. मैं समझता हूँ कि इसमें ये जितने भी अधिकांश जो पेपर हैं, मैक्सिमम पेपर ऑफ रिलेटेड टू लिटरेचर, तो मैं समझता हूँ कि सभी ने बहुत अच्छा प्रयास किया और चूंकि लिटरेचर से संबंधित थे तो उन्होंने जो है इंडियन कॉन्टेक्स्ट में थोड़ा सा कम उसको दिखाया है, लेकिन यदि इंडिया को लेके भारतवर्ष की इंडिजिनस को लें, जैसे यहाँ से हम शुरुआत करते हैं, जैसे हम प्री हिस्टोरिक पीरियड से बात करते हैं और उसके बाद इंडस सिविलाइजेशन में है, फिर मॉडर्न की बात करते हैं, तो ये सब चीज़ें इंडिजिनस हमारे अभी प्रेजेंट में मध्य प्रदेश में एक बहुत इंडिजिनस टाइप्स अभी भी हैं और जिसमें आपने सुना होगा, सभी लोग जानते होंगे, भारिया, पातालकोट के भारिया इज बहुत मोस्ट इम्पोर्टेंट इंडिजिनस ट्राइब्स हियर एंड इसके हिमालय की तराई में बहुत सारी ट्राइब्स अभी भी हैं, इंडिजिनस हैं जो, और वो बहुत उनका महत्वपूर्ण योगदान अभी भी है, वो चाहे तो कंजर्वेशन ऑफ नेचर या कंजर्वेशन ऑफ हर्बल प्लांट्स जो है, मेडिसिन प्लांट, इंडिजिनस प्लांट जो है, इनका बहुत बड़ा काम है। और तो इस हिसाब से जो है इंडिजिनस की जो हम यदि सभी लोग जो है इस भारत के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में अगर बात करें तो भी बहुत सारा मटेरियल अवेलेबल है और हमें उस पर थोड़ा सा और करना चाहिए। और चूंकि ये लिटरेचर से संबंधित थे तो अधिकांश उन्होंने अपने फील्ड का लिया, तो मैं उन सबको कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट टू ऑल प्रेजेंटर, आपके बहुत अच्छे पेपर्स रहे और आपका जो वे ऑफ प्रेजेंटेशन था वो भी बहुत अच्छा था। और मैं थैंक्स बोलना चाहूँगा सामंत जी को, उन्होंने जो है पूरे सेशन को बहुत अच्छी तरह कोऑर्डिनेट किया और सभी जितने भी प्रेजेंट जिन लोगों ने किया उनको पुनः मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू ऑल। और आप लोग इस परव्यू में भी देखें कि इंडियंस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में जो है हम इंडिजिनस जो पीपल्स हैं और उनके चैलेंजेस क्या हैं उनके बारे में भी हम थोड़ा सा लिटरेचर में भी बात करें, हिस्टोरिकल बात करें, सोशोलॉजिकल बात करें एंड एंथ्रोपोलॉजिकल बात करें। तो ये सब चीज़ें भी इसमें ऐड अगर आप लोग नेक्स्ट जब भी पेपर प्रेजेंट करें तो उनमें अपने इंडिया कॉन्टेक्स्ट में जो है हम अपनी बात को रखें। और मैं समझता हूँ कि ये जो प्रयास है और मैं पूरे काश फाउंडेशन और जो इसके कॉन्फ्रेंस के जो पार्टनर्स हैं उसमें आवर यूनिवर्सिटीज ऑल्सो कोलैबोरेशन, डिवाइस यूनिवर्सिटी, कश्मीर यूनिवर्सिटी एंड अदर पार्टनर्स, तो सभी को मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। और पूरी टीम को, आपकी सावंत जी, अवकाश यादव जी स्पेशली, अवकाश यादव जी माई बेस्ट फ्रेंड ऑल्सो, मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आभार प्रकट करना चाहता हूँ कि उन्होंने मुझे ये अवसर दिया। सो थैंक यू सो मच टू ऑल टीम ऑफ ऑर्गेनाइजर एंड ऑल पार्टिसिपेंट्स ऑफ द this conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sisodia, sir. It was really a valuable session. And let me tell you here, it was a sort of an academic feast. The people from divergent field, academia, alag-alag.
Savanji said technical connectivity. Hello. Hello. Internet problem.
Was there any internet issue?
Yes, sir. मेरी तरफ तो ठीक है, आप ही की तरफ से है. Your side.
So I would repeat, sir. I said thank you so much, Sisodia Sarji, for your valuable time and for giving us a valuable address as a chairperson of the technical session number 3. And on behalf of Kaash Foundation and all the university, I really thank all the presenters here, those who came from all over the country. I know it is an online program and we had a time limit which was given to us was 5 minutes. But the presenters which have given, it was a sort of academic feast. I'm really thankful to all the presenters and I'm really thankful to the chairperson, that is Dr. Shantidev Sisodia, who all the way he joined from Gwalior. I think nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
sir. And
thank
I
you.
would end with the quote here, would say that if the people cannot acknowledge the wisdom of indigenous culture, then that is their loss. It is the loss of the humanity, I would say that. And
yes,
we need to really preserve this culture, and everyone was focusing on the same aspect. So with this quote, I would really like to thank the Kaash Foundation, Dr. Kaash sir, and the entire team of the entire team and all the universities from Kashmir, from the Gwalior, Jivaji University Gwalior, St. Joseph College, from Kerala, and SSLN government, eventually PG College from Madhya Pradesh, and all the participants as well as all the members and teacher fraternity. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
And I would
Thank you.
hand over now to the Janice for the cultural program. So I think there is a parallel technical session is going on. We have 10 minutes early, so I think we'll have to wait for the cultural program to start. Maybe can have a 5-10 minutes break, and at 3:30 we will start the cultural program. Thank you, Sarji. So
thank you so much. Oh.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, yeah, Janice, are you there?
Yeah, sir. Am I actually the?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, sir.
Yes, sir. You are very much audible.
Okay, that is what just I wanted. Since we have time, I thought that let me test myself if I am audible.
Yes. You are also audible in between, sir.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I think we'll have to wait for 5-10 minutes. Yeah. So that parallel technical.
Sure, sir. No problem.
And then we can start. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello, Janice, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm there.
Janice, please take over. Please take over, and we start with the cultural events now.
Right now or at 3:30?
Hello. I think we have finished with the third technical session, and which was by Dr. Sisodia and Dr. Kiran Sawant. Thank you so much for sharing the technical session. So Janice, now since Yeah, the technical session is parallel technical session. It's still on since there are all the presenters are present out there. So I think we'll have to move on to the program, to the cultural program, and we start with Kerala. Okay. So Janice, please take over.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. This is Miss Janice Lobo, team member of Kaash Foundation. For all the attendees that are joining in now, this is the 14th International Conference on Indigenous Peoples, Challenges of Validation and Inclusion, organized by Kaash Foundation's Center for Academic and Professional Development, in collaboration with All India Denotified and Nomadic Tribe Welfare Sangh, Madhya Pradesh, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, Jivaji University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Devagiri, Kerala, and SSLN Government, Pench Valley PG College, Parasia, Madhya Pradesh. We just had our technical sessions 3 and 4, which brings us to the end of the technical sessions for day 1. We now move on to the final segment of today's event. We have a number of cultural events lined up to end the day with our feet tapping to the beats of music. Let's begin the event with the words of Marcus Garvey, and I quote, "A people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without its roots." Indigenous peoples are inheritors and practitioners of unique cultures and ways of relating to people and the environment. They have retained social, cultural, economic, and political characteristics that are distinct from those of the dominant societies in which they live. Culture permeates all aspects of life and is essential to the overall well-being of indigenous communities and individuals. On this note, let us commence with the cultural events. First and foremost, I would like to invite Dr. Santosh Rathod, Core Committee Member, Kaash Foundation, and faculty at Department of English, University of Mumbai, who will be reciting a poem. Over to you, sir.
Dr. Santosh Rathod. Oh, I think we just lost him. Just check it out. But he was here, right? I can see him, but I think he's having some problem with the.
Hello.
Dr. Santosh. Ah, yes, yes.
Yeah, I am here. Yes, please. Actually, I lost, network. Could you please repeat once again?
Yes, sure. Yes, sir, sure. First and foremost, I would like to invite Dr. Santosh Rathod, Co-Committee Member, Kaash Foundation, and faculty at Department of English, University of Mumbai, who will be reciting a poem. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Shall I recite now?
Yes, sir. You might go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. I thank Kaash Foundation family and Dr. Avkash Jadhav sir, Professor of History, for giving me this wonderful opportunity and for considering me the Kaash Foundation family. Thank you very much, sir. Today, I am going to read 2 of my poems in Gorboli. Gorboli is a language of Banjara tribes who are residing in different parts of India, and they have the common language without any script. So the first poem that I am going to read is Tham Tham Gorboli. It is a poem in Gorboli, the language of Banjara, And here in this poem, I have personified Banjara language as an old woman who has two children. One who resides in Tanda. Tanda is a settlement of Banjara community, and another is living in city. And she thinks that she is being endangered. That's why she moves towards city for longer life. And the speaker in this poem warns her of the dangers which are more powerful and destructive than those in the Tanda life. So I will read in Gorboli. It is Tham Tham Gorboli. Watakata chali. Shehre mat jo tu tande mach र तांडेवाळे ती तू बचरीची, शहरे वाळे ती तू मर्रीची, शहरे वाळो अंग तारोच र आबू दुसरे रो हेगोच, शहरे म पडरीच उडी, मराठी हिंदी कन्नडी, इंग्रजी गुजराती बांगला कोई पूछे नी वत तू होटो आ, भुलगी का तार फेट्या काचळीर काय वेगोच, फेक दिने धोती, पेरली दे पॅन्ट, भूलगेच डफडा, वजारेच बँड, दादी दादा, पोती पोत, याडी बापे नाही रे रे, याडी बाप भाई भेन थटा कर रे, होळी दवाळीर गीत भूलगेच, रॉक बॉप भांगडा पर कुदरेच, छेई ढालिया, छेई लेरिया, न तो हवेली न तो ढावलो, न तो साखर न तो फेरिया, कती गोदान छेई तो कती मेरिया, विचार ओंदून धुंडकेन कचन, कुणशे मीना माई तीज पेरच, कुण रेगो आब तारो, तारो कथी वळखू आयेनी, वळखा गो तो वळख दकाळेनी, दिवाने पर काई छेई होत, तू आछे बाजे परच कांज, बुडेपणी आचेदन, खेडामत छ, तांडेमत छ, शेरे मत जो, तू आतच र. Thank you very much. Wherein he warns her of dangers in the city life. If you want to survive more, you should be here and you must recall what happened to your culture, your language, your dress. Everything has been replaced by another, language and race, etc. So the second poem that I am reading is Tamaro Satyanas Jao. It is curse you all. So the speaker persona here is a Banjara community person, and he recalls where their contribution in the history of the nation, but it has the culture of Banjara, subculture of Banjara has lost to succumbing to the powerful dominant cultures, language, and their historical contributions have been usurped by some powerful and dominant cultures. So he says again here, he addresses to the city, ए शहर, ए नगर, ए गाम, जरा आ करो, मार तांडो दकाळो तमवन गलगेचो, ए पैंट, ए शर्ट्स, ए साड़ी, ए लुगड़ा, ए सलवार कमीज, जरा ऊपर हो तम मार कपड़ा ढाक मेलेचो, ए इंग्रजी, ए हिंदी, ए मोठे मोठे देशेरी, घणे मोठे पोरी कारेरियो, जरा वाळ सोडो ए मार गोरबोली गुदमर्रीच, ए सरकारी कार्यालय, ए गैर सरकारी इमारत, ए विदेशी मॉल, जरा तमार पिलर वटान देखो, वत तांडेरी झुपडी भिय, कनाई वत वाया भिय, नसाब बेटे भिय, हसाब किदे भिय, छचार रमे भिय, ए 4 पदरी, 8 पदरी, डांबरेरी, सिमेंटेरी राज्य राष्ट्रीय महामार्ग, जरा खपली वटान देख, वत लदेणेरी वाटे छ, काय दिने कोणी हमारे भटकंतीर नामे हेट, से खोसलेगे तमारो सत्यानाश जाओ. So this is a kind of angst he expresses here, because everything, their language, even since their professional, traditional profession was to transport the goods from one place to another. As a result, there were several roads and tracks which were created by the Banjaras, and later they were replaced by the national and state highways, and everything they created a kind of network of roads and by roads in India. So he recalls them and he expresses angst, saying that everything has been replaced, but in the name of nomadism, they did not get anything. This is what he expresses here. I once again thank you, Avkash sir, for giving me this opportunity, and Kaash Foundation for this very wonderful program. Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Jennings.
Thank you, sir. Those were some indeed powerful and fascinating words, and it was a very well written poem. Next, I would like to invite We the Folk from Shillong, Meghalaya, who have been very generous to send in an audio visual of their performance. This performance by Albus Ford on the instrument Zing Shairang, Lumkirpang playing the instrument Duitara, Bunsha Tu playing the Duitara, and Baniskem on the instrument Besli. This event has been constructed in a manner of an ensemble by blending the musical sounds and styles of the Khasi and Jaintia hills of Meghalaya. They have incorporated a number of popular traditional tunes to showcase people's love for music. Their tradition and folklore has always recounted the role played by music in joyous and sorrowful events, their significance and purpose to each occasion, and their specificity in ritual and performance. This is, in brief, a collection of sounds and music from the Khazi and Jaintia hills. Can we please have the screening of the video? That was indeed a melodious performance. Next, I would now like to invite Dr. Prashant VG, who is Head and Associate Professor of the Department of English at R. Shankar Memorial SNDP Yogam College, Kozhikode, Kerala, to speak a few words about our next cultural performance. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Janice. This performance is actually that what you are going to see is performed by a tribal community called Kattu Naikar. This Kattu Naikar, they live in northern part of Wayanad district, which is a habitat of tribal people. And this is called Kol Kali. Kol in Malayalam means stick. It's a playing with stick. It is based on a cultural belief, and these people were performing this in and around the temple called Tirunelli, because they were not permitted to enter in the temple. So they performed it in the street. And what is very particular about this is that it is performed at the end of a harvest festival, when they meet and they go to the landlord with all these the rich harvest. And there is a movement, the leader of a tribal community, who is the lead. You can see him in the performance. And one significant point to suggest at this point is there is a female presence. A man dresses himself like a female, and there is also a joker figure called Kodangi. And this particular presentation has become more colorful now. It actually initially it never had these kind of colors, but what you're going to see is a modern presentation which is more colorful. So welcome all of you to this presentation of Kolkali by Kattu Naikar.
That was indeed a mesmerizing performance. Now, I would like to cordially invite Dr. Ranu Jahari, National President, Women's Wing, All India Denotified and Nomadic Tribe Welfare Sangh, Madhya Pradesh, India, to share her insights on local tribes of Madhya Pradesh. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening. Hello.
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, ma'am. You are
okay.
audible.
Video is not open. Wait.
Dr. Ranu, would you like me to play start playing the videos? Because it's my screen. Would you like me to start playing the screening the videos?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do that.
हेलो आवाज आ रही है मेरी हेलो
Yes, ma'am.
हेलो
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Visually first video is about tribal sapera community और sapera community जो है वो जो सावन का महीना आता है उस समय ये लोग सांप को दिखा के जो स्नैक्स होते हैं उनको पकड़ के वो घर घर जाके पैसे भी वसूलते थे और मतलब मांगते थे और उस समय उनका कल्चर ये रहता था कि वो सिर्फ सावन के महीने में या फिर जो मेले लगते थे उस समय वो बीन बजा के लोगों को अट्रैक्ट करते थे, लोगों को अपनी तरफ खींचते थे और उनकी बीन पर भी लोग काफी नृत्य वगैरह होता था और शिवरात्रि के समय भी ये लोग अपना बीन के माध्यम से एक भारत का एक कल्चर था उसको निखार के लाते थे। तो इस कल्चर को आज काफी विलुप्त होता जा रहा है। उसी कल्चर को मैं एक फर्स्ट वीडियो के माध्यम से शो करना चाहूंगी और आप देखिएगा कि इंडिया का जो कल्चर है वो सपेरा के बीन पर किस प्रकार से धुन बजा के अपने संस्कृति को, अपने नृत्य को और किस प्रकार से खुशी महोत्सव के माध्यम में दिखाते हैं। सो प्लीज शो द फर्स्ट वीडियो। हेलो हेलो
just a minute. I'll share it. Just 1 minute.
Dr. Ranuchari, can you please come back to stage?
Ranuchari. I think she's having network issue. Dr. Ranuchari.
In that case, can we move on to the video 2? She would join us.
Okay, I'll just play the second video.
Yeah.
हेलो आकाश जी,
Sorry, they seem to be a little, this thing, time lag.
जी, मेरा नाम पप्पू है और मसाई जाति से मैं संबंध रखता हूँ जी। खेल तमाशा हमारा मतलब पैसा है। गली गली, मोहल्ले, गांव जी, और सभी जगह हम अपना प्रचार खेल तमाशा करके मतलब बच्चों का गुजारा करते हैं जी। ये हमारी बस्ती है। हमको यहाँ थोड़े से आदमी नहीं है, दिल्ली एनसीआर में बहुत आदमी है जी, राजस्थान में बहुत आदमी है जी, गुजरात में बहुत आदमी है, महाराष्ट्र में बहुत आदमी है। हमारे भाषा का थोड़ा फर्क हो जाता है जी। और हमारा काम जो है मदारी का है, खेल तमाशा करने का। अब तो वो भी सरकार गवर्नमेंट ने बंद कर दिया है। कहीं भीड़ इकट्ठी करते तो डंडे मार के भगा देते। अच्छा, तो सारे हमारे काम बंद हैं और कोई हमारा जरिया नहीं है कमाने खाने का इसके अलावा।
जी।
ये हमारी देखो बस्ती है।
कितने लोग होंगे यहाँ पर अभी आपकी बस्ती में?
यहाँ कम से कम नहीं तो 100-150 आदमी तो होंगे।
नहीं, 100-150 परिवार है या 100-150 आदमी?
हाँ, परिवार।
अच्छा।
परिवार तो और भी 200-250-300 के अंदाज निकल जाए।
जी जी। तो आप लोग अभी भी खेल तमाशा दिखाते हैं?
अभी भी हम खेल तमाशा दिखाते हैं।
अच्छा अच्छा।
और फेमस है हम बहुत अंग्रेज से भी पहले के फेमस है, राजा महाराजाओं के जमाने से भी हम फेमस है कि हम मदारी हैं।
जी। अच्छा, जब से ये आपके जो बंदर हैं, भालू हैं, इन लोगों को जब से हमने कानून के तहत ये प्रतिबंधित कर दिया है, तो उसके बाद आपका जो जरिया है आय का, अब आप क्या जरिया रहता है आपका?
नकली सांप है जी हमारे पास।
जी।
उन सांपों को रख देते हैं, भीड़ इकट्ठी कर लेते हैं और अपना बच्चों का गुजारा थोड़ा कर लेते हैं।
अच्छा, आप क्या पक्के शौचालय बने हुए हैं क्या यहाँ पर?
एक नहीं है सर।
नहीं है
शौचालय 2-4 की है बस, बाकी तो सब बाहर ही, लेडीज वगैरह सब बाहर जाते हैं।
बाहर जाते हैं। कब से है आपकी ये बस्ती?
जी, बस्ती तो ये बहुत साल से है सर। 41 साल से है ये बस्ती हमारी।
40 साल से है?
हाँ।
और 40 साल
कोई सरकार ध्यान नहीं रखती हमारे ऊपर, वोट लेने के लिए
हाँ
आ जाते हैं, ध्यान कोई नहीं रखता।
अच्छा, आपसे एक बात और पूछनी है
जी।
आपको जो भारत सरकार द्वारा मतलब जब से देश आज़ाद हुआ है तब से, तो आपको किस, आपके पूरे समुदाय को, मदारी समुदाय जो है, मसेद भी है, और भी कौन कौन से समुदाय आते हैं, उनको क्या लिस्टेड किया है, उसमें सूची में है?
जी, वो कलंदर भी हैं, सपेरे हैं
जी,
कुछ बंदे हैं, ढोलक वाले हैं
जी,
और आदिवासी ग्यारहे भी हैं
जी,
बदिये कौम भी हैं। ये सब एक DNT 12 वाले लोग हैं।
अच्छा,
इनको 12 वाले लोग कहते हैं।
12 वाले कहते हैं। आपसे एक बात और पूछनी है जी, आपसे एक बात और पूछनी है कि आपको लिस्टेड किया, यानी आपको सूचीबद्ध किया है क्या?
सूचीबद्ध मतलब सर?
जैसे योजनाओं में आपका कहीं पे नाम आता है कि आपके समुदाय को, जैसे मदारी समुदाय, मसेद समाज या कलंदर?
अभी तक नहीं फेमस हुआ है। वैसे पूरा भारतवास ये जानता है कि ये मदारी है।
अच्छा।
मसैद मतलब सूचित नहीं हुआ।
हाँ।
मदारी के नाम से हम पूरे भारतवास में मतलब
फेमस है। आइए, तो यहाँ पर इतने परिवार, अभी जैसे आपके जो बच्चे हैं वो यही काम कर रहे हैं या आगे बढ़ चुके हैं उसमें, नौकरी वगैरह में या शिक्षा में?
सर, जो कुछ बेचारे दूसरा काम बदल चुके हैं, वे थोड़े पढ़े लिखे हैं जी, वरना कोई बच्चे पढ़े लिखे नहीं हैं। जो थोड़े समझदार हैं वो तो खेल तमाशे करते हैं।
अच्छा।
और अब तो खेल तमाशा भी जी हमारा बंद हो गया। क्यों? भीड़ इकट्ठे नहीं होने देते। कभी कोरोना का इल्जाम आ जाता है, कोरोना फैल रहा है, तुम भीड़ इकट्ठी कर रहे हो, तो बड़ी दिक्कत है सर हमें। अच्छा। सरकार ना कोई हमें काम देती।
तो जो योजनाएं हैं आपके लिए चलती हैं, उन योजनाओं का लाभ मिलता है जो सरकार?
देख रहे हो तुम, आप बस्ती की हालत देखो। पहले ना कोई खरंजा है, ना कोई पानी की सुविधा है।
अच्छा, पानी कहाँ से आता है आपके लिए?
पानी की सर, वो पीछे आपने टंकी देखी नहीं?
जी जी।
यहाँ वो भी खारी पानी आता है, उस पे भी बस्ती वाले लड़ते हैं, मरते हैं। 2-2 डब्बे सभी भरते हैं। और ये मतलब वो भाषा किसी को समझ आती नहीं है। सब जब हम आपस में बोलते हैं ना
जी,
कोड भाषा।
अच्छा, कोड भाषा है आपकी?
हाँ, तो वो किसी के समझ आती नहीं।
अच्छा, तो आप जैसे कौन कौन से शब्द कोड भाषा में प्रयोग करते हैं?
जैसे अब हमने बोल दिया रेखनी
जी,
तो अब आप नहीं समझेंगे कि रेखनी क्या चीज
जी,
समझेंगे
नहीं, आप बताएं।
मगर उसको हम रोटी कहते हैं।
अच्छा, रेखनी को रोटी बोलते हैं।
जैसे बोल दिया रिटाड़ा। क्या चीज? रिटाड़ा।
हाँ।
तो वो हमारी भाषा में ऐसा आ गया जैसे गुड़।
जी,
गुड़ होता नहीं, ऐसा है। तो ये कोड भाषा आम आदमी हमारी मतलब समझ नहीं पाता। ये हमारी अंदरूनी भाषा।
अच्छा, तो आप लोग ये जो मदारी समाज, मसेद, कलंदर, ये लोग एक ही भाषा बोलते हैं?
नहीं,
जो आप लोग कोड
अलग भाषा है जी।
अच्छा अच्छा,
इनकी कोड अलग है, इनकी भाषा अलग है
जी।
इसको एक हिसाब में पारसी बोलते हैं हम।
अच्छा,
कि ये पारसी वाली भाषा, ये पारसी वाली भाषा है।
पारसी जी।
यानी इसको आम आदमी कोई
जी,
आम आदमी नहीं जानता। इसको या तो हमारे बिरादरी वाले जानेंगे, हमारी बिरादरी वाले जान सकते हैं।
अच्छा,
बाकी जो आम आदमी है वो इस भाषा को समझ नहीं पाता।
हाँ। खान पान क्या है आपका, जैसे आप जो खाना का भोजन में
खान पान तो यही है जो पूरा भारत खा रहा है सर, वही हम खा रहे हैं।
नहीं, कोई विशेष भोजन होता है क्या आपके में
कोई भी
जो अन्य लोगों से भिन्न हो?
नहीं नहीं, यही दाल है, सब्जी है, हरी सब्जियां हैं, चावल है, आटा है, यही खाना है हमारा।
अच्छा, हमने सुना है कि आप लोग पहले ये किंवदंतियां बोल सकते हैं या अफवाहें भी होती हैं या सच्चाई भी हो कि पहले आप लोग जो बंदर हैं, भालू हैं या जो भी जानवर पकड़ते थे, तो क्या वो कला आज भी है या आज लुप्त तो भी आप बिल्कुल पकड़ते ही नहीं है?
कला तो है सर, मगर बात तो ये है कि बंदर की अगर आप कला देखेंगे ना
जी
तो हैरान हो जाएंगे।
तो आप उनको ट्रेनिंग कैसे देते थे? परिवार में रखते थे उन जानवरों को?
परिवार में रखते हैं और उनको मोहब्बत से सिखाते हैं।
अच्छा,
मगर वो हमारी बिरादर नहीं है, वो दूसरी बिरादर है।
अच्छा अच्छा,
उसको कलंदर कहा जाता है
जी।
हम मसैद जाति से हैं
जी,
तो वो हमारी मतलब अलग है हमसे थोड़े। है तो मुसलमान ही वो भी
जी,
भी मुसलमान है।
अच्छा,
मगर वो थोड़े हमसे अलग।
तो मसैद, कलंदर और मदारी ये सब मुस्लिम में आते हैं?
मदारी मसैद एक ही चीज है।
हाँ, तो ये मुस्लिम में आते हैं?
मुस्लिम में आते हैं।
अच्छा,
और कलंदर भी मुस्लिम में आते हैं।
क्या हिंदुओं में भी आते हैं कुछ लोग इनमें से?
हिंदुओं में भी आते हैं।
अच्छा अच्छा,
हिंदुओं में सपेरे आते हैं।
नहीं, सपेरे अलग हुआ है, मसैद, मदारी और ये
हिंदुओं में नहीं है।
हिंदुओं में नहीं, सिर्फ मुस्लिम में है?
सिर्फ मुस्लिम।
जी जी,
मसैद जो है सब मुस्लिम है।
अच्छा, अच्छा, आपके यहाँ त्योहार कौन कौन से मनते हैं? जैसे जो मुस्लिम त्योहार होते हैं वही मनाए जाते हैं, ईद और
हमारे जो बाप दादा थे
जी,
वो तो समझ लो सारे त्योहार मनाते
जी।
दीपावली भी मनाते थे।
क्यों?
अच्छा,
हाँ जी, भारत के रहने वाले
बुजुर्ग थे वो दीपावली भी मनाते थे
जी,
और क्या नाम है, होली भी मनाते थे और ईद भी मनाते थे। हमारी एक ऐसी जाति है जो सब में मिल के रहती है।
जी,
कहने का मतलब ये है हर की खुशी में हम शामिल रहते हैं।
अच्छा अच्छा,
है ना
जी,
सबकी खुशी में शामिल रहते हैं हम
जी।
और ईद भी मनाते हैं, बकरा ईद भी मनाते हैं, शुभरात वगैरह जो है, मुहर्रम वगैरह, ये सब मानते हैं। और जो हिंदू के त्योहार है उनको भी मानते हैं हम। क्यों बस्तियों में उनकी में हम जाते हैं खेल तमाशा करने के लिए, तो वो बड़ी मोहब्बत से हमको रखाते भी हैं और मतलब हमारा काम भी देखते हैं। हमको जो है देने की वे सोचते भी है कि भाई इनके भी बच्चों का गुजारा हो।
तो यहाँ सब कच्चे मकान हैं, अस्थायी है ना ये सब? तो आप लोग 40 साल से अस्थायी ही रह रहे हैं, इसीलिए घुमंतु है कि अगर कभी समस्या आए तो आप यहाँ से मतलब कहीं और भी जाते हैं क्या?
नहीं, जैसे मतलब अब यहाँ से चले गए 2-4 महीने के लिए। देखिए सर, ये पत्थर है
जी
और ये एक जादू का डंडा है। देखिए इस पत्थर का रंग चेंज हो जाएगा सर। पत्थर पे लगा, उस्ताद का नाम लगा, 3 बार गुरु को 1 2 वो 3। लोग क्या कहते हैं नकली है, नकली नहीं असली है। एक बार जरा चेक करके देखो।
असली है
जी,
असली है।
देखो क्या इसका सन देखा सर आपने?
हाँ सन भी ठीक।
सन नहीं देखा होगा। आप इसका जरा सर सन देखिए, कौन से सन का है ये सिक्का, जरा सब
वापस।
और इसका सन देख के यहाँ रखो सर।
जी,
ये क्या रख रहे हैं सर?
पत्थर।
अरे मैंने तो सिक्का दिया था। थोड़ा हाथ ऐसे हाथ हिलाओ। ये बैठे पुराने डाकू इधर। फूंक लगाओ बेटा, जाओ पेट में। देखिए सर, ये 2 डंडे बांस के हैं और बिल्कुल अलग है। अरे बीच में मत आओ बेटा, देखिए अलग है सर। 1 2 3 देखिए दोनों डंडों को मैंने जोड़ दिया सर, और थोड़ा ये माटी रखा, भारत की माटी है, ये बहुत कीमती चीज है, इसी माटी से बहुत कुछ पैदा होता है। देखिए यहाँ लगाया सर इसको मैंने, और ये धागा है, जब इस धागे को खींचूंगा तो देखिए सर ये चलेगा, और इसको खींचूंगा तो देखिए सर ये चलेगा। बहुत लोग क्या करें बीच में जोड़ दिया है, नहीं देखिए सर बिल्कुल अलग, तार बाल का खेल नहीं है सर, बिल्कुल अलग। दूर से तुम चलो तो मैं खींचे तो तुम चलो, इतनी दूर से चलो, नीचे से नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल अलग है। देखिए क्या कह रहे हैं, नीचे से, नीचे ऊपर कुछ नहीं है। इतनी दूर से तुम चलो तो मैं खींचे तो तुम चलो, तेरा कान पकड़ लो तो चलो, और मेरा कान पकड़ लो तो तुम भी चलो। ताली बजाओ सारे बच्चे एक बार। ये अंग्रेजी का आपने देखिए सर, अंग्रेज चले गए और ये कप मुझे दे गए सर। देखिए ये बैग अलग है जी, ये नकली सांप है जिससे हम पब्लिक को इकट्ठा करते हैं सर, और अपने बच्चों का गुजारा करते हैं। देखिए सर ये 2 प्याली हैं, साइकिल की घंटी बोलते हैं सर जी, और देखिए 3 बॉल है, स्प्रिंग नहीं है सर इनमें, अगर स्प्रिंग होती तो लोहे को पकड़ लेती है। देखिए बच्चा भी जानता है इसका, देखिए स्प्रिंग नहीं, 1 2 3, देखिए मेरे हाथ खाली है दोनों जी बिल्कुल, और देखिए इस डंडे में भी सर कोई चमक नहीं है। ये बॉल यहाँ से जाएगी दिल्ली इंडिया गेट, कहाँ जाएगी? इंडिया गेट, इंडिया गेट। मारो सर, जाओ इंडिया गेट, और किसी को दिखेगी नहीं, दिख जाए बराबर बताना सर, उड़ जाना, चली जाना, निकल जाना, भाग जाना। देखिए वो उसके अंदर नहीं इसमें नहीं है सर, हाँ देखो ये बिल्कुल खाली है, ये वाला ये नहीं, ये खाली है। वो इंडिया गेट पहुंच चुकी है सर जी। ये आगरा जाएगी ताजमहल देखने के लिए। अच्छा, आगरा जानी है, बहुत दूर है सर, मगर ये 3 मिनट का सफर करती है। जाओ आगरा ताजमहल, अभी नहीं है ये सर, कलकत्ता जाएगी हगना पुल, वो हावड़ा पुल, हावड़ा पुल भूल गया सर। जाओ तुम कलकत्ता हावड़ा पुल, वापिस आओ। देखिए सर तीनों गोले इस मुट्ठी के अंदर मैंने बंद किया है अपने शक्ति के द्वारा, और उन कटोरे में छोड़ रहा हूँ मैं, शोर मत कर बेटा। दिल्ली से आ रही है इंडिया गेट से, आगरे का ताजमहल देख के आ रही है, और ये कलकत्ता से वापस आ रही है हावड़ा पुल से। एक बार फिर देखिए, किसी ने इसको देखा, किसी ने नहीं देखा, एक बार गौर से देखिए सर। देखिए इस बॉल को मैंने उठाया, इस कटोरी में बंद किया, इस बॉल को इस कटोरी में बंद किया, इस बॉल को सर मैंने अपनी मुट्ठी में बंद किया। एक बॉल इसमें, एक इसमें, एक इसमें, बोलो बच्चों तीनों में एक एक खाना। इस बॉल से मैं बोलता हूँ चलो, देखिए यहाँ से गई है, और ये दोनों बॉल एक जगह जमा होती है, और तुम भी जाओ, और ये भी चली गई। तीनों बॉल चाय में होटल पी लिए, देखिए होटल में चाय, रात उड़द का दाल खा लिया ना बहन जी, तो जवान थोड़े रपटने लगे। देखिए सर एक चीज और दिखाता हूँ मैं आपको, जो आपने कभी सुना नहीं होगा और ना देखा होगा। देखिए ये है कुतिया का अंडा, अंडा की कुतिया का अंडा, और कुतिया यहाँ अंडे नहीं देती है, देहरादून देती है ठंडे इलाके में, तो पहाड़ी इलाका है ना, पहाड़ी कुतिया वहाँ देती है। इसको मैं पेट में खाऊंगा, देखिए सर काय में खाऊंगा, जाओ 1 2 3 आप नहीं झोले में गिर, अरे मेरे पेट में, झोले में गिर, आपने दिखाया है बस। ये जड़ी सुन लूं, देखिए वो ये सर आप पत्ते में बैठाओ, एक खाई एक हो रहा है, देखिए सर एक है, दो है, 3 है, कुछ नहीं है, कुछ नहीं, आप सब गिनती लगाते रहना। आहं
तीसरा
आहं आहं आहं
बहुत बढ़िया। अरे बाप ओह माय गॉड। फिर से बोलिए, क्या बोले आप?
ये मेरा मकान है सर।
हाँ।
शीशे लगे हुए हैं, इसमें मार्बल के पत्थर लगे हुए हैं नीचे। एक बूंद बारिश की नहीं आती इसमें, रात को बड़ा परेशान होता है। बारिश आती है तो देख लो आप इसकी हालत।
इतने बढ़िया कलाकार की क्या कदर है।
और कलाकार की देखो ये अहमियत है और ये कर।
चलिए सर, मिलते।
Geeta ma'am, I think Ranu ma'am isn't here, so you can play the next video.
भारत के नेता सुन लेना राज हमारी भी। भारत के जितने जोधा महाराजा के भाई भी टकराने लगे। हम संयुक्त राजपूत फिर साथी लोग बताने लगे। हम संयुक्त राजपूत फिर साथी लोग बताने लगे। जुल्म करे हम कल बोले जब सरकारी भी भारत के कोई नाच सकता तो नाच ले। नाच सकता है दिल खोल के। भारत के नेताओं ने कुर्बानी का दिखा दिया। देश की किस्मत सोई पड़ी थी, मिलवीरों ने जगा दिया। 15 अगस्त और सन 47 को देश तंत्र बना दिया। 15 अगस्त और सन 47 को देश तंत्र बना दिया। पढ़े लिखे नौजवानों ने असफल भारत पूरे किया। नारी गौर निचले जाकर बार बार मजबूर किया।
भाइयों का इतिहास और हम जब खड़े हुए भाई गरगरना मारी कलका मंगत सिंह तुम्हारे वीर ने मिलकर कर दिया बेड़ा पार मंगत सिंह तुम्हारे वीर मिलकर कर दिया बेड़ा पार अजमेर सिंह और लक्ष्मण सिंह बन के परधान गैया पक्का बाजी गैया मिलकर करें तो फिर भी हरदम सभा बीच देखते इंसान संत हजारा फिर भी हरदम सभा बीच देखते रतिराम और जियालाल ने जगह कम चलाने का सूचाराम सुनाना भाई प्रभु मिला जगाने का एक बजाने का मखतारा कौन करो समझाने का एक बजाने का मखता कौन करो समझाने का कद नहीं सींगे
Due to some network issues, Ranu ma'am isn't able to connect with us. Yet, I thank her for the videos and for collaborating with us for the event. The videos were truly entertaining, and I'm sure that these videos have imparted some knowledge about the local tribes of Madhya Pradesh to our attendees and viewers. As we near the end of today's event, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude towards our guest of honor for the inaugural session, Dr. Sangeeta Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Jivaji University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh, our chief guest, Professor Shakil A. Romshu, Dean of Research, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, India, and our inaugural speaker, Dr. Sabhu K. Thomas, Principal of St. Joseph's College, Autonomous, Devagiri, Kerala, as well as Dr. P. R. Chandelkar, Principal of SSLN Government, Pinch Valley PG College, Parasia, Madhya Pradesh, India. I would like to thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Kemal Sebisi, lecturer at the Faculty of Economics, Department of Public Finance, Marmara University, Istanbul, Turkey. I would also like to acknowledge my gratitude towards the chairperson of our plenary session, Dr. Pratibha Rani Karmekar, as well as our speakers, Dr. Adhya Bharti Saxena, Dr. Arvind Tiwari, Dr. Arzuman Ara, and Dr. Avkash Jadhav. I would like to thank all the 42 paper presenters who presented their insightful research papers in our technical sessions today. I am also extremely thankful to all the performers of our cultural event, Dr. Santosh Rathod, We the Folk from Shillong, Meghalaya, and their performers, Albisford, Lumkirpang, Bunsha, and Baniskem, who kept the spirit of the event alive with their mesmerizing performance. I would also like to thank Dr. Prashant Vijay and Dr. Ranu Chari. Last but not the least, I would like to thank all our organizers, collaborators, coordinators, moderators, attendees, and viewers, without whom today's event wouldn't be a grand success. I would like to mention the schedule for tomorrow's event. Our special guest will be Dr. Sarah Wiley, Associate Professor of Sociology, Anthropology, and Health Science, Social Science, Environmental Health Research Institute, Northeastern University, USA. We have a plenary session with Dr. Tikaram Paudel as a chairperson and Dr. Amenla Chankija, Dr. Sib Sankar Majumder, Dr. Pratibha Naitani, Dr. Geeta Ajit as our speakers. This will be followed by the technical sessions and the valedictory session with Dr. Ritu Devan as the valedictory speaker. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Kaash Foundation Mumbai, to get exclusive notification. And don't forget to fill the feedback form given in the description. Till then, take care and stay safe. This is Ms. Janice Lobo, team member of Kaash Foundation, signing off from the first day of the 14th International Conference on Indigenous Peoples, Challenges of Validation and Inclusion. Thank you.